Welcome to the stream, guys. Good morning. Hello. Welcome. Naughty Pup ATX, Couch Potato, Calvicide, Airborne, Smudge, Little Boots, Kitty Tisser, Kieran, Devoff, Jodeci, Jaji, Calendar. Good morning. Two Hinged, Da Vinci Code, Mercenary, Pesky, Sherry-Ann, Mystic, Maven, Leon, Swanee, Vague Contempt. Good morning, guys. Oh, my cat's got the zoomies. She'll just start like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She'll do that shit at like midnight. She just gets these giant bursts of energy. I have 3 cats. That's actually not true. I have 3 cats. This one is Clementine, not named after the character in the Walking Dead Telltale games. She is, of course, named after Clementine from Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. We have a cat. We have 2 cats downstairs. One is named Arya for Arya Stark. In retrospect, she probably should have been Hodor because she is not that bright. And then we have the other cat, Gnome, who is now unfortunately named for Noam Chomsky, which is not the best name now because of the whole Epstein stuff. Vishy with 14 months. Vishy, thank you so much for being a part of the stream chat. I value your insight. You're a strong community member, and I really appreciate your presence here. Nardbarge with 58 months. Hey, sorry to interrupt. I just needed this. Hutch gut. What's up, buddy? Thank you so much for almost 60 months. Wait, Vishy, it's your birthday? Nice. I don't know if I'm allowed to sing happy birthday because it is copyrighted by Disney, I believe. I could be wrong. Little Boots with 37 months. Westworld Clementine is the best Clementine. Man, she was smoking hot. Like, I'm not going to lie to you guys. If she is who I remember her to be in that show, Clementine. Goddamn. Just, that's the kind of woman that makes you believe in God, you know? Only the hand of God could have crafted that beautiful specimen. Swanee Bird with $5. Did you watch Trump's speech at Davos? He sounded even more frail than his press conference yesterday. I did not watch it yet. If you guys want, we can watch that first. There was somebody made a 3-hour and 15-minute video, like an Avatar film. It was a deep dive into Destiny. I figured we would watch that. Call balls and strikes. There was also a Trump Davos speech. Why don't we do the Trump Davos speech? Why don't we watch that? We'll see how far we can get into it. Trump Davos speech 2026. This is an hour and a half. We're not going to watch the whole thing. There's ain't no way. I'm not going to do that. With the fucking meandering and so it looks like he gives a speech for about an hour and 15, and then he sits down and has a conversation with the guy. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to watch this whole thing. I just simply refuse to do that. We'll watch a little bit, get a little bit of a feel for where he's at. I do think he sounds like very sleepy these days. I'm not just saying that because I'm biased. I think he does sound like absolute shit. Certainly did yesterday at the press conference. Watch this instead, the reaction to his speech. I don't think this was the reaction to the speech, Miss Carey. I think Carney gave this speech yesterday. And Trump's speech was today. Little Boots, did I say thank you? Swanee Bird, did I say? Yeah, I think I did. Okay. Swanee Bird with 9 months. ABC News has an 8-minute version of his speech. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that. ABC News. You mean their YouTube channel? Oh, here. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States.
I mean, I don't even understand what this means. Don't we have military bases in Greenland? Is Greenland not a part of Denmark? Is Denmark not a part of NATO? If NATO was attacked by China or Russia, I would assume they would invoke Article 5, which is the point of NATO. Like, what do you mean they can't defend themselves? They're a part of NATO. We're good. Like, they're good, you know? They'll be fine. We got them. What's with all the why are we overcomplicating this? He doesn't believe in NATO? True.
Great power. much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory, and hold it we did at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting.
He accidentally talked about classified weapons that were used in Venezuela during his speech? No. Hang on. Stop. Where are you seeing this? I'm not seeing this. What are you talking about? Trump, Venezuela, Davos? Maybe that.
Sur son nuestros socios, decía recientemente.
That's not it. I'm not saying what you're saying. I'm not seeing any clips for this. So
Fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of
we gave it back. I don't even know what that means.
weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was
He sounds like absolute shit, you guys. There was video of him struggling to walk in a straight line. Did you see this? Hey, kitty, not today. We're not doing this today. Don't do it. No, no. I'm not going to do this back and forth with you today. You come in the room, you start screaming at me. I get it. We miss her. Where did she go? You don't know. I do, but you can't even comprehend where she's going. So it confuses you and it makes you sad. I understand that, but stop screaming at me. Fucking no. There was video of him like getting out of the plane, and then it looked like he was really having a hard time. I don't know. Should we watch this whole speech, you guys? Because apparently it was like fucking insane. Let's, you know what, guys? Hang on. Apparently there were more than a few like insane moments.
Introduce and welcome back to Davos the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Fucking guy.
Well, thank you very much, Larry. It's great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so many respected business leaders, so many friends, few enemies, and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. I've come to this year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal news from America. Yesterday marked the one-year anniversary of my inauguration, and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging,
Fucking US dollars exploding is what's happening.
investment is soaring, incomes are rising, inflation has been defeated.
Bush Bot with 5 Canadian. Thank you so much, buddy, for kitty treats. She's not, I tried to pick her up to give her pets. She's not interested. She doesn't want the pets. She just wants to walk away. She wants to walk in every couple minutes and go, ah, and then walk out. And come back a couple minutes later, ah. Captain Flavortown with 20 months. I wanted to give you the cat tax. I was trying to, but she just walked away. Have you considered vabbing instead of vaping? I've heard it's better for your health. What is vabbing? What is this, a meme? What is this? Are you about to hit me with a joke? Yeah, I fucking vabbed your mom in the ass last night. Do not look it up. Well, no. Vabbing. Oh. Ew. What the fuck? The term vabbing combines vagina and dabbing, referring to dabbing your vaginal secretions on your body as if they are droplets of perfume. It is thought to make you more attractive to others. I'm open-minded, but I have my limits. This is a bit too much, I think.
Previously open and dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable. And the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in...
Yeah, somebody send it to Ogre Boy. First, he's got to get some vaginal secretions, which I'm sure you could just fucking eBay that shit in 2026. Probably find OnlyFans. Maybe you have to pay top dollar for it, but I'm sure. I mean, I bet you I could get you some vaginal secretions by like 2 p.m. tomorrow. Especially in the LA area with all these OnlyFans models. It's got to be in the cards. But yeah, maybe that'll help him find a baddie that he can go down on and cuddle with. I'm rooting for him.
Our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth, and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite. Virtually no inflation and extraordinarily high economic growth. Growth like I believe you'll see very shortly our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election,
5.4.
the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52
My
records.
name's Cassie, and I'm addicted to vabbing. We put 2 fingers up there. I stick my fingers in my and I rub it on my body so that people can smell my pheromones. My name's Cassie, and
That might be a little case of the tism. You had something else going on there.
Adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country.
Oh no. Oh no. I love that character from War for the Planet of the Apes. I love that character. And he's voiced acted, or he's acted from it's an actor I really like. He's like such a good, like, oh, that guy kind of actor. What's his name? Like, oh, that guy. Steve Hahn, is that his name? Wait. What? No. Zahn. Yeah, there you go. He was fucking really good in The White Lotus season 1. Just like phenomenal. Yeah.
Think of that 1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment.
I heard it was $150 trillion.
That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world.
I don't want to speed him up because I feel like that would be like helping him out, you know? We'd be doing him a favor.
In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year, maybe like a year and 1 month. But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we have achieved this economic miracle,
Do Hassan and Asmongold just trade shots at each other literally every day? Every morning I wake up and I check my Twitter feed, and there's fresh clips of them taking jabs at each other fucking literally every single day. It just never ends. They're just constantly taking jabs at each other.
we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before. And perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And
Maloney out of Italy, rather, sorry. Obviously, Italy's in Europe, but I meant to be more specific. She had some strong words to say about the whole NATO situation.
Sbagliata questa strategia? Allora mi si deve formalizzare l'alternativa, mi si deve dire quindi che cosa si intende fare, cioè dobbiamo
She said we must distance ourselves in the sense that we must leave NATO,
prendere
question mark.
distanze, nel senso che dobbiamo uscire dalla NATO, dobbiamo chiudere le basi
We must close American bases.
americane, dobbiamo rompere i rapporti commerciali,
We must sever trade relations. We must storm
dobbiamo
McDonald's.
assaltare i McDonald's, non lo so. Che dobbiamo fare?
I don't know. What should we
Che
do?
dobbiamo fare? Altrimenti, chiaramente,
Storm McDonald's. Okay. Everything is about Israel? It is, though. It is about Israel. Everything is about Israel. What did he say?
In Arctic.
No country has the right to take over the territory of another, not in Ukraine, not in Greenland, not anywhere in the world. Watches the EU's Kaja Kallas calls for united Europe against Trump's tariff threats and Russian aggression. Hassan said these people openly strangled the quote rule-based international order end quote since 2021 when Israel conducted a live-streamed Holocaust. And now Trump is engaging in vulgar imperialism inside the core, and they're panicking. Why did Europe think it'd get the Israel loyalty treatment by the US? I can think of a couple differences between the situation in Israel and the proposed situation in Greenland.
That's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that Sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong.
Okay, fine. Let's do 1.5. We'll do that.
And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven
He kind of sounds like a normal person there.
by
Nice.
the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. But we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month, they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every
Well, that's not true.
single new regulation, but instead I've cut actually till this point 129 regulations for every one new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing. That's the one they like. And bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with that. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country, but it's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program, but you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%, and all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea. They're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal, because, as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you
Bit the shit out of me. Fucking hell.
follow. It's really become a staple. In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. And they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, in some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people.
No, I'm sorry, guys. No. I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. I'm not doing this for an hour listening to this fucking bullshit. I'm just not. Let's just listen to this section on Greenland, and we'll get to the Destiny video.
Ultimately, these are matters of national security and perhaps no current issue.
We're just going to start over this one. Well, no, let's not do that. Let's.
Chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big without
The Rad. Thank you so much for 57 months, buddy.
us. Right now, you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps.
Thoughts on Destiny saying Fellowship is a shit movie? Ooh. Maybe his worst take ever. That's kind of nuts. Fellowship is personally my favorite. Like that, because that was my first introduction into Tolkien, you know? Like, I didn't know anything about that universe. I just love like the introduction to the Shire, all the exposition, you know, the opening exposition is so fucking, it just like hooks you right away. You're like, whoa, what's going on in this world, you know? You know, that first introduction to like Strider or Aragorn, and like I just fucking love that movie. You know, fucking Mines of Moria scene, the Balrog. Are you fucking kidding me? Boromir's sacrifice. What a crazy thing to say. That has to be a troll. There's no way he's being serious.
After the war, we gave Greenland back.
Okay, I'm gonna let this play. I don't feel bad about walking away, doing a chair stream for this. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be back by the time this is done.
To Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we've got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory. It's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, you know, everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places. There's no rare earth, no such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing, but there's so much rare earth. And to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory.
If sweep and disengage is not possible,
it is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount.
I don't know
1%.
what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP, but they weren't paying, most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said, we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5%. They didn't pay the 2%, and now they're paying the 5%. And they're strong
No.
before, and they have an excellent...
I heard. I guess we're just telling the world that we can very easily jam their defense, their missile defense systems or their defense systems. Was this confirmed that that was classified? Yeah, I know. He was talking about Venezuela. Was that confirmed that that was classified information? Marco Rubio finding out that he has to lead an assault on Greenland. Oh no. Poor Marco. I don't understand what his thinking was, because Rubio, you know, for all his flaws, Rubio doesn't appear to be like literally stupid. I don't know why he ever agreed to join the Trump administration. I just don't, like, maybe people get blinded by their own ambition, I guess. He just saw Secretary of State as just like a clear launch pad to the presidency and just found a way to rationalize it in his brain. But what a stupid decision. Like, I don't know. I feel like if he would have played his cards right, he probably would have been in another universe, like the strongest Republican candidate for president. You know? And then he took this job, and it's like, what did you think was going to happen? Like, honestly, how did you see this playing out? It's crazy. For somebody that's like genuinely not a fucking stupid guy.
By the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here?
Speaking of Marco, Mark or Marco? Swanee Bird with $5. Is Trump wearing huge shoulder pads, or is his head just receding into his torso like a turtle? I don't know. I didn't notice that.
Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to.
Is he doing this because he spooked the markets yesterday? Is that what this is about? I mean, I think the tariffs probably hurt the markets yesterday more than Greenland stuff, but like, is that what this is about? Dazudani with $2. Chris Christie nerfed him in 2016. Yeah, but enough time has passed since then. So I think, and he's had a friendly relationship with Marco Rubio now for like years. So I don't think that would have held him back.
Use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I just don't have the patience to sit through that entire speech. I just find it so fucking boring, man. Like,
political violence is bad. Missed the deadline to release all of the files.
Okay, all right, let's get into this 3-hour and 15-minute video. What do we know about this creator? Dead Domain. I think I saw them in the comments referred to as a bread tuber. Is this correct? Did a video on Tucker Carlson, Blair White, Asmongold, Elon, Glenn Beck. Couple on Trump, one more on Tucker Carlson. A Graham Plattner. Okay, hold on. Well, I feel like we could learn a lot about this person by just learning what their take is on Graham Plattner.
I don't like that new Discord sound.
Every platform, Twitter, Blue Sky, TikTok.
But like, you'll take somebody from Chicago shit talking New York pizza?
No, I'm not gonna take that.
Upper crust country club Republican on the Eastern Seaboard.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, there's no chapters in that video. What a mess. I just want to know what their take is. What if we do like a Control F? Transcript Control F tattoo. Oh, where did the oh, there it is.
It turns out that he has a Totenkopf tattoo, and he's not a Death in June fan. I thought that that would be the excuse he ran with. Clearly, I'm not on his PR team. That's an infallible excuse. But yeah, when he was in the military, he had his little Totenkopf tattoo. Bernie Sanders says,
the music in the background is a little much.
I love Hitler. I still endorse him because I love the policies of Adolf Hitler economically. And I like that they're fucking doing a Holocaust in Israel. Yay!
It's
so this shit happened. And today he reveals that he got his Totenkopf, which is a
I mean, it sounds like they're anti-Totenkopf, which is good. Points in their favor.
A symbol of the a SS.
But I don't think this is the creator. I think that I think she's having a conversation with another person, and this is the other person.
Cancer division, if you know, covered up with a neo-Nazi tattoo, where it's like Celtic runes and shit.
I don't know if this is a serious conversation. It sounds like maybe like comedy. They did a video on Tron Ares, killing art for propaganda. There's a Charlie Kirk video. Okay. All right. Well, let's just get into it. Listen, we are going to call balls and strikes. All right. If there's elements of the video I agree with, I will tell you guys. If there are elements of the video that I disagree with, I will tell you guys. And yeah, let's just get into it. We don't have all day, and this is going to take a really long time to get through all this. I don't know if we're going to watch the entire video. But we'll see. I should probably link it. The name of the creator is Dead Domain. They have 147,000 subscribers. Not bad. Not a bad situation. I will link to the video in both of the chats. I'll pin the comment. You guys know my stance on like brigading. Don't do that. If we catch people brigading, if we see people brigading, we will time you out. I don't like brigading. I think it's very stupid and bad and stupid. Yeah, okay. Ooh, I like that music. Ooh.
It's a long-time flaw of the American left, as nebulous a phrase as there's ever been, that we can't really seem to get along or agree much on anything. Who's a tanky? Who's a liberal? Who's a socked implant for the DSA? Or who's doing good praxis or whatever? Yet, as the right wing continues to create coalition after coalition of divergent yet similarly aligned ideologies, conglomerating everyone from incels to backwoods boogaloos to college Republicans, libertarians, neckbeard metrosexuals, and more, like the most unfuckable Katamari of all time. The left of America has had a really
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good line.
hard time putting aside what are ultimately, in the face of concentrated power of an authoritarian movement that has wormed its way into every aspect of American life, very small differences. And a lot of that comes down to personal taste. Some people don't like streamer A because he's icky or interviewed some people they don't like. Some don't like YouTuber B because she said something they took in bad faith and therefore cut all ties with her. Some people don't like this politician because he tweeted something years ago, etc.
I think this creator needs to invest in a teleprompter. In my opinion. But good news, you can actually buy a teleprompter stand, and then there are iOS apps that you can use to turn it into a teleprompter. So
there's a lot I could say here about the parasociality of relationships with political figures.
Dead Domain goes by they, them. Okay, thank you for
and because most concentrated power is interested in maintaining the current social hierarchies, most actual leftist content creators who advocate for leftist economic and social policy are disorganized, left to scattered random assortments across Twitch and YouTube, are ultimately doing their best with a Patreon or Twitch income to stem the tide of misinformation that's propped up by literally billions of dollars in astroturfed right-wing funding. For example, Hassan isn't funded by George Soros, but Turning Point USA was started with fund money from a conservative philanthropist, and the Daily Wire was started with seed money from oil billionaires. All of this is to say that leftist infighting, while a time-honored tradition, is stupid. With little institutional power to achieve our goals, every effort to achieve anything that might prevent some suffering is seemingly undercut just as much from our own side as it is any conservative effort. Meanwhile,
leftist infighting. I would not call Steven a leftist. The thing is like, maybe I'm wrong about this definition. Am I wrong about this definition? When I think of leftist, when I use the word leftist, when I hear other people use the word leftist, I'm thinking about people that are to the left of even progressives. Like when I think of leftists, I think of people that are explicitly influenced by Marxist thought. Did I just do that myself? Did I come up with that definition myself? Like when I look up the definition of the word leftist online, it just says a person who has left-wing political views or supports left-wing policies. But that's never how I hear the word leftist used. This person doesn't think destiny is left. I think they do. I think they do. Because otherwise, what's the point of this whole disclaimer? All the definitions that I see are just someone with left-wing views, but that is never how I've seen just the word used online. Liberals are left of center. Well, to leftists, liberals are at best center left, but most leftists that I've seen describe liberals as center right. The impression that I get, and maybe I'm wrong, is that leftists regard anyone who does not want to end capitalism as we know it. They consider anyone that doesn't advocate for that could never be considered on the left. That's just how they talk about the left. Like, and I've gotten to the point where even I've ceded that territory to them. So when I say the left, I'm talking about like leftists. I'm talking about democratic socialists or wait, now I'm confusing myself. But they do want a monopoly on that word. Like when Hassan says the left, he's talking about people that are in some form or another, like heavily influenced by Marx and motivated by Marxist kind of ideology to one degree or another. Anybody who is not all about, you know, seizing the means of production, collective ownership, elimination of capital. Anybody who doesn't fit those kinds of like litmus, that kind of litmus test, or they can kind of like definitionally not be left wing is what they think. What is this that you just linked? U.S. members of Congress and the leader of Romania's far-right pro-Russian AUR party, long known to be a Russian agent, cutting off pieces of Greenland cake.
Is this like prom? Do you all?
American flag, Greenland.
All right. Here we go. All right, three. Tell me when you got. Ready?
Fucking obscene. I don't even know. Anyways, I don't understand this disclaimer for leftist infighting when it would shock me if they considered Destiny to be a leftist.
As the recent assassination of Charlie Kirk has shown, the comfortable liberal and intelligentsia classes would rather close ranks with conservatives that actively target them, because when it comes down to it, they have class consciousness. Even
you know what I'm gonna do, guys, and I'm being serious about it too. I'm gonna reshare the link, and I'm just gonna make sure that if we're gonna have a conversation about this creator in the chat, let's make sure that we respect the pronouns here. So they go by they, them. Please be respectful. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. 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 All right, there we go.
At the expense of their own safety, leopards eating people's faces, and so on and so forth. Barry Weiss's recent turn from being a reasonable lib to a useful cog in state-run media is a perfect example of this. But for all our infighting, there are a few things we probably should agree on. For any smaller battles and quibbles we are willing to set aside, we must be vigilant in defending the communities we seek to help, and so we
Actively Impressive says this person isn't terribly politically informed. It's mostly a gossip channel. Gotcha. Well, I mean, they make a lot of political content, so
cannot accept any predators, abusers, or people who are
BreadTuber is a definition that I don't really understand. I was never plugged into any of that. I never watched the content, but I think from what I gather, tell me if I'm wrong. From what I gather, BreadTube is a genre of YouTube that is occupied by leftist video essayists, and I want to say that they started sometime like around Gamergate. Is that true? Like I think Contra was one of the most. Contra is like definitely a old school BreadTuber, right? I think technically, like, what's his name? Noah Samson is technically BreadTube. Like, that's BreadTube, right? BreadTube died more than half a decade ago. You guys are saying Vosh is BreadTube, but did he make video essays? It's basically commie video essay channels or very far left stuff. Yeah. BreadTube more like DeadTube. The only reason I know about BreadTube is because people speak about it. I didn't know it was a thing. I got a little confused. I think that BreadTube comes from like bread lines. Like, what is the name of I don't understand the significance of the name. Trans women making video essays about Marxism. Okay, that's very hyper specific, but all right.
We're so self-interested, they really only seem to care about themselves to the exclusion and detriment of others. You saw the title of the video. Let's talk about Destiny. Stephen Bennell II, commonly known by his online monikers, the Omni-Liberal and Destiny, is a sex pest, socially inept loser, deadbeat father, and all-around pedantic dipshit.
Wow, Jesus, okay. Hit the ground running. You know what? I respect that. Actual Facts Racing with $2. Ad washed out on Spotify. Well, I don't understand that. What does that mean?
Okay, I got that out of my system, and I'm just joking. If you're a Destiny fan and you're already triggered, well, then you're probably just a lot like him in that, like Destiny, you probably have no problem lobbing similar insults at people, denigrating others based on perceived failings. Yet, once that same standard is turned on him, suddenly it's a low blow. You might even designate the things I just said as straw men or some other pedantic debate tactic. If you couldn't tell, yeah, we're going to be using the word pedantic a lot to describe Stephen. Somehow, this picture you'd see if you looked up the definition of the word man-child has managed to become something of a mainstream touchstone for representing the online left. In the last few months, for example, he was featured on CNN for a piece on how the left is meeting right-wing debate lords on their own turf.
Somehow I feel like on the left, I don't know how this happened online. Maybe it's because we tend to be younger or whatever, but somehow the party's messaging apparatus, it feels like it's kind of hijacked from people by people who won't vote for your candidates.
One that is often characterized by un-PC language, insults, and crude humor, like this tweet Destiny sent poking conservatives by saying the kids who died in the Texas floods were proof that God doesn't exist.
Do you regret sending those tweets? I think they have to get over it. I don't regret them. I love poking the bear on the right.
Yes, mainstream media always right on time. 10 years too late. There was also this video recently. Like, come on, guys.
And I saw so much.
I mean, in that guy's defense specifically, that guy on CNN, I feel like, has been making pretty good videos diving into the kind of seedy underbelly of online politics. That guy with a... Is that an Irish accent or a Scottish accent? That guy on CNN, I feel like he's been making some pretty good videos for a little bit now, right? Dead Domain, this was a post in September of 2025. They said, my updated view of Hamas is that they are a justified form of militant Palestinian resistance against the state of Israel. They are a justified form of militant Palestinian resistance. That's a little nebulous. What does that mean? A justified form of Palestinian resistance. Maybe I'm being pedantic. I guess I don't really understand what that means. Very specifically. You do not, under any circumstances, ever have to say that an ultra theocratic, brutally repressive and authoritarian group of religious zealots are, you know, quote unquote, like imperfect allies. Like you don't have to do that. And it's so, I think it gives you insight into like the culture of online leftism, that this has become a litmus test for them. It's like a competition to see like who can present themselves as the most radical among them, you know? Gotta be radical. Gotta be super radical. And then there's nothing wrong with like radicalism inherently. Like sometimes radicalism is justified, or sometimes it's perfectly fine to be radical. You can be radical and do really cool stuff, like Jesus Christ was considered radical. Buddha was considered radical. And I don't know, they had some pretty good insights into things. But in order to do that, like you can't, like you will be ostracized from online leftist spaces if you take any other position besides saying something along the lines of Hamas is a valid form of resistance against the genocidal settler colonial apartheid state of Israel. Like it has to be like, you have to hit all those talking points. Radical Face, very good musician. Saw them play live at a small venue in Los Angeles, and it was very, very cozy. Really enjoyed their music. Lawson Harrison with $10. Give me a paragraph of someone's description of Destiny, and I'll give you 99% of their political beliefs. I think like I agree, I could probably do the same. But you can do that with like a lot of people, not just Destiny. Like if somebody has a really informed opinion of Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, David Pakman, chances are you're going to be able to figure out where they are on 99% of issues. Just basically any polarizing character, any polarizing figure online. People who aren't online aren't going to have insightful takes on Destiny. That's true. And that's the thing with Destiny, you need to be super online. There is so much lore. It's kind of nuts how much lore there is. I tried watching a video involving Destiny like 3 weeks ago on the lawsuit stuff or something. I don't know what I was watching, and I didn't understand a fucking word. Literally, I fucking didn't understand a word that was going on. Like, there, who's like Mr. Girl, like Lav. I've heard the name Lav like a billion times in the context of Destiny, just kind of scrolling through like threads. Who the fuck is that person? What's going on there? What happened with all that? There's like a billion people that Steven used to be friends with that he's now like mortal enemies with. And you have to know, you have to be so online to understand all the conversations that are happening. Like, I thought Lav was a guy. Truthfully. And now there's people in chat saying, BPD Queen. It just, this is news to me. So, yeah.
Involvement from different gaming people, and I thought the conversations were so horrible. I was like, oh, I could.
Yeah, the Destiny orbit is like a fucking George R.R. Martin book with like 50 competing houses, each with their own set of complex history. You need a fucking Silmarillion style novel to unpack all this fucking lore. And even then, you know, you do it just to prove that you're like a fan, but it's kind of boring. Like, that's what Esme tried to do. Like, Esme, she bought all these like companion books because she was actually reading the books before the shows got made, I think. And so she for the longest time she was like reading this one book that was like a Silmarillion but for the Game of Thrones universe, and she was like, I don't fucking know what's going on. Like, she was trying to get up to date on like the House of the Dragon stuff. By the way, do not go back and rewatch Game of Thrones if you don't want House of the Dragon spoiled, because that shit gets massively spoiled in season 4 of Game of Thrones. Joffrey just like boom, boom, boom. Just Joffrey. I'm not even going to tell you, okay? But I think I know how House of the Dragon ends. Because Joffrey just fucking fully spoiled that shit. It was super explicit. Yeah, he just straight up said, like, I'm not even gonna say it, but like, it's a big thing in the House of the Dragon. Like, it's a big fucking thing, okay? And he just like, here is where the da 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 da, you know, 200 years ago, this is where da 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 da. And it's like, what? I don't want to know that. It's like, he spoiled the fucking red wedding for me, you know? Yeah.
Improve this and I can join this and, you know, make this part of my content. Generally, the phrase don't make this political is actually, people don't realize it, and I'm not accusing people of being bad faith, but that's coded language for I want to maintain the status quo. Yeah, so generally, if, you know, the environment is a certain way and so just maybe we should change this aspect of the environment, people say, well, let's not get political here, and what that means is I like the current environment, let's not change it.
Have you seen the first episode of Night of the Seven Kingdoms yet? Wait. What? What do you mean, have I seen it? What the fuck? It's already live. Huh? What the fuck? Wait, when did this air? Did this air on Sunday? I haven't even seen the fucking trailer for that show.
Shout out to this Wired article from 2020, which serves as a fairly complete and often revealing profile of Stephen's various neuroses. I highly recommend you go and read the article in its entirety because it's only grown better and more relevant with time, as the several quotes I've pulled throughout the video will attest. Quote, Bunnell first waded into the online political discourse a few years ago, driven by a kind of intellectual fury. As he sees it, many of the web...
God damn. Night of the Seven Kingdoms, 94% thermometer, 71% audience score.
Most influential gurus and luminaries are bewilderingly incapable of critical thought. End quote. Yes, Destiny is primarily known for his debate skills, which I will get to at some point. But before that, I need to go back. Way back, because like every other deep dive I've done on an internet personality in the past, with Destiny joining the unenviable ranks of people like Matt Walsh and Brianna Wu, when you go back to the very beginning, you can much better piece together who this person has always been. And for Stephen, he's always kind of been a immature, self-serving edgelord.
I mean, you literally told him to end his life over Twitter, didn't you?
I might have. I tell a lot of people to kill themselves, but I mean, like...
Wow. I will be entirely honest. After reading countless forum posts, watching exposés, and countless hours of Stephen's own live streams, I will admit this deep dive has been much harder to do than ones I've done previously, at least as far as remaining empathetic to the primary subject. Usually, even with people I find personally reprehensible, like Matt Walsh or Brianna Wu, I still try to understand them through an empathetic lens, to get at what makes them tick as people and relate that to my own
Oh, Lawson, I'm sorry. I already read that out. Thank you, Lawson. Appreciate you, buddy.
Experiences, even if I don't agree with their opinions, their manipulative tactics, or their method. Destiny, however, defies this principle. At every turn, he has remained a unsympathetic and detached egotist. And the more I've learned, the more I have a hard time empathizing with him because, as I'll show, there's so little to empathize with on a personal human level. I think his detachment and callousness has served him professionally to expand his base and profile, but now it has led to a series of controversies that he just can't ignore anymore. This is a deeply unwell, manipulative, cold, and self-interested person. That is an assessment, by the way, entirely free of whether or not I agree with any of his policies.
I would agree with at least one of those descriptors. I'll leave that a mystery.
Because as we will speak about at length, much of his political outlook seems to come from a place.
The psychoanalyzing is crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's a little cringy. It's like a new phenomenon. And now I think even therapists are starting to weigh in on it. This weaponization of therapy language. That's become a very kind of prevalent thing, I think, in the culture. Mostly on the left. Like, the word gaslight gets thrown around a lot. When, like, 99% of the times when people say gaslighting, they mean just kind of lying or blatantly lying. What are some of the other ones? Parasocial, I think. I don't know if parasocial is a therapy kind of language. Narcissist, yeah, but like, I don't know. I feel fine calling Trump a narcissist. Why not deep dive into the response meta and watch Destiny's react to this full video? That way you're another step down the reaction ladder. We can't be adding extra steps here. I just want to give you my take on the video. Words like ADHD or OCD. Maybe. No, I'm thinking of other things. Like, I'm drawing a blank now, but there's like 5 to 10 words that you would normally only hear in the context of a therapy session that are just now being used pretty regularly in the public lexicon.
Of convenience and confrontation rather than genuine conviction. Like, say what you want about
okay, hold on. I just
cold and self-interested person. That is an assessment, by the way, entirely free of whether or not I agree with any of his politics. Because as we will speak about at length, much of his political outlook seems to come from a place of convenience and confrontation rather than genuine conviction. Like, say what you want about Matt Walsh, but I at least believe that he believes the bullshit he says. The same can't be said, in my opinion, for Steven. So
I wonder if they're going to get into why they have that view, because you can say a lot of things about Destiny, and I think you can say a lot of things that even he would agree with, but I have never had the impression that he held those views out of convenience, or what else did they say? Destiny has always struck me as earnest in his convictions. Sometimes I think he's very misguided. Sometimes I think he's very emotionally driven. And so are DGG. I think the kind of more recent 6 months, I've seen a lot of that. I've already spoke to that and had many fights with Chad about this, but I don't take him to be insincere, so I don't know where they're getting that.
Fairly recently, for example, what kind of
also, yeah, it's like, wait, what was convenient about any of that?
Liberal would attempt to dox someone and publicly report their spouse to ICE, all because they were being sued for being a sex pest. Destiny is that kind of liberal. But like those previous deep dives, this isn't going to be a hit piece solely attacking somebody I don't like, but I aim for it to function more as a guide to who he is through his content. And hopefully that will answer the question of, as we try to find a way forward and build coalitions, what is the line for who we reject solidarity with? And that line is Steven, a abuse.
I find the premise to be a bit odd, because she's framing it as though they're framing it as though as if this is a rejection of Destiny from among their ranks. But to my knowledge, that was never on the table. So what the fuck is this all about? They're like, we need to have a conversation about who we allow in our movement. That's why I'm doing a video on Destiny. Was Destiny trying to become a part of their movement? Was that even something that was being discussed?
Abusive, narcissistic weirdo who will always try and make a bigger issue about himself. Most recently, at time of writing, that took the form of him trying to do the whole Charlie Kirk debate me thing. Why? For what? For why?
Isn't DGG Destiny? DGG is the community around Destiny. Destiny is Destiny.
Probably the same reason he immediately went on TV as a talking head and started saying the dumbest shit imaginable, as right-wingers were looking for anything they could to justify cracking down on the free speech of the left in the wake of Charlie Kirk's killing.
In response to Alina Habba's tweet ordering people to fly their flags at half-mast in memory of Charlie, you posted on X buying flags and poles just to fly them fully erect. And you then posted yesterday ending every conservative debate call out I do in 2026 with "Don't dodge, bro." That's not what Charlie would have wanted. I mean, do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
Yes. I think that the only way this country moves forward into a better world is when conservatives can finally realize that they need to turn the temperature down on their side.
You have a huge audience of young men who listen to everything you have to say. So when it doesn't matter.
Sadacare with $5. Destiny watched an hour and a half of this last night and reacted to it. It gets so much worse. They didn't do their conduit level due diligence at all. Uh-oh.
You have a huge audience. And because of the fact that you have a huge audience.
Or also probably why, in the middle of a public lawsuit, he is openly harassing people involved in the lawsuit, recording it and laughing.
And while I was out with my good Nazi friend, I'll say LS for an abbreviation to keep it anonymous.
Do you have anything you would like to say to the audience?
Yeah, you're a freak. You're fucking weird.
Okay, cool.
That's why I need to be deposed.
Do I really? Are we recording each other now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you around.
Why are you following me?
Because I'm bored and I gang stalk in real life.
You're a fucking freak. You're a pedophile.
Yeah.
Sad.
Since you deposed or subpoenaed her, you must have known that she...
Like, I don't care if you have issues with Destiny, if you don't like him. You should at least know the context of this situation and relay what the context is. And it seems as though Dead Domain is presenting this at face value, as though there's nothing else to this exchange besides what's on the surface here, but that's just not the case. My understanding is that this person was Destiny on 6th Street in Austin, was in Texas, and she just ran up to Destiny, and they have history together, but like she was accusing him of like stalking her. And it seems like the video essayist is just accepting that premise. I'm not sure if this is dishonesty or if they just don't understand the context here.
She lives in Texas. I don't think she ever got subpoenaed in Texas. I'm pretty sure she got subpoenaed in Florida.
You're a pedophile.
Yeah. Yeah. True.
We're going to see that clip a few more times. All of this is because he wants attention, and he doesn't care who his grandstanding and short-sightedness affects as long as he gets that. The thing about being an internet streamer for so long is that there's a lot of time for you to...
The other thing is like, maybe I'm already, I think I may be pausing a little too much here, but I feel like when it's a creator accusing another creator of wanting attention, it's like, it's a little bit of a glass houses situation. Technically, if you broadcast yourself on the internet, obviously you want attention as well. So that's just a very odd line of attack coming from a creator, you know, like that's, yeah, that is literally the job. If you didn't want attention, you would not make a lot of money doing this for work. That's like a necessary part of it. I don't think I am missing the point, Asteroid. I don't think I am.
To talk about your own past, something that has led...
I mean, we can go
Steven
back. So
we're going to see that clip a few more times. All of this is because he wants attention, and he doesn't care who his grandstanding and short-sightedness affects as long as he gets that. The thing...
I mean, yeah, you could say that that's a more specific point that she's making.
About being an internet streamer for so long is that there's a lot of time for you to talk about your own past, something that has led Steven into hot water several times, which is to say that most of what we know about his past is from Steven himself. He is his own favorite subject. He was raised conservative Catholic. In 2010, he dropped out of school and was later fired from a job, citing, quote, an inability to understand others' emotional experiences, which would lead to him starting to stream full-time on Twitch.
It's actually kind of crazy how similar our backgrounds are. It sounds like both of his parents were in the military and were religious and conservative. Only one of my parents was in the military, but retired veteran. He was an active police officer at the time. Raised in the Catholic Church, went to private Catholic school, dropped out of college, got into video games, switched to politics. Like, there's so much common ground in our backgrounds.
Focusing primarily on StarCraft 2. From the aforementioned Wired article, quote, forced to choose between a paycheck or an education, he dropped out of school in 2010. Within a year, he was fired from his job. Bunnell attributes this to his own failure to navigate workplace politics. Quote, empathy isn't something that comes naturally to me. It's very hard for me to understand other people's emotional experiences. End quote. This
is where we differ, because many people say that I'm an empath. I can literally feel other people's emotions as they're happening. I feel like when people say I'm an empath, what you mean is you massively project. That's what it is. It's like you had some feelings and you delusionally convinced yourself that you're like feeling other people's feelings and you're just projecting.
Knowledge of empathy, or lack of it, by Steven is a key part of who he is. And I don't want to speculate on whether he's neurodivergent or on the spectrum or how much that plays into his behavior, but at a certain point, neurodivergent or not, if you're aware of how much of a dick you're being in your behavior and you do nothing to curb that behavior.
ADHD is 1,000% considered neurodivergence, right? I'm double neurodivergent, so I've got him beat on that front. ADHD is a neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by persistent patterns of inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. It's for sure considered neurodivergent. And did you guys know ADHD, overwhelmingly, it's the case that someone with ADHD, either one or both of their parents had it. It's also Esme is reading a book about like, so your partner has ADHD. And so she's learning about it. She's also going to school for like psychology stuff. So that's pretty cool. But apparently ADHD is a kind of learned behavior that is a coping mechanism for difficult, unsafe situations. Like ADHD is born out of, and this is a bit trite, maybe that's the word, or a bit a word that's used a lot these days, but like it's a trauma response. Apparently ADHD is a fucking trauma response. And neither of my parents have ADHD. Like my dad is the most stoic, focused guy you could imagine. My mom is a bit anxious, but she's not. She's always been very organized, like always on time, very structured. And somehow I ended up having ADHD. I don't even know what the odds are, but it's something like 80 or 90% of people with ADHD, one or both of their parents have it. ADHD is not a trauma response. Well, according to this book, it's maybe I might be mischaracterizing it. So, full disclosure there. Okay, so technically, trauma responses means something very specific, and I'm not using it in the right way. Okay, it's not classified as a trauma response. It's a neurodevelopmental disorder with distinct characteristics, although symptoms of ADHD and trauma can overlap. While ADHD and trauma can present similar symptoms such as difficulty concentrating, restlessness, and emotional volatility, they stem from different underlying mechanisms. Here's a Psychology Today article that says ADHD isn't a trauma response. Forget I said that. Forget I said that. I don't know anything about it. I just ignore me on that. But I swear to God, in this book that she's reading, it posits that ADHD forms in your like younger years as a response to trauma. I think that's what the book said, but apparently the book is wrong. I don't know.
You are simply willfully choosing to be a dick, which will go on to be the defining aspect of his personality once he gets a platform, a dickish, holier-than-thou superiority that I suspect is also part of why his audience is drawn to him. And I want to return to that Wired article one last time for a particularly telling paragraph that is, in hindsight, so much more revealing than I think anyone knew it would become. Quote, eventually he quit his job and made streaming a full-time gig, earning more than $100,000 his first year. But even as his financial prospects improved, Bunnell was painfully withdrawing from a relationship with the mother of his son. The two are now on friendly terms, and Bunnell sees his son often. He describes his political identity at the time as anti-SJW, against social justice warriors. These were days when words like cunt and retard would reflexively exit Bunnell's mouth, along with what has become a debased salutation on the internet.
War never changes.
Kill yourself. The comic value of the gag is measured in its repugnance. Bunnell once quarreled on Twitter with a woman who claimed she'd been sexually assaulted. At the end of their exchange, she told him to go fuck himself. Quote, I hope you get raped with a fucking shovel, he replied. End quote. Now,
that's one way to engage.
It's online. Very odd to preface that tweet by essentially calling it a gag. We will talk more about that incident and many more having to do with Stephen's opinions and lack of care or empathy to victims of sexual assault. But
you know, just to be, I will say that like I have, I assume that post is during like the peak. I assume that post was from like 10 years ago. I'm certainly not defending that post. That's that's a crazy thing to say to somebody on the internet. But I will say that like I definitely had a pretty fucking edgy phase. And there were a lot of things I said back then that I just would not say now. I don't know if that's the case for Destiny, because I've seen him say some wild fucking shit just as recently as the last year. But there was a period of time 10 to 15 years ago in that range where edginess, it was like a contest to see who could be the most edgy. Hell Sweet Hell with $20. Nebraska Steve is just all Dems cathartic wrath focused into a gnome. He's kind of the devil on your shoulder for sure. Like I think his whole thing is he just leans into that 100%. I don't know if I've ever seen him try to appeal to people's better angels. It's just not how he's ever worked in practice. I think internet edginess peaked around 2008, 2009. And then people started mellowing down after social media got centralized to YouTube, Facebook, and they started moderating. I don't know. I think maybe it peaked closer to 2012. I mean, 2009, 2010 was pretty fucking edgy. I mean, there were grape jokes every fucking video. Every video there were grape jokes. It was a thing in Machinima. We had the guy who was the head of programming on the Machinima side of thing. There was like a production side and a programming side. And the guy who was in charge of programming would kind of confront me. And technically this guy was like not directly my boss, but within the structure of the company, he was way, way, way higher than me as a talent or host. And their whole philosophy was don't fuck with the formula. And so to Machinima's credit, that first year, they let us say the most outrageous stuff, the most edgy content. They just let it go because it was getting a ton of views. And that was all that Machinima cared about at the time. They cracked down a little bit more kind of going into the second year because we started to rely on advertisers more. But the guy, without telling me like stop saying these grape jokes, he would try to convince me to stop saying these grape jokes. And I'd be like, I don't know. I don't like people telling me what to say. Like that's where I was at with things. Like being told that I didn't want to, being told that I shouldn't be saying something made me want to say it more. In retrospect, it was pretty immature. Just kind of like an immature kind of reflex that I had. Oh God, where was I going with the story? It was going somewhere interesting, I swear to God, and now it's gone. Speaking of ADHD.
But to me, this paragraph was fascinating when I came across it for two reasons. One, we now know that Destiny has been a primarily absent father, which is probably at least partially why his son has now descended into white supremacist circles.
Like, being Destiny's son, right, you're going to have like a lot of more like, you would imagine you'd have a lot more like liberal ideologies being raised by somebody like Destiny. So like what point was it where you kind of like came into your own and formed like your own separate belief system?
How old is Nathan, you guys? I think farming 15-year-olds for content is pretty low. Be like 14 or 15. I think farming 15-year-olds for content is not the best behavior.
It was kind of around.
Like, I don't know what I was saying. I mean, I know I wasn't saying this when I was 14, but also like the internet didn't really exist in the way it does now when I was 14. And I mean, I it's hard to remember what I was thinking about when I was 14 years old, but I'm very glad that people weren't interviewing me and putting it on the internet when I was 14, because I probably would have said some insane shit that, I became an adult and realized was not correct or something.
A few months ago, I started talking to a lot more creators.
Thoughts on Hitler? Don't get me banned, bro.
Ooh, a great guy. Great guy.
This, despite the fact that Destiny has said many times throughout the years how active he was in his kid's life.
Correct? Yeah. Are you involved, or is
This guy, is this guy the one that was like, endure? Is this the guy that was like, if you're a woman and your husband is beating you, you just endure. Make the marriage work.
Yeah, I lived there until he was around 9. Then I moved to California and then Florida, and then anytime
You endure. I remember that guy, the endure guy. And then there was also a video of him like right after he got liposuction or something like that. There's some strange people on the internet, man.
Probably try to visit him afterwards. So
Gotcha.
heading up to Nebraska tomorrow to hang out with him.
You said he's 9?
Yeah. No. Until he was 9. He's 12 now.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Before we move on from this topic, I want to draw a parallel here between some of the things that Nathan, Destiny's son, says about his personal struggles.
Yeah, I like being mean to people online. It's fun. I like getting responses out of people. I like the attention.
Do you think that your dad is like proud of your social media stuff? Like, would you say that your dad is proud of you right now and everything that you're doing?
No.
No?
No.
Why not?
Kind of just going.
Like, I feel bad, like watching this on stream. You know, like I think it's ethically very dubious to like interview a fucking 15-year-old kid like this.
Self-destructing. I'm destroying.
The 88 mile per hour 10 Canadian. I'm a counseling therapist, and Dead Domain's attempted use of psychological analysis is really flawed, ableist, and damaging to marginalized groups with actual disorders. They do it in multiple videos.
My life basically, but it's and I don't do anything to stop it. And
I think it would be a more, if you really wanted to attack Destiny, and there's vectors of attack there for sure. Destiny doesn't exactly make it difficult for people to attack him. I think he has questionable behavior and questionable rhetoric from time to time. But they're not, I think it's telling that in the first 15 minutes, they're not actually engaging in anything, like any actual arguments that Destiny is making. It's all about this like unpacking his psychology. And I'm just like, okay, you know, what qualifications do you have to like dive into the psychology here? Why would I even listen to comments about how Destiny's mind works and like what motivates him, what kind of person he is? Like, why are we doing this psychoanalysis, right?
I know that I am.
And some of the ways that Destiny has spoken about his own struggles in the past and how they manifested.
Well, I was left pretty much to my own devices growing up. My parents didn't come to my concerts or, you know, come to school plays or whatever. It was pretty much just me on my own. I think that combined with the fact that most of my heroes were very edgy, shonen-esque figures, or people like Solid Snake or whatever in JRPGs and shit, led to me growing up to be a pretty individual person. This has its ups, it has its downs. For me personally, in this business, it's been a major benefit to me, like an insurmountable benefit.
And I want to draw these two parallels because this is just one of many examples we will see of Stephen not really understanding how his actions affect others. So
they got the first kid to breaking. What did you say? In this video, the first teen to rebel against their parents. Yeah. How many? Just type yes or no. I'm curious. Did you guys rebel from one or both of your parents at some point in your life? Like really rebel? Just type yes or no. There are some people where it's like, they'll say, no, actually, you know, I had a good relationship with my parents, and, you know, I can't prove it. It's not based on anything. I can't prove it, but I feel like the more you go towards the fringes, the more you go to the far right or the far left, the higher the likelihood that you are rebelling against one or both of your parents. Like, that's just intuition. I have no idea if that's actually true, but I rebelled so much. But for me, it was like a delayed fuse. My dad was a very strict disciplinarian, You did not tolerate, you did not talk back to him. That was just not, you never did that. It just was not on the, and so I just didn't have that option. And so but once the, bro, the year I moved out, I went hard, you guys. I went so hard. I got so many piercings in my face. And at the time, I thought it was just me expressing my individuality. And in retrospect, it's so obvious that I was doing it to piss my dad off. I was doing it just like, look what I can do now. Can't tell me what to do. And then, you know, like move back home after like a year and it's like, oh shit. You know, I do like lip rings though. I do genuinely like lip rings. I like the way they look. I find them very attractive. Personally, that's just me.
For example, how his son is seemingly dealing with many.
It was insane. Like I had cartilage piercings, 2 earrings in each earlobe, 2 eyebrow piercings, 2 lip piercings, and a tongue piercing, all at the same time. That's crazy. That it was just, and in retrospect, it's so obvious that I was doing it to like, you can't tell me what to do now, Dad. You know, because I just like, it's so obvious that that's what it was. Like looking back, it was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. Yeah.
Of the same things that he dealt with because of his absence and short-sightedness. The other thing I find interesting is the way this profile of Destiny, written in 2020, goes out of its way to give him credit for personal growth while calling out the horrible things he said in the past. But the way the profile is written gives the impression that while he came up in transgressive and awful internet circles, it was around 2012 that he reflected and began to grow as a person, moving into liberal politics and away from reactionary edginess. The problem with that narrative established is that the tweet mentioned in the context of Destiny starting streaming in 2011 is actually from an incident in 2015. This might seem like a minor nitpick, but it cuts at an undercurrent of much of Destiny's coverage in the mainstream, and that is giving him way too much credit and goodwill. Because this trend of Destiny getting goodwill that erases the things he's done is important because he just continues to do them. He continues to say shit like this to this day.
I don't even understand this analysis. Like who are they alleging is giving Destiny goodwill? I don't know if Destiny's ever been I don't know if Destiny's ever pretended to be anything other than the way that he is. And you guys have heard me, like I take issue with a lot of the stuff that he says and the way his approach, but I don't know if I would ever say he's inconsistent. I don't know if I would ever say he's pretending to be something else that's like more sanitized. If anything, it's the opposite. He leans into that edginess still.
For example, this article also mentions that he was inspired to start reflecting on his politics when he saw a friend call a gay person a slur, but the article fails to mention that in 2018, he was suspended on Twitch for spouting that same word. These outbursts, by the way, he doesn't really ever take any kind of responsibility for and will instead continually chalk up his Twitch bans to being targeted by crazy radical leftists or whatever. While he's tried to reshape his image over the years and even claims to have phased words out of his vocabulary, at his heart, he is still the same person who said these things. He never really lost his edgelord.
That's quite the speculation. That's a bit arrogant to make that kind of a judgment call. The same exact person? Like, I don't know if I would say he's like deep down the same exact person he was back then. I don't know why you would confidently say something like that.
Side, he just found a way to monetize it and get attention from it, which is what I aim to illustrate by laying out a timeline like this. So let's go back to the beginning of Steven's streaming career. It was 2011, so being an abrasive, dickish tryhard was in vogue, and Destiny got plenty of notoriety for his place in the trend.
True.
And it's in this origin story that we see the saplings that will become the shrubly man that Destiny is now. Much like Matt Walsh got his start as a sadistic shock jock, which was an early insight into his personal cruelty to others, Destiny's start as a transgressive, immature, rage-fueled gamer feels like a guide to everything he did next. Over the years, it's become clear, for example, that Destiny still loves some offensive humor, and by offensive humor I mean he almost certainly just says racial slurs in private to his friends. I'm not aghast by this behavior, by the way. Don't mistake me clutching my progressive identity politics pearls. I just think it's cringe to have the same go-to playground insults as a middle schooler. He still calls people the R-slur like he's playing Xbox Live in a 2009 Modern Warfare 2 lobby. In leaked messages from his own server, for example, as recent as the last few months, he still says shit like this. And I'm sure if there are any loyal members of his audience left after his various controversies, they're typing angry messages in my comments, already calling me maybe some of these words, or trying to debate me, bro, laying out some law.
It did get the people talking in the replies there.
Long-winded diatribe about how using slurs is actually totally okay, and you should focus on his actual arguments instead of how.
But you look like a completely different person in 2011. Not only did I physically look like a lot different than I do right now, I was a radically different person back then. How could I not be? After going through like everything that I did and the trajectory that I got on, I have a totally different set of values now. The relationship that I've been in for the last coming up on 11 years now, like really chilled me out. Diagnoses and medication definitely chilled me out. I look at things differently. I see the world very differently. I see myself very differently. I don't know if everybody goes through that kind of experience, but like I feel in many ways literally like a totally different person. And it's so extreme that I find it difficult to watch old videos of myself. I've shared this with you guys before, but it is a really unbearable experience for me. I'm not even kidding. It's not performative. If I see old videos of me, I have a really hard time. Because I just remember being that person. I was like, and in retrospect, I was so confused. That me, I know a lot of you guys have nostalgia for those old videos of me, but that version of me was so confused and in so much pain that I didn't even know how to articulate or identify. I was actually struggling so fucking much back then. I was so confused. I was so mixed up. Desperate for some kind of clarity that just wasn't happening. So I hope I look better. You know, I hope when people tune in now, they see someone who's a bit more healthy. Because when I look at those old videos of me, that's what I see. I see like an unhealthy, like very unwell person. That's what I see. So I just can't do it. I can't watch those videos, man.
How he delivers them. But I'm not interested in that criticism because like so much Destiny does, it's just a smokescreen to distract from the glaring issue that Steven is just a incredibly immature person who's never attempted to grow up or take responsibility for what he does. And because of his massive platform, amount of connections, and sphere of influence, that consistent recklessness and unaccountability has tangibly hurt people and continues to. And oh boy, will we talk about the things he thinks are okay as long as you do them in private, like how early in his career he was bragging to friends about getting bikini pictures from 15-year-olds, noting how tempted he was.
You want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. She wanted to meet and hook up. Dude, she's 15. What the fuck? But she sent me pictures that made it so hard to say no. So in these logs, when Destiny was 23, he said that it was really hard to turn down hooking up with this 15-year-old because she looked so good in this picture of her in a bikini. He then shared this lewd image of a child with his friends and said that he's gonna get arrested someday.
Imagine receiving a
back in the day, for anybody that was alive or back there in the crazy gaming times, MLG events were literally fucking cesspools of crazy shit. Yeah, I messaged my little team or whatever. Obviously those DMs were pretty crass, but I mean the whole point is like, hey, like there are gonna be people that DM you, they'll send you pictures, they look older than they actually are, don't fuck a minor, your life is gonna be over, don't do it. If you want to like sit here and virtue signal about how, oh no, like every single person above or below this age, like it's the second they turn 18 or 22, they instantly look attractive, or like this, I'm not here for that. If that's what you want to do, then go for it.
So to be clear,
you know, I don't understand why you have to share the picture if you're doing that.
His argument here is that not only was
I don't know if there's more context to that or what kind of picture was sent there.
Behavior something totally normal, and he just says that passively.
But generally, obviously, that changes the context, you know.
As if it's not going to get any pushback. But additionally, that somebody being concerned about somebody in their 20s sharing and finding a 15-year-old attractive is somehow virtue signaling. This is not how it works, Stephen. He was absolutely well into adulthood by this time. These are things to keep in mind, and I will dive into them more fully when the time comes. But for now, just ponder how this start as an elite gamer played into the various controversies he continues to face, and more importantly, how he vitriolically and venomously reacts to anyone who doesn't fall in line with his framing of an issue. One constant since his era of calling himself an anti-SJW libertarian is Stephen's emphasis on basing his views on empirical data rather than emotional or opinion-based arguments. It's notable how that lofty standard can fly out the window when it's convenient for him, though, which, again, we will see plenty of. This empirical data talking point is just that. It's a talking point. It's marketing for his followers to buy into, and something he can say on public debate stages in the hopes of pulling susceptible people to his side of the argument. This is how a lot of debates go. From the video Turkey Tom did on him, where he followed Destiny.
I mean, I think if you spend any time, if you have any kind of familiarity with his approach to debates, it just seems pretty obvious that his preference is to, all things being equal, and if somebody is like treating him with respect, to steer the conversation in a way where you are unpacking things in a more empirical way versus going off of your feelings. Like the author of this, or the creator of this video, seems to like question that, but that is how he pretty consistently operates. So I don't know where she's getting this idea that that's just a smokescreen.
He definitely uses this not like other girls style of argumentation to distinguish himself, though in practice it isn't so much that he's the lone true centrist, and more that he's a progressive until somebody on the progressive side criticizes him.
Again, he does not like a centrist. He's a pretty partisan Democrat. I mean, especially in the last like year. But this is just par for the course when it comes to leftists and the way they talk about liberals. Because leftists, they see liberals as at best in the center or centrist, and more typically they will say that liberals are center right. But like, again, especially in the last year, he has been like pretty relentless about talking about how uniquely awful the Republican Party are, with some extremely colorful language. So to me, that's like not very centristy, but
you'll see what I mean.
One of the things that I like, I think one of my strengths, one of the reasons why people like watching my content is because
is anyone, I'm afraid to look at the Turkey Tom stuff. Is it bad? I kind of like Turkey Tom's videos, he impressed me with, I just felt like he was very articulate for a young guy. It's not great. It's just weird, but looks sussy. He's accused of recording without consent. It's mostly just alleged, no real evidence. I just don't see a lot of people talking about it in detail. So I don't know if that means that we don't know a lot of the details, but his videos are better than one battle after another. Turkey Tom's videos? That's a little much. If true, I would say it's worse than Destiny stuff. Okay. I don't know the particulars. All I know is I think there was a couple tweets that popped up on my timeline that was talking about like age play. What is the term? Age role play? Which as long as it's consenting, I don't give a fuck. Like if two adults, if they find that sexually arousing and it's consensual. All right, I'm out. Y'all have fun. I don't want to hear this. Listen, there's a lot of adults out there that like people are a lot fucking freakier, okay, than I think the general public understands, all right? Like most people have some kind of kink, and like as long as it is consensual, there's very few things that I think would be like even if it was consensual. Blue Ryden with $5. I'm behind you, but you should watch Destiny react so he can give the context. There's too many layers to that. I understand the suggestion, but there's too many layers there.
I don't have a particular political slant. Like, I am essentially like a progressive liberal or whatever, but I don't have like any allegiance to the label, which I think is actually really important, not just because I can say like, oh, I'm not partisan or whatever, but because anytime a new issue comes up, like I can truly give my opinion on an issue. So when people watch my stream, it's like, oh, what is like Destiny's thought on a thing? It's not what's the left. Yeah, exactly.
And I know I am teasing a lot up front here, but try and trust the process. We've got a lot to talk about, and I'm trying to establish a through line here so that by the time we get to his most recent controversies, you as a viewer will be able to recognize the patterns of his behavior and the effects they have had. This is going to be a long video by necessity because of this. It's also partially because having seen him react to my deep dive on Brianna Wu among plenty of other videos, I know that he very likely won't actually get even this far without some kind of outburst telling me to get to the point or making some other bizarre comment about one of the figures behind me.
I don't know why, but I just know that anything involving anything having to do with Sonic is always a massive red flag. Also, this thing, I feel like I've seen so many videos or random 4chan thing, or maybe it's the same one every time, of this figurine getting cummed on. So we got big red flags. Okay.
This video clip, by the way.
Ew.
Okay.
I will judge that. I will judge anime shit.
Was my only real interaction with Steven before I made this piece. I don't know what else to call that but sexual harassment.
I'm not sure if I would call this an interaction, and I'm definitely not sure if I would call that sexual harassment. Unless there was more context to that clip. That sounded like just a random aside, right?
I honestly don't. Now, when I decided to make this piece, as I do with plenty of my subjects, I attempted to reach out several times. I made no effort to hide my intent or my personal distaste for Destiny, so I couldn't be construed or reframed as an effort to trick him or do some kind of dishonest gotcha. As I've said and proven in pieces where I've interviewed people who would call themselves TERFs or Nazis, I don't have to like somebody to still want to do my full due diligence and get their statement, allowing them to answer for themselves in their own words. Now, being in the middle of a lawsuit, I do understand why somebody wouldn't want to sign up for an interview for a video that is very likely not going to give them a positive outlook. I'm not.
Allegations of your history of preying on underage girls. Is there some lore that I'm missing? When was that ever alleged? preying on underage girls.
Too bothered about that. Yet, Steven went.
There's enough in his folder. There's enough in his dossier that you can I think justifiably gonna go after, but this is a new one for me.
Above and beyond. His response as an almost 40-year-old man was to make a joke about fucking my mother. And when I simply said, yeah, dude, sure, you can talk about fucking my mom in an interview because I'm an adult, he walked it back. He said, actually, no, I won't actually do this thing. So I guess he can't say I didn't try. Well, if he is still watching, hi, Steven. Maybe this will get you to actually watch and pay attention to this video all the way through, since it's about your favorite subject, you, and not taking responsibility, but those might as well be one and the same at this point. Anyway, back to where his story starts picking up, and more people will be familiar with everything from here on out. Now, as he moved into this debate space, his first big debate was with Carl Benjamin, aka Sargon of Akkad, an embarrassing stain on Britain that just blends in with all the rest, so I'm not surprised if anyone doesn't recognize him.
Well, I've tweeted it out, but yeah, I will be empty.
Stephen Bonnell, like, I don't know, whatever you know me as. I'm known in gaming communities as Destiny.
I wonder if this was around the same time, because I got an invite from Sargon's manager at the time, like really early in Trump's presidency, to debate Sargon. I wonder if this is around the same time.
Started in StarCraft and then League, and I kind of do variety gaming. I'm on Twitch. I don't consider myself an SJW, but compared to the gaming community, I guess I'm pretty left-leaning.
You're obviously not an SJW. The fact that you're willing to come and talk and you haven't just called me a racist for disagreeing with you means that you're not an SJW.
Well, I mean, you haven't started talking yet. You might be a racist. I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
I think it's here that Steven started realizing he had stumbled upon a niche nobody else had really capitalized on, debating far-right kooks in exchange for attention. And you can't deny the results. Here is a video of him talking with Nozbol Eric Stryker, and it's currently sitting at 1.5 million views.
So this is a total. This is a loser topic. You have to go to high culture. You have to go to another subject besides music, because it is the worst example you could have picked. Like, jazz is one of the most important contributions that America has made on the world stage.
Jazz is a bastardization of the waltz. That's what jazz music.
Wait, would you say that every single form of art is a bastardization of the art that it was derived from? You realize that every single, like, would you say that Romanticism was a bastardization of classical music, or that Classicalism was a bastardization of Baroque music, or that Baroque was a bastardization of the
So you're saying
this is ridiculous.
So you're saying rap music is
As of March 2017, his debate with JonTron was one of the first big incidents in his road to relevance, where he showed JonTron to be a...
Just to settle the debate, because there's a debate going on in Twitch chat, ADHD is primarily considered a genetic condition. ADHD is primarily considered with a strong hereditary component. Twin studies have shown that identical twins share a higher likelihood of developing ADHD compared to fraternal twins, indicating a genetic link. However, environmental factors also play a significant role in the development and expression of ADHD symptoms. Prenatal and postnatal influences such as maternal smoking, alcohol consumption, stress, and early childhood adversity can interact with genetic predispositions to affect brain development and ADHD symptoms. That's what I remember Esme saying about the stuff that she read in her book, was that it can be kind of like, and this is the case, I think, for there, I'm sure there are people in chat. There was somebody who mentioned that they do developmental psychology, I think, or a counseling therapist. I think it's the case for a lot of mental illnesses or neurodivergencies. I don't know what they're calling them now, where you'll have this gene and maybe it's kind of latent or dormant. And then you have an intensely like stressful experience as a child, and that will bring that kind of condition to the forefront. I know that this is the case definitely for conditions like schizophrenia or bipolar. They can manifest kind of shortly after or in response to a traumatic experience. Yeah.
Racist asshole, and in the process, Destiny got a shit ton of goodwill.
You can't make the argument that whites should be okay with them being becoming a minority in the countries that their ancestors built if it.
The craziest part about all this is Jontron was, isn't he half Iranian? Do Iranians consider themselves white? Are they generally considered white?
It doesn't apply to other countries. Wait,
That video was so wild. I remember watching that video, and I'm almost positive this was my introduction to Destiny. I'm pretty sure this video showed up on my timeline, and that was the first I had seen of Destiny stuff.
Whoa, we're getting way different. Hold on. White minority versus other countries. Okay, here, I'll write this down. We're not quite on that topic yet. I'm just saying that if you're not acknowledging that there are problems that exist in these communities, you'll never be able to fix it, right?
I think in this debate, Jontron said that the crime rates were higher for wealthy black families than poor white families. That stuck out to me when he said that shit in that video, because I was like, well, there's fucking no way that's true. I immediately looked that up. I was like, okay, well, that's bullshit. And that's what I was like, wait a second. Because I had a generally favorable view of Jontron before this, because he made some really creative, different, unique, innovative videos. My understanding was that Jontron was kind of beloved with gamers. And then I hear that, then I'm like, oh, this is interesting, a political debate with Jontron. And then I clicked on it. I was like, wait, is he just like a racist? Like, what the fuck? Why would you ever say, where did you get that information? Wealthy black people commit crime at higher rates than poor white people? Like, where the fuck did that come from? Another victim of 2014 algorithm rabbit hole.
And one of the big problems I had when I talked with Sargon was this idea that like black people just need to fix themselves. Like, I mean, sure, you can say that, but this is going to take a lot longer to get these communities on board.
The name of the book that Esme's reading on ADHD is called Scattered Minds, by the way.
When they were aggravated by white communities for so long, you can't just tell a group of people that have been oppressed historically in the United States for hundreds of years, you know, over the course of a generation to just fix their shit.
Now, these debates would get Destiny an instant reputation as a left-leaning debater, yet even that position Destiny is.
Also, I think in that debate, I remember that debate so vividly, man. Also in that debate, I think Destiny at one point said, wait, what's wrong with communism? So that changed. He definitely evolved a bit on that one. You guys remember that shit? In that debate, he's like, wait, hold on. What's wrong with communism? That changed a bit.
Himself attempted to distance from. He would rather assign himself the label of a rational liberal, someone who purports to be above the left-right paradigm so he can distance himself from the radical left, which he definitely has opinions on.
I'm not sure if Destiny has ever said that he is above the left-right paradigm. I think he would probably call himself center-left.
We'll get to those too.
I've always had kind of like a center-left political position, which
There
like
you go.
5 years ago in the gaming space was pretty far left. Yeah. But the scene has changed a lot over time. Yes, it has. And yeah, stuff has gotten way farther left. So I think the ban was because I had a position that I didn't believe that trans women should be competing in the same leagues as cisgender women. Real women. How dare you? Oh, you bigot? Yeah, basically. And then I think I got banned for that. Bro. Maybe, but they all they do is they tell you that they ban you for hate speech, and they don't actually tell you what it was for. But I don't say like any hateful slurs or anything on my stream, so that's my guess. But
this framing of himself as the reasonable center-left liberal allows him to critique what he calls progressives or crazy campus lefties, but rarely does he actually give reasons why he sees them as crazy.
What? That is... What? What the fuck? What a wild thing to claim.
Or unable to be reasoned with, aside from what usually come back to basic conservative talking points of them being crazy campus commies and champagne socialists with no real experience or cogent beliefs. He essentially says this stuff so that he doesn't have to deal with debates.
Do you think protests would be best if they were organized by the DNC with known speakers, or more of a grassroots vibe? I mean, grassroots is the best, but the problem is there are no grassroots Democratic people now. It's all left.
Well, that's not true. That's simply not true.
And conservatives, all the grassroots people on the conservative side are trying to like, cash out into some kind of Trump.
I mean, that's not true. I mean, the No Kings was grassroots, and that was enormous. There are definitely grassroots kind of normie lib organizations.
Support, and the grassroots people on the left are all fucking commies and losers. Also, remember, when you read messages like this, Destiny's for the status quo. He's a poor boy at heart who's benefiting from the system.
Was this before No Kings? All it says is 2025. So this is June. When was the first No Kings protest? But by this point, you guys... Oh, it was in April? Oh, June 14. Wait a second. Hang on. Is he referring to the No Kings protest? The first No Kings protest took place on June 14th. Just to be clear, and this is something that kind of surprised me, but right up until the No Kings protests, I had just assumed that there were way less protests this time around in the second Trump term, because my vivid recollection of the first Trump term was, I mean, it was really quickly that there was a massive protest at airports across the country. I went to SFO, the airport in San Francisco. There were thousands of people that were there, and there were similar protests all over the country. I remember the videos out of New York. It was crazy packed. And there was that kind of energy, and it was very televised. It got a lot of media attention. And the second Trump term started, and I was like, where the fuck are all the protests? Like, what's happening? And so I just assumed that there were less protests, but that's actually not true. There were more protests in the second term. They just didn't get a lot of media coverage. How do you protest personally? Like, what do you do during protests? I march. What I do typically. I like just kind of being around a lot of people. I think protests serve a few different useful functions, or they can serve a few different useful functions. Like, you can protest to try to disrupt things a little bit, to call attention to a particular issue in an effort to try to influence politicians to actually take action. You can protest to simply just like signal to the rest of the country to give a kind of permission structure to voice your opposition. You can go to a protest to feel less lonely or less alone. You can feel more kind of united in solidarity with other people, which can be really useful to combating apathy and complacency. So there's all kinds of like really good reasons to protest, and you don't need to get fancy. If you just show up and just be there and just, be physically present and march with your fellow countrymen. But I've never wanted to go to a protest that was not explicitly advertised as peaceful. I've never gone to any of those. I don't stay at protests. I leave before I leave before the sun gets down. That's like a really important rule for me. Get home before the sun gets down, because when the sun gets down, that's when the weirdos start doing weirdo shit. Grassroots, thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate it, buddy. How was Occupy, Hutch? It was great. Occupy was great. Me and Ricky from Machinima went to an Occupy movement, and I met this little pixie girl, little pixie musician girl, hipster girl. There's some funny stories about that, but I don't want to digress too much.
Now, so of course he wants to support it. This is exclusively said by white people who grew up rich in this country and are just repeating shit that they heard from other radicalized classmates at whatever private university that their parents are paying for. Every single time, it is always these people. It is never anybody with an ounce of actual political experience anywhere, ever. It's always people who have zero.
See, he's being hyperbolic, but he's not wrong that leftist spaces are more occupied. Okay, leftist spaces are whiter on average than liberal spaces, and they're more affluent. That is just a fact. Okay,
political
If you go to a local DSA meeting, that is going to be wider than like a, you know, like a local Democratic chapter, whatever.
in mind, and they just want to make as much noise as possible because they farm epic likes on their Instagram feeds and everything.
It's also probably because his emphasis on empirical data isn't useful to argue as much against leftists as it is against fact-averse MAGA and red pill dude bros. When he does debate people on the left, it comes across more like a child trying to act tough at a table full of adults. But even for people paying attention, it became apparent he wasn't some kind of progressive stalwart. Like in 2018, where, like I mentioned, he was suspended for 30 days on Twitch for saying the F slur. This was one of many times he would be suspended, leading to his indefinite banning from Twitch in 2022. Quote, Benel was indefinitely banned from Twitch due to hateful conduct in March 2022. Esports speculates this may have been due to Benel streaming with white nationalist Nick Fuentes, who had previously been banned on the platform, while Benel speculated it was due to him expressing the view that trans women shouldn't compete with cis women in women's athletics. Oh, I jumped the gun on that reveal, didn't I? Yeah, if you need another hint that he's not exactly the most progressive person, or at the very least doesn't have any genuine convictions about what he believes, he has palled around a lot with people like Nick Fuentes. This despite, in debates, calling him a Nazi.
Palled around? Hang on a second.
How you can start watching.
Did I get Ivan's dono? Oh, I'm sorry. Ivan with $5. I'm 9 minutes behind. Sargon part. People knew you were lib back then. I was more anti-capitalist back then. I don't know what you mean by back then, but if you mean the early part of my YouTube career, I did not discuss politics often, but when I did, it was very clear that I was on the left. I was very heavily influenced by Howard Zinn and Noam Chomsky. Like those were the two people, the two commentators or political commentators who influenced my thinking the most. It was like A People's History of the United States and Understanding Power from Chomsky, which everybody talks about manufacturing consent, and that was like a good read for sure. But Understanding Power was this really comprehensive book that compiled like dozens or maybe hundreds of essays, interview transcripts of his speeches, and it was this book that was like this thick, and it dove into just so many different topics. So if you were getting into Chomsky, then that was like the best book to read because it just kind of laid out like all of his positions. I've evolved a bit. There are issues with the People's History of the United States. So like, for example, like a lot of the issues with the People's History of the United States was, you know, oftentimes you'll be studying some moment in history and there will be numbers that are not clearly defined. How many people died in such and such conflict. And there are some conflicts that are just not very well documented or precisely documented. And so you end up getting a range. You know, it's anywhere between like 50,000 people died in this thing to 500,000 people. Well, Zinn would selectively choose the high end or the low end, depending on what kind of narrative he was pushing in that moment. And so that was, as I understand it, kind of the biggest problem with that book. But yeah, I think people probably generally knew I was like this California kind of hipster left-wing guy back in the day.
A Joe Rogan video and then go to Jordan Peterson and then wind up with more extremist figures like Nick Fuentes or maybe Lauren Southern or something like that, and then eventually go down that extremist road. But establishing that chain is a very complicated, very difficult thing to do.
But I mean, to deny its existence it's possible though, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, of course.
Destiny did glaze Nick and joked about becoming a Nazi yesterday.
Because I'll fucking become a right winger. You know why? Because I'll fucking say it. Doing content with Nick Fuentes is better than all of these insufferable motherfuckers. And me and Nick, you know what? We're high genetic stock, okay? Because we have the hidden ingredient that all of the master race people in the past were missing. And that is racial mixture, okay? Because diversity is our greatest strength. And me having my Cuban background and Nick having his Hispanic background makes us the strongest form of white nationalists. We're high genetic stock, we're high IQ, we can use big words, we can debate people, we can be funny. I should just become a full fucking Nazi. I have a good background for it and everything. I could just be the best fuck.
This is glazing? Come on. Come on, man. Like, sarcasm, I think, breaks some people's brains. If the bias is strong enough, people cannot pick up on obvious sarcasm.
And also, I think at the beginning of your statement, you did kind of give a little bit of credence to Nick and also Sargon's point that maybe he acted out in this way because he didn't feel like he was able to discuss these issues without being, isolated or, hated for it.
Oh yeah, sure, but that doesn't mean that I think that those views are legitimate or need to be platformed. I think that's a bad dichotomy, right? If somebody says like, I want to kill all black.
Hang on, Cherry. Hang on. That was obviously a joke. Obviously a joke. The whole point is to try to piss people off. Like, that's literally the whole point. Obviously a joke.
Black people, like, well, I'm going to fire you if you say that on Twitter, and then they go out and they actually kill black people because they got banned from Twitter. You wouldn't say, well, hold on, like, should we be suppressing this man's views? He felt like he had no way to express them, and now he actually went, well, no. I mean, the idea is we need to not have people have these horrendously anti-immigrant views in society.
I do feel like it's kind of like a false assumption to assume that whenever people tell you to stop talking about something or they stop you from talking about something, you automatically assume that that's because what you're actually saying is true. I don't know if that's always accurate, but basically what Nick and Sargon are saying is that these extremist opinions are bred in isolation. So Destiny and Hassan, the question I have for you guys is, do you feel like it would be helpful to the society to bring these extreme opinions of the right into?
It's kind of jarring. Oh, it was a different time back then, guys. Oh my goodness, it was such a different time back then. Seeing Destiny and Hassan in a 2v2 debate
to the fold
on the same team
and actually have conversations about them rather than ostracizing these people from the community entirely.
In a very careful manner where you can catch bad faith actors. So like Fuentes is somebody that I would consider a bad faith actor. If you have very careful areas where you can catch people out on them lying, yeah, I would say that there's value in it. This was a horribly irresponsible statement. It empowers the fuck out of Nazi scum like fucking Nick. It is.
Hang on. Maybe they're making a point. They need more time to make the point, but they mentioned a history that Destiny had of palling around with Nick Fuentes, and then the clip they go to is him calling Nick a Nazi fuck.
Not his area of expertise. It is not something he was able to.
Maybe this is leading to like a more kind of recent clip where it's different rhetoric.
In any way, so I should perform. And the fact that you continue to appeal to, well, he was really important, only supports my argument.
I suppose liberal is a pretty fitting label then, because it seems he'd rather literally ally with open Nazis by his.
What? Why would they use that clip to demonstrate that he was trying to ally himself or become an ally to Nick Fuentes? Why would they use that clip? That is... Was that a mistake they made?
His own definitions, then ever engage with actual progressive leftists.
Okay, I could be wrong. But I think they are using the standard of if you interact with anyone at all who is like super far right or has odious views, it doesn't matter if you spend that time calling them out for their odious views or disagreeing with their odious views or debating them or pushing. It doesn't matter. Just the fact that you have a conversation with them is enough to say that you're trying to ally yourself with them.
He would rather constantly chat and collaborate and chill with people who advocate violence and bigotry and racism than people who technically agree with far more of his positions and the platform that Steven says he identifies with.
Something unique that I provide that I think is really important to some of these alternative communities is I'm like the only person that is progressive that like isn't fucking unhinged. And I think it's really good sometimes to show people like, hey, you can be pro LGBT, you can have like blue hair, be in like weird relationships or whatever, but I can be like a funny, cool, charismatic, like we can have fun and chill, and I can be like understanding of you and not be like super judgmental or try to cancel you and be horrible.
I'll give him credit where it is due, as I've watched plenty of his debate streams and interviews producer research, Stephen is a gifted debater, due in no small part to his abrasiveness, his willingness to trample over others' thoughts and emotions to get to a point. It makes him very engaging to watch, and if you agree with him, it gives a rousing sense of victory watching him make conservatives scamper back from one point to another when provided with facts and figures that disprove their assertions in front of a discerning audience. As I watched countless hours of his debates, I found myself wondering if someone could even get to his level of popularity in the debate space without being so roughshod. If he let his opponents simply uncritically state their opinions each time instead of trampling over them for viewers' vicarious pleasure like a conversational gladiator, how interesting would this be to watch? If there's one thing he does understand about the debate space, it's the spectacle. He understands how to draw blood from his...
This feels like kind of like a fake or feigned magnanimity. Well, God, Jesus Christ. The act of being magnanimous. How do you say that? Magnanim. I feel like Aiden Ross trying to say the word fascism right now. Magnanimity. It feels like kind of like a feigned magnanimity. That one's hard. Whew. Not as hard as, I mean, benevolent is not hard. Benevolent is not hard word to say. Magnanimity? Okay, that's not hard. Okay, that's not hard. Magnanimity, that's easy. Whew. But when you look at the word, magnanimity. When you look at the word, it's very daunting. That's an intimidating word. And then you say it and it's like, oh, it's not that bad. Rural, I struggle with rural. You have to enunciate. That's the thing. Like with all of these words that you have that I have a hard time struggling with or pronouncing, you just have to enunciate. And if you enunciate, then it fixes the problems. But I got that California accent, that lingering California accent. That's very mumble. Like we mumble a lot in California, so we sound fucking cool. And so rural becomes a very difficult thing. What's the other? Regularly is another one that I used to really struggle with, but that one gets so much easier if you just enunciate. Regularly. But if you're kind of doing the mumble thing, it's like regular, and you're kind of just like, yeah. Token praise, strategic concession. That's what this is. Yeah, it's like a feigned magnanimity. Actually, I don't even know if magnanimous is the word I'm looking for. Magnanimous meaning generous or forgiving, especially toward a rival or a less powerful person. No, that's right then. Yeah. It's just like, I will give him his flowers. He's good at debate. In the context of everything else, this person feels very, they're coming across as very, I mean, bad faith. I don't know what else to, is it bad faith though? Because there's a difference between bad faith and being so intensely biased that you kind of see a picture and your mind does its tricks and you see a certain thing in that picture that just is not real. That's not quite the difference. That's not quite the same thing as bad faith. I think that's what's going on here. I don't know. My bias is I do generally want to give people the benefit of the doubt, even like Hassan and Elon Musk sometimes. I always default to, oh, the person just has a poor understanding of the thing. And that's what's causing this bad commentary or something like that.
Subjects and how to get the audience to cheer in response. You can even see this in how he advertises his debates, sharing them via social media like intellectual boxing matches where he will square off against any opponent. Like if Ryu wandered the world looking for the best high school debate coach to test his skill against. And when you watch him during these debates, you can...
I mean... Even the examples they use right there, Dinesh D'Souza and Konstantin Kalimnik, is that what his name is? I wouldn't exactly call these people the equivalent of a high school debate coach.
And see him flip a switch for debating versus when he's just in a conversation.
Yeah, Dinesh crumbled. That was actually wild. That was wild to watch because I've known who Dinesh D'Souza is for 20 years. I remember Dinesh D'Souza from back in the George W. Bush days. He was running in the same circles as like Ann Coulter, you guys, was our equivalent growing up to what would we compare it to? Like Ann Coulter was our Nick Fuentes back in the day.
He would go onto misogynistic podcasts and politely chat it up with right-wing assholes and even laugh along as they prostrate an OnlyFans girl or a feminist.
We could. Before we do, no, hold on. You can. Hold on. What was your intention in coming on tonight?
Be insufferable.
Hold on.
Discussion with you fine people about dating talk in the 21st
So clearly
century.
that's a lie. Are you going to continue in bad faith?
I don't know. Am I?
Dude,
Probably just kick her off.
oh my god.
At this
You probably just kick her off because honestly, like, you just keep getting lost in these loops. She doesn't like you or your show. She came on the show to obstruct constructive
I do like the
conversation.
show.
No, you
I'm
don't.
having a good time.
No, if you liked the show, you would actually be good faith.
Yeah.
Play the sound effect. There's no.
You gotta go.
Hold on.
Steven, would you
Aaron,
let
you
her
should
in
go.
your polycule?
Aaron, you should go.
I'm not answering your question.
Yeah, you should go.
Just leave.
Please leave. Thank
Can you leave? I don't know if your friend wants to come with you, but
I will leave you guys to ask.
I don't know if Dead Domain is aware of the dynamic here at the time, but I'm pretty sure they all hung out very regularly and were friends, right?
The very important questions about Stephen and Melina's relationship and diving more into
That's
that.
lovely. Thank you so much. See you next week. Bye-bye. We love you.
Peace out. Quickly. You too. Quickly.
Bro, hello.
So
they're friends with you.
No, we are all friends. We
Yeah.
go on
Oh,
drugs
okay.
together.
Well,
But
there it is.
to be clear, just because I want to be clear, I would never make plans to like fuck with a show because it hurts my reputation. I would never do that.
But then when the debate cameras are rolling, he is an absolute bloodhound. One tactic that makes him look so good is how he has all but memorized certain definitions to argue, likely studying up on them and other factoids before the debate. But then during the debate, he can ask a simple question like, what is democracy? Usually as a pressure point when his opponent is faltering. And Stephen will whip out Merriam-Webster-ass definitions that utterly bamboozle his unprepared opponent. It's simple but incredibly effective. It's like watching Jordan in his prime dunk on a toddler.
A democracy is where a bunch of lunatics like you can vote away my rights. A democracy
I mean, I feel like this is pretty standard, right? Just like that's just kind of basic research, right?
is where 3 wolves and a sheep vote what's for dinner.
I can't tell you how many times it's become a problem in the last 10 years. Definitions of words have become a problem. Literally, just definitions have become a problem. And it's not even just with right-wingers. It's just there's so many words. Republic, democracy. What are some definitions that I've quibbled over or really hashed out with before? It's a long list. For some reason, my brain is not coming up with a lot. I've done this with like 25 words where I'm like, what do you think that word means? Like, what do you think you're saying when you say that? This happens all the time because, and I don't know if this is a recent phenomenon, but it seems like so many words have become bastardized in the last. Zionism is oh God, yes. Jesus Christ, yes. That is the word. Yes, that's like the perfect example.
I said Article 5 or Article 6? I don't know what part of the
So you
Constitution.
asked what a democracy
So a
was.
democracy is when
We
multiple people vote. A republic is when you have representatives that do things for you. We are a representative democracy. That's why we're a constitutional republic. We are
Like I've had this literal debate. I don't even know. Old school Twitch people. You guys remember? Fucking that was like the Green Lantern theory of 2017 to 2021. I think we even had a Nightbot command for it.
You're both a republic, which just means you're not a monarchy and a democracy. This idea that we must be a republic because I'm a Republican.
Insurrection. That's another one too. Yep.
We're not a
Yep.
democracy
Yep.
because you're a Democrat is fucking retarded. Come on.
Yep. Yep.
Additionally, when he's in his debate mode, he's all but bulletproof to personal attack. Look at this clip where former
The bastardization of what Zionism means caused me to lose over 100 friends for being Jewish. It is just so obvious that I can't prove this. I'm just guessing, but Zionism is a word that started to get thrown around a lot after October 7th. And I started seeing it more and more in my own replies. I started seeing it more and more in my own chat. I started seeing it more and more in other threads. And it is just so obvious that a bunch of young people who never even heard that word before, all of a sudden started hearing it. They started hearing that word get thrown around a lot, and they assumed it meant something that it didn't mean. Like, it's so obvious that that is what happened. Because I've asked people, I've had the experience of asking people directly, what do you think that word means? And they think it's just like super pro-Israel. Which I guess colloquially, it kind of became that because of this distortion, but that's just not what the word means.
Former InfoWars host Owen Schroyer is floundering in front of a crowd and calls Steven a cuck, referencing a non-controversy involving Steven being polyamorous with his ex-wife. Steven just laughs because he knows Owen is playing into his trap. Destiny thrives best when it can make someone else lose their cool and get desperate. He pokes and prods until they get so spitting angry they start slinging insults as he smugly stands back, knowing even his smugness will keep making them mad.
You want to know what happens when you speak truth to power? Everything this guy just said. I've been censored, I've been imprisoned, I've been assaulted, I've had my businesses shut down. This guy's dealt with nothing except cucking to his wife's boyfriend.
I see those 60 days in federal prison weren't kind to you. I'm sorry that you weren't able to do the podcast from prison like
I mean, come on, that was a good
you
line.
wanted to. I know that's still upsetting you a lot. Only one of us up here has been arrested for trying to be a part of a coup or an insurrection against the United States. Only one of us up here hates this country, and I think it's pretty obvious it's the guy that doesn't even acknowledge the results of the last election. One of the most important foundational pieces of the United States.
So
which
stop
is the
stealing
peaceful,
them. So
which is
stop
the-
stealing them.
Which is
So
the,
stop stealing
no one
them.
is stealing it.
So
no one
stop
is stealing
stealing
it.
them.
Why don't-
He's rage baiting. It's trolling. That's it. His primary debate tactics are no different than internet trolling, in the process exposing how infantile and often ill-informed his opponents are. But by the time the battle reaches this point, they've already lost, and every bit of momentum they throw at him, he can just turn back on them like a fucking Aikido master. I want to give him the flowers he's due. This shit is what he's good at. It's kind of an inverse of what Steven Crowder and Charlie Kirk do. It did. My issues with Steven honestly aren't in his debating or rhetorical strategy.
I mean, if you're gonna, I feel like a lot of this video is a criticism of Destiny's edginess. If you're gonna do that, then it's like that feels a little bit of a inconsistency with that little thing that she just said right there.
For that reason, I'm not going to be arguing against his ideology or arguments too much, because despite differences, I think they're ultimately small potatoes compared to the real issue. How he's used his platform to hurt people, avoid accountability, and target others for harassment. I mentioned earlier how people will likely already be saying I should address his arguments instead of attacking him. But his arguments aren't the problem. He is. I mean, even the worst things he said and argued, like his infamous support for running over peaceful protesters, or
the support for what? Excuse me?
Broadly supporting the genocide in Gaza. Aren't based in actual political belief. They don't seem to be, but more personal convenience.
I mean, those are two very big claims.
And understanding. And I want to draw this distinction because throughout this video, I'll be talking about the things he does believe, but I don't want this to turn into a debate about why he's wrong, but instead a discussion on why the things he's saying often either make him a hypocrite or serve his ulterior motives, those most often being either business related or hedonism. I've spoken many times about how I don't particularly find debates useful for converting or changing people's minds. I did a whole video on the recent spate of Jubilee controversies, so go watch that video for a more
I don't know. You know what I would love to see polled, but it's such a niche thing that I don't know who would pay the money to commission a poll like that, but I would bet you good money that a lot of people in this country, or I guess we should just talk about but like I would wager decent money that a lot of people evolved in their politics or changed their politics as a result of watching an internet debate. A lot of it is like very A lot of it is like very kind of like slop content. I mean, I just, for my own, speaking for myself, I would say that my own views of like many topics have evolved. I would say some rather significantly because of debate, because of watching or participating in online debate. And I'll bet you a lot of people, especially in the current climate where political debate is so prevalent everywhere now. I think it is kind of like a big deal. And it seems like they're underselling it quite a bit to say that it's this mostly insignificant, meaningless thing. I don't think that's true.
In-depth explanation of my thoughts on the debate space. I'll accept that Destiny's willingness to go toe-to-toe with almost anyone or even fight dirty and rely on insults has probably led a decent amount of people away from alt-right or right-wing leaning online spaces, or at the very least that it's exposed people in those spaces to more progressive issues. I won't, however, accept Stephen's framing that he gives for this approach, which is to most often depict himself as the lone warrior of truth, the only truly rational person arguing from the left.
Sager69 with 60 months. Appreciate it.
I'm like the only person that is a progressive that like isn't fucking unhinged.
For someone in these political spaces for so long, he knows this isn't true. He knows that plenty of other people on the left have been controversial. He's fully aware of the dirtbag left contingent, but that's a topic for further into the video. Before that, we have some other matters.
I think you would probably consider the dirtbag left to be insane, though. I don't understand. I don't understand what they just said.
Was that
the only person that is a progressive that like isn't fucking unhinged.
For someone in these political spaces for so long, he knows this isn't true. He knows that plenty of other people on the left have been controversial. He's fully aware of the dirtbag left contingent.
I think they're understanding Destiny's use of unhinged to mean super woke, but I don't think that is what. I don't think he's limiting the unhingedness to just being super woke.
But that's a topic for further into the video. Before that, we have some
like the Chapo guys are unhinged, but for different reasons besides being woke, right? Or too
other
woke,
matters
right?
To attend to. The thing that really led me down the rabbit hole to understanding Stephen better wasn't his beliefs or his platform, but the way he debates, and more importantly, who he associates with for platforming said content. Because while he and many others in the mainstream media might credit him for being a brave debater treading where others dare not, the truth is, when you look at all the facts and data, he might be a convincing debater, but he has very little real consistency aside from using shock tactics and controversy to raise his profile. And part of that shock value has always been platforming and being platformed by the far right.
The guilty association. Oh my God, man. It's such a meme, man. It's such a meme. It's the Hassan strat. Like this is probably the most go-to Hassan strat, is the guilt by association thing. When Hassan either chooses not to directly engage in the substance of what somebody has said or is incapable of engaging in the substance, his number one default, but he has like a few things that he goes to, but the number one default is the guilt by association thing. Like, oh, aren't you friends with so and so? And then of course, like his viewers, like I get it a lot, bro. And it's not even just about Destiny. It's like people will do a guilt by association thing, even though I'm not even associated with Asmongold at all. We've had very limited interactions. We've never had a direct conversation or anything. But if I shared the same view as Asmon on any topic, they do a guilt by association thing. I mean, this is just embarrassing. The guilty association. Is there no awareness that guilt by association has a negative kind of connotation? That's the whole thing about guilt by association, is that it's bad and stupid in 99% of cases.
Immediately, the term guilt by association pops to mind. And of course, knowing Destiny and his followers' penchant for pedantry, I'm sure some are already writing pitchforks in the comments to let me know that just because he hangs out with
That's pretty funny.
people he disagrees with doesn't
I just got mogged.
make him a bad person.
All right. Maybe they're offering a different kind of take on guilt by association.
And I'm not saying that. Because the way Destiny associates with questionable people, brands, companies, movements, and groups goes so far beyond merely guilt by association, because he is genuinely guilty of spreading harmful ideas by helping to platform them in exchange for attention. To him, this isn't a matter of beliefs or conviction, it's business and the benefits that come with it. That's really the point to underline here. He will do just about anything if it benefits him, even if it is often to the detriment of somebody else. Real quick, let's go back through Steven's history. Remember when we talked about his little Sargon of
Swanibird with $5. They claim Destiny uses shock tactics, but I don't know. I think Hassan's tactics are a bit more shocking. Oh, I see what you did there.
COD moment.
Camp. Hey, Camp. Thank you so much for 18 months.
The JonTron interview that sank JonTron's career. Up until this point, JonTron was a massive YouTube personality and almost overnight lost a seismic amount of goodwill. And it seems that Destiny got all of it. And he spent the ensuing decade plus burning it away little by little. And from here, he very quickly made the rounds through these spaces, getting a bigger profile every time he debated somebody like Lauren Southern.
Do you think that a Palestinian child or the family of a Palestinian child?
Israel care about that.
But dude, the bombs don't make, the little shitty fucking RPGs don't even make it over the walls because Israel is one of the most sophisticated anti-missile dome systems in the fucking world. You're really comparing the military power of these two states? Come on, dude.
No. Okay, I'm not. I'm saying the reason they're not just sitting there bombing hospitals and
That's a bit of a different tune.
schools. You can't honestly believe they're just sitting there like, you know what? Let's fucking bomb a hospital.
Israel has literally been on record manufacturing reasons in the past to march into the West Bank and fucking exterminate people, dog. What do you mean?
Okay.
But because you've seen a video, you know, every other month or whatever, every few months of people, you know, well, these Islams are committing terrorisms all over the place. They're homogenous people. They all think the same. Like, damn, that's not true. Like, if you go and you talk to people on the ground and you talk to a couple dozen people, you can manufacture any opinion that you want about any person that you want. That's the
Patrick with $5. JonTron made his biggest, most popular videos after that interview. That's true. Yeah, that's true. He didn't seem to pay any real price for that.
Problem.
Okay, fine. Let's look at the peer-reviewed data on that by Pew Research on Muslims. Do you want to do that since you
2017?
since you like since you seem to like that a lot? And I do too.
I'll just listen. I will just say that for me, this is a little embarrassing. Maybe I shouldn't say it. I'll just say this. Like, I didn't really know shit about Hamas for a really long time, and I was quite dismissive of when anybody would even mention Hamas. I would kind of roll my eyes a little bit. It was pretty cringe. And then once I actually took the time, which is kind of embarrassing in retrospect, like if you're gonna see the name of a group like Hamas come up over and over and over again in conversations and debate, at some point you would probably think to look up, okay, well, what is Hamas? When did it start? What are they all about? What have they done? You know, like, these are logical things that you would do to try to inform yourself. I just didn't really bother to fucking do that for a really long time. Like, I knew of Hamas. I knew that they were governing in the West Bank. I knew kind of like really broad strokes, but I didn't really know anything about the ideology, about what like their charter, their stated kind of principles and goals. And I suspect that's what was going on in this clip here back in 2017. I mean, I don't know if that was the case, but yeah.
Data on Christians as well?
Bring that up. I don't know. Do you have support that shows that like 70% of Christians believe that there should be arrest and prosecution for anyone who insults their religion. I'd love to see that, because that exists in the UK for Muslims.
Do you understand the
I mean, that exists now with like Christian nationalism. They're not very big, but yeah.
problem that you just committed fundamentally? Like that already shows like your own biases, right? You just said that you went to Pew Research to find stats on how Muslims think because you're already convinced that they're bad people, and you don't even know the numbers on Christians. You don't even know them.
Able to afford
you know that not everybody's goal in life is to live on welfare, that people have homes and families and memories from certain that these are, I know it's really hard to believe sometimes, maybe I don't know what it's like in Canada, but these are actually human beings that have like their own dreams and aspirations and goals, and they have things that they like to do.
Debating Lauren Southern over her extremism while he was fucking her and writing her love letters.
That the goal of every human being isn't to just move somewhere and live off of wealth.
Did they have a sexual relationship in 2017? I don't know. To me, that's not crazy. Like compartmentalizing. Obviously, I'm a monogamous, not quite married man, but pretty close to it. But back then, I would have had casual sex with people that I very much I did, you know, like with people I very much disagreed with politically.
Welfare, right? You know that, right?
I mean, a lot of them want to live on welfare.
I know these clips are a little long, but as I was researching, I was continually surprised to find how much more empathetic Stephen was in his early career. This clip in particular shows off an entirely different side to his opinion on the Israel-Palestine situation. During these debates, he often appealed to his opponent's sense of humanity and reason, and I'm not sure how or why or when that changed, but I suspect it was partially due over time to his obstinance.
Shit or get off the pot, Hutch? I don't know what that means.
And defiance when criticized.
I already pooped this morning. Thank you very much.
Is from the left, but also a growing and friendly proximity to the right, where he was often greeted with open arms.
With progressives cutting out conservatives from every
Destiny did reverse iDubbbz and forgot empathy when he turned 30. Oh no.
platform they can, is they lose the ability to defend any of their ideas. And then at the end of the day, I think they just end up looking horrible. Like you'll get questions of like, well, what's one barrier? I think you asked, what's one barrier that you have as a woman in society? And it's like, well, I'm handicapped. I don't.
It means marry your girlfriend. Ah, that's true. We are turning into literally the 5-year engagement, which is a pretty funny film.
have any legs, or it's like, well, I'm black, or like, it's like, okay, well, what about the woman part, right? Nobody could answer that question. So you get a panel full of people that probably all have like feminist scholar bullshit in their Twitter bios. Not a single person can answer that question. So yeah, I don't know, that things like that like really bother me when people are supposed to be defending these ideas and they can't because they don't talk to conservatives anymore.
Many of these appearances Stephen would engage with on the idea that others in his space, the perceived space of course being left-leaning content creators, wouldn't dare go on podcasts like Fresh and Fit or some C-tier internet debate composition because they just can't handle being outside their lefty fun zone, that everyone but Stephen is just a vapid idea vampire, and being exposed to the sunlight of reactionary conservatism will do them like Stephen Dorff did that one vampire in the first Blade movie. Except that is very blatantly not the case. People who ideologically disagree with these troglodytes don't want to go into these spaces because people like this are bad faith, not looking to earnestly engage, and neither are their fan bases. But also because, like most podcasts and just content in general, it's a pretty transparent attempt to clout chase. It has very little to do with being ideologically able to defend their viewpoints, and more to do with not wanting to ingratiate themselves to the audiences of craven demagogues.
If the goal is knowingly going into a debate with someone who is, in their words, bad faith, if the goal is to siphon people away from that person's, like if you feel confident enough, reasonably confident enough that you could go into those spaces and siphon off some of those people, pull them away from the red pill and bring them into your community, then I think that's what is invalid about that. Like, why is that a big no-no? I've done that. I've had conversations with people that I felt were so inarticulate and so awful at defending their positions that I felt reasonably confident that, like, I think I could probably peel a few people away from this because this is kind of dumb. And it can have a kind of political benefit in that maybe you pulled somebody away from like brain rot right-wing stuff, and then it can have a a business benefit, like a personal benefit through, you know, like siphoning off audience members. That means like a bigger audience, which means like generally more money. So it can be both self-serving and like a successful sort of like political goal as well. And I don't really understand what is like, I don't really understand like what is the problem with that. Vishy said, your debate with Vadim turned me from an uber leftist to a hyper Democrat. I'm totally not lying. Wait, I can't tell if you're being sarcastic enough. I mean, or sarcastic with me right now. I feel like there's been a few times where I've had some debates where it was so absurd, the things that they were saying to me, and I would just ask them what I felt were just really logical questions. And I'm not the best debater. I'm just, to be clear, I never studied debate. I never had any debate class, nothing. I don't pretend to be. But there have been many interactions that I've had with people, either in Discord calls or whatever, where they end up just crumbling, because I've often found it's the case with extreme ideologues, people that are extremely ideological and hyper partisan, that they necessarily come to the most absurd, insane positions that are so impossible to defend if you just ask them like two basic questions and then just like really press them on that. The Vadim thing was like, I think, a really good example of someone who I think through their kind of tribalistic mentality, like he ended up, there's an orthodoxy, right? Like there's a dogma to extreme ideologues, and it's this socially enforced dogma. It's a socially enforced orthodoxy. And if you violate that orthodoxy, you will be ostracized brutally, like the left. Hassan's definition of the left, like the Hassan left, they are fucking vicious, okay? If you step out of line, they will come after you with, bro, can I just show you a tweet? Now, I just want to be sure, be clear here. I'm not accusing Hassan of being responsible for this, but I just want to show you guys a reply that I got last week, and it was like, whoa. Thankfully, I am 42 years old. I was forged in the fires of Modern Warfare 2 lobbies and edgelord internet stuff. And when I saw this reply, it did not have any real kind of impact on me, besides just I was kind of marveling at what I was reading, like, man, what is going on in that person's life that they left that comment? I gotta show you this. Hang on. Bro, you guys. This is what I mean when I say like these people can be like vicious. I made a little joke, a cheeky little joke. Somebody had made the comment in response to this stupid video. Somebody said, you guys sound insane. Why does everyone in Hassan's community copy his exact language and talking points? If anyone is in a cult, it's Hassan's freakish community. I make like a shot caller joke saying he trains them well. And then, dude, this guy, look at that, bro. Just read that. And this is part and parcel with that crowd, okay? I'm telling you guys, they are vicious. Just as vicious as like alt-right people, you know? Crazy. I'm like, thankfully, again, like I have processed my grief. Grief never leaves you. It becomes a part of you. You're just never the same after you lose someone really close to you. You're just always going to be a different person after that. And like once you learn to integrate that grief and you stop fighting it so much, then it no longer kind of holds you back because my grief was so crazy that I like could barely function for a minute. And thankfully I moved past that. So like when I saw this, it didn't like hurt my feelings. My first thought was, God damn, like what is going on in this person's life that they would type something. The other thing too is like, it's not even true. When my sister died, her entire family was in the room. Like we were all in the room literally when she took her last breath. I was not on drugs for this. That probably would have helped. That probably would have helped with that. Probably would have helped a little bit. Maybe it'd be a little less painful, but that's the other thing too. So like it wasn't true. And then I was just like, man, you got to have a lot. I just feel like this person's life is probably not going great. If they're in people's mentions typing this type of stuff out, like that's like, I felt pity, like on it. And it truly, I felt, and it wasn't like a condescending kind of pity. It was like, I felt pity, but I think that is in part a product of how that community operates. Not that they necessarily tolerate that kind of stuff, because I'm not suggesting that. I'm not saying that like Hasan encourages those kind of attacks, but what they do encourage is a very strict orthodoxy, and if you step out of line, they will fucking pounce on you. And so what happens is like people, I think, they don't even let their brains consider certain things because that would violate the orthodoxy, and their self-preservation kicks in, and so they'll just ignore things or deny things or twist things, distort things, whatever it takes to just make sure that they stay in that in crowd. And that's what leads people to having insane positions. It happens with MAGA and it happens with the Hasan left. Both of these groups do it because they are both primarily driven by fierce hyper-partisanship and extreme ideology. And it's just a poisonous combination. Anyways, yeah, I saw that. I was like, whoa. We're escalating from a collar joke to a jab at my dead sister who died fucking 5 years ago. That felt like an appropriate escalation of this like online debate or whatever.
And perhaps more embarrassing is when Destiny isn't in his debate me bro mode, he basically blends in completely with the right-wing grifters that he can admit are also taking advantage of their own audience.
All these people have every motivation to expose the other side, but those people are wrong. But you, the guy who's making tens of thousands of dollars selling me a message that the government is corrupt, I'm gonna listen to you for government corruption? You who has no oversight, you who has no accountability, you who's not an elected official, you who can print whatever message or lie you want, which they have.
And I want to show that he does know the function he's playing in this attention ecosystem. See,
I'm just so confused by the clips they're using to make the point. They just made the point that Destiny, when he's sharing a platform with these people, and she means specifically like Nick Fuentes and Sneeko here, blends right in with them and then cuts to a clip of Destiny like really aggressively pressing Nick. He's like being hostile in that clip. So the clip is contradictory to the claim that she's making, or at least that particular clip is.
On the right kind of takes anyone with a platform. More moderate voices and conservatism will interview incredulously platform an outright anti-Semite Nazi like Nick Fuentes because it's one big propaganda game. And at the end of the day, the only real consistent ideology is growing a platform. It's why there's often no scruples about immediately embracing people who leave the left with very little hesitation or doubt when someone is professed to be a liberal who wants to talk about why they're now conservative or red-pilled or whatever. What good does scrutiny do when being undiscerning gives you so much more attention? Inversely, like I mentioned,
undiscerning. I can think a lot of descriptors for Destiny. Undiscerning. Lacking judgment, insight, or taste. Undiscerning means having or showing no good taste or judgment.
mentioned at the talk about why there's often no scruples about immediately embracing people who leave the left with very little hesitation or doubt when someone is professed to be a liberal who wants to talk about why they're now conservative or red-pilled or whatever. What good does scrutiny do when being undiscerning gives you so much more attention?
Okay. I don't really understand that descriptor for Destiny.
Conversely, like I mentioned at the beginning, you can't get progressives or leftists to agree on shit.
It may have been a while, but I'm sorry for your loss, Hutch. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. It was 2020. It was 5 years ago, so we got a little space from it. It was a little rough in the beginning, but Keanu Reeves talks about grief. You can find some clips of Keanu Reeves, and honestly, that shit helped me. I read some of those things that he was saying about grief, because he went through some shit when he was young. That boy went through some fucking shit when he was young. And yeah, his quotes definitely helped me. And then also, like, there was a quote out of the game God of War, Ragnarok. There was a line about grief that I was like, oh my God. What is the line again? What is grief if not love persevering? I was like, oh. I'm like crying like a baby boy. What is love if not grief? Or what is grief if not love persevering? I was like, oh my God. That's so true. That's what this is. That shit was profound. Oh no, that was WandaVision. Yeah, you're right. What was the Ragnarok one? Fuck. Because that one was good too. To grieve deeply is to have loved fully. Open your heart to the world as you have opened it to me, and you will find every reason to keep living in it. To grieve deeply is to have loved fully. That's so true.
And that includes purity testing certain people, excluding them based on perceived slights, lack of personal growth, or other arbitrary metrics. When I made a feature-length documentary talking to former white nationalists, people who were in like actual groups like Atomwaffen Division, and I talked about how they wanted to help others leave that kind of hate behind, I got pushback from some parts of my audience. People accused me of platforming white nationalists and Nazis even as I spent a movie's runtime shit-talking them.
This feels like a bit of irony right now. We call this moment an ironic moment, don't we?
Issues that require more.
Because it seems like they're doing the same fucking thing right here.
More nuance. And there is a over-eager contingent of people on the left who too often hesitate to engage with.
They're saying, yeah,
with that nuance.
This is just irony, I think.
That much is true, but that's entirely different than what Destiny does. This is all to give an example that beliefs in these online.
All I know is whenever I feel grief or sadness, hearing It's Morbin Time reminds me of the inner stoic inside of me. Nice, profound.
Spaces are not so often cut and dry. Most average, everyday people who aren't constantly, terminally politically online are actually probably closer to someone like Destiny, or what Destiny says, in their beliefs. They have some things they think are too far on either party line. They mostly just want to live a plentiful and productive life. Fair dues. One thing Destiny does correctly assess is that a massive emphasis from leftists on identity politics have likely ostracized and even pushed otherwise well-intentioned people further right because of things like that.
So the way that I see it is that you've kind of got like this progressive establishment that has basically through...
I mean, that is just, at this point, so obviously true that it would be kind of absurd to argue otherwise, I think.
All of these kind of like academic terms have like built up this idea that you can say like f men, f white people, the Mayo side, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. But like every other racial minority is super protected. Can't make fun of black people, can't make fun of Hispanic people, can't, right? And then if you're white, there's like 50 million things you got to worry about. When you have that type of attitude, and then it becomes pervasive on your side, then, I mean, invariably, there's going to be other people that will start to speak to the disaffected people.
But then he will make blatant statements about anyone further to the left of himself. In the process, he's often doing it to court favor with whatever Dude Bro podcast he's filling in on. Because
you could only make that accusation if Destiny didn't hold these same beliefs and express these same beliefs independent of being on those platforms, which that is not the case. Destiny will have consistent criticisms, whether it's him just speaking into a microphone without anyone being on the Discord call, and it's the same kind of consistent complaints that he has if he goes into a more centrist space or a right-wing space to make those arguments. But they're alleging that he's just making those arguments to fit in on those platforms, but it's like, I don't think that's true.
In these moments, he's capitulating to them. He's showing the right-wingers who will take anyone in that he is the reasonable liberal, not the crazy campus lefty. In effect, he's doing the exact same thing that he often accuses the left of doing to conservatives, lumping them all in because one or two people he doesn't like are there. I'm sure many would argue there's a honey vinegar dynamic, that by going into these spaces and presenting reasonable fact-based arguments to counter the narratives being sold to often young men is a good goal, which I might agree with if I thought most of the people Destiny engaged with acted in good faith, but they don't. They're merely using Destiny as a tool, in the process normalizing their often incendiary and antisocial beliefs to Destiny's very large and already transgressive audience. And he knows.
Transgressive. A fancy word. Transgressive audience. Involving a violation of moral or social boundaries. I mean, I guess talking to
knows this. He knows that these people aren't arguing in good faith and that they're using him for his audience. It's a accepted byproduct of our content ecosystem, an almost unspoken quid pro quo system where, for example, I'll be invited onto a podcast and later on I'll hit up one of the podcast hosts to then go and be on my podcast or join me on a charity stream, each of us being able to expose the other's audience to reach each other in a mutual game of growth and therefore profit. Make no mistake about what's happening here. Every time Destiny has gone on a podcast or debate where someone may have been presenting as hostile to him, it was because of the views he thought that encounter would get him. And when you're a content creator, that is one of the most important things possible.
Okay. Where are they going with this? I don't view that as necessarily a bad thing. That's just the game. It's just kind of normal networking, right?
I know this as much as Steven.
What's up, Steven Bennell? I'm only 20 minutes into this 120-minute video. We got a lot of weird things being said here. Free content for you, my man. It is indeed.
This discussion of the numbers or the success of a stream or debate and how big and therefore
it would be super relevant to know what he was saying about the Fuentes video, and it would be really, I think, it would be really helpful to know what they spoke about after Nick joined that call, because they seem to be presenting the case that him reacting to a Nick video and then Nick coming onto the channel is a bad thing by itself, but that's entirely context dependent. Like, were they just agreeing with each other and chumming it up or what?
Successful it will be is something that lingers in the shadows of many of his discussions and appearances, but it's there if you look for it. They constantly joke about how well a video is going to do and what's going to make good content. Even slightly more recently, in a debate from 2022, he's able to assert that Nick makes tens of thousands shilling conspiracy theories to illustrate how Nick has an established interest in spreading misinformation. This was after collaborating with Nick Fuentes for several years.
Before we jump into this, okay, I just be clear about who you're talking to and what the goal of the conversation is, okay? Nick has a political movement, a political ideology. His goal is not to sell you truth or to sell you a critical thought process. His goal is to sell you his political ideology. So if he comes across some idea that's contrary to what he believes, or some thought or fact that is contrary to his belief system, he's not going to tell you that, and he's not going to incorporate it into his world. He's only going to give you the pieces of information that he uses to sell his ideology.
He talks about how
that's Destiny skewering Nick. Just skewering him. That's not him being chummy. I don't understand the point that's being made here. I have no fucking idea what these clips have to do with what Dead Domain is saying. It's very confusing.
How he knows why Nick has an audience and how spreading that misinformation plays into that.
It's good to ask questions, but you guys don't just ask questions. You guys believe in literally every single fucking conspiracy in the world.
Again. I am so lost right now. Adrian with $2. Destiny's biggest issue is his edginess and crassness. Ooh, I don't know if that's his biggest issue. I think that is an issue sometimes, obviously, but
do you think the government puts
at the end of that clip, which is on Destiny's channel, shows Nick and Sneeko, and they've gotten Destiny to agree to another debate, gleefully exclaiming that they're about to red pill so many people.
Are you being paid by the government? Give me a time and a date. Bro, you're getting paid to tell people exactly what they want to hear. That's the difference between you and me. You're getting paid to tell your audience exactly what they want to hear. Are you making money doing...
He's pretty unambiguously calling Nick a audience captured grifter. This is what he's saying here.
Are you making money doing what you're doing?
Hardly. We have some Turkish payment.
You're about to fly to fucking Florida to have a little vacation. What happened to that 400,000 in crypto? Listen, obviously you're getting paid. You're getting money. You're not broke. 9/11 debate on the 22nd.
Let's go!
At 6 p.m. Okay?
Dude, Sneeko, we're gonna red pill everybody.
It's a fucking 5-hour documentary, though.
It's good content. The controversy he gets by these people simply engaging with him is why he does it. And Nick is a particularly interesting case because they've had such a close proximity to one another for so long. In a 2023 Fresh and Fit podcast, Nick even says he's trying to be Destiny's friend.
I do, you know.
Close proximity?
Documentary, though.
It's good content. The controversy he gets by these people simply engaging with him is why he does it. And Nick is a particularly interesting case because they've had such a close proximity to one another for so long. In a
maybe there's a lot of lore that I'm completely oblivious to.
2023 Fresh and Fit podcast, Nick even says he's trying to be Destiny's friend.
I do, you know, and by the way, and I don't hate you. I disagree with you, but I don't hate you. I try to be your friend. That's okay. One day you'll come around.
He also has an obvious respect for the sniveling worm that is Nick Fuentes. In this 2025 clip, he is ceding to a fan of Nick's that he performed poorly in their last debate and chalks it up to Nick being an ideologue, talking about ideology which Destiny admits he's just not good with.
I watched you for years. After watching Nick for a year, I can say he's leagues above you. Yeah, I think.
Does Dead Domain think that being an ideologue is a good thing? Because that would help to make sense here. I don't think it's a good thing. I could be wrong. I thought that was baked into the meaning. An adherent of an ideology, especially one who is uncompromising and dogmatic. See, I take that to be negative. I suppose some people would look at that and think that that's principle, like just being principled and therefore good. But when I think of the word ideologue, I don't think that's a good thing. So maybe they're confused. Maybe Dead Domain thinks that Destiny is complimenting him here?
Up to Nick being an obvious respect for the sniveling worm that is Nick Fuentes. In this 2025 clip, he is ceding to a fan of Nick's that he performed poorly in their last debate and chalks it up to Nick being an ideologue, talking about ideology which Destiny admits he's just not good with.
I watched you for years. After watching Nick for a year, I can say he's leagues above you. Yeah, I think the last debate I had with Nick was fucking pathetic. And then the second one I had with him over immigration stuff was pathetic. He's good at like ideologue. If you like to listen to people monologue their ideology and just do that all day, I mean, Nick is a good guy to listen to. I'm really bad at that stuff. I just like researching shit and debating people on stuff, and I'm a little bit more discreet versus kind of like narratively driven.
I interpret this to be more of a self-critique than anything else. Like, I certainly don't interpret this to be Destiny glazing Nick. I think it's pretty obvious that Destiny thinks that being an ideologue is bad. And I think Dead Domain is just soaring over their head. Maybe Dead Domain thinks that being an ideologue is like very good.
These brief conversational snippets show a level of proximity to alt-right and far-right figures, dare I say a level of friendliness or comfort that seems at odds with anyone who would stand on their business as a progressive or even...
So far, they haven't shown any clips to demonstrate friendliness or comfort. I think that's a bit of a stretch.
Liberal. back to his private combos, I found this one illuminating, where during a casual conversation with Fuentes, he talks about giving known white supremacist and racist Lauren Southern tips on getting more views on her videos.
Like, I've argued with fucking Lauren about her videos where she's like, oh, all of my stuff is deprioritized. I don't think I'm getting views. Like, no, it's not. You just don't fucking upload enough. Make more fucking videos. And she did make a couple, and some of them actually popped off on the algorithm. She did one responding to Matt Walsh. She got
Wonderbear with $5. Did you see reports that Renee Good had a pulse 8 minutes after being shot? ICE reportedly waited 3 minutes to contact EMS and their cars restricted access. I did see that. There was a press conference with a bunch of doctors in Minnesota. Is that legal? Is that legal? Can the state or can the federal government not be sued by... Like, you'd have to think that that would be so negligent that you could actually sue, right? There's no way that you, like, the family can't sue for something like that, right?
like 500,000 views. And it's like, why do you think that the algorithm's not fucking? You're fucking yourself. Because that...
Two things. This was part of a multi-video visit Nick did, chilling with Destiny and his ex-wife and chatting it up. The second is that there's a lot of speculation as to whether Destiny slept with Lauren Southern. Well, it was speculation.
I gotta be honest with you guys. I have not watched the video of Destiny having a conversation with Nick Fuentes. I've only seen clips. But based on what other people said, and for those of you guys who have watched that video, my understanding was that it was Destiny was pushing back the whole time. Like, they weren't like agreeing on stuff. It was like he was pushing back the whole time. That's what the people who have watched that video have said. It was combative the entire time. He's pushing back on him the entire time. It was just a debate. Trump just dropped the Greenland EU tariffs. US equity markets are ripping. NASDAQ up 2%. Oh my God, dude, look at this. This is so stupid. What a stupid, unnecessary thing to do here. I'm surprised that he walked that back so quickly, because that seems like such an explicit admission that it was a stupid thing to do.
It's been confirmed by leaked DMs in a video presented by President Sunday. Oh, and his ex-wife Melina also confirmed this.
I don't really know why people are speculating. Like, I think people can just put the puzzle pieces together, like, really easily if they just look at, okay, these things happened. I even mentioned, and then people asked about it, and then he said that I got jealous because they streamed so much. That's not really what happened. I feel like it's pretty clear to who is not being honest here of what actually happened. There's so many things, and so many people that have said what happened. And if he wants to deny that, fine. But I feel like, you know, not everyone is perfect, and a lot of these people are pretty intense, you know? So maybe it's hard to trust, but you can also see patterns in how people behave and stuff. She did not lie. She did not lie. And I think it's really clear she didn't lie. That's what I'm saying, because it's...
This is one aspect of Destiny's personality I'm saving a bit for later because there's still a lot to get through, but Destiny's rampant horndoggery, or as he would put it, being too much of a gooner, as a quote, has led him, understandably, into some hot water.
That feels like an understatement.
You've heard about his various controversies. Chances are they have to do with things like exchanging sexts with underage fans, his fantasies about age.
What? Hang on. What? I must be so out of the loop. These are the things that, like, this is, remember what I was telling you about, like, orthodoxy? This is something that is so commonly thrown around, and I'll bet you anything Hassan is directly responsible for like a good chunk of this. Like, he says it on his stream, and then a bunch of other people start repeating it. This is just something like claims like that. There's so much you can attack Destiny over. I think justifiably so. I have so many complaints about, not complaints, but like criticisms, right? Of the way that he conducts himself sometimes, and some of his arguments I find to be a bit cringe at times, and certainly in terms of like personal responsibility, there's a lot you could go after there. But this stuff, like just casually throwing it out there, like you're probably familiar with the, you know, not just claim, but claims that he's sexting with underage fans. I don't think that's based on anything besides just like the conventional orthodoxy of like, that's what they say in these circles. And like, once they start saying it, it's just like, boom, it's immediately true. It's as though you just willed it into existence.
Play, his sharing of unapproved revenge porn and nudes with random friends, recording sex with partners without their permission, and more, all of which we will get to. But the Lauren Southern bit is important to this current topic because at the time they were engaging in acts, Southern was well known as an alt-right figure. She had cavorted with anti-Semite and eugenicist Sol Invictus, published anti-Islam.
Like if you're gonna go after if you're gonna talk about like the more kind of recent controversies and the more recent accusations, okay, that's fine. But like, why are we talking about having a consensual sexual relationship with Lauren Southern? Who gives a f about that?
Manuscripts, an extensive anti-feminist dribble, did a speaking tour with white identity lover Stephen Molyneux, defended Richard Spencer, and most famously harassed refugees with a European white identity group. It's not it shouldn't have been surprised that Lauren Southern was racist to anybody. In fact, it was kind of her defining trait for a long time. And look, I get it, you can't always judge someone.
Now, I haven't kept up on Lauren Southern lore. Speaking of lore, the last I had heard of her was like 3 years ago or 4 years ago, maybe. And she had come out and she was all of a sudden starting to like pick fights with figures on the right. I know she made some accusations against Andrew Tate. But it seemed as though she was still, and is still, it seems, like definitely right wing. But correct me if I'm wrong, but she kind of mellowed out like a little bit, right? I do mean a little bit. But compared to like 2017 Lauren Southern, she definitely mellowed out a little bit, right? Maybe that had to, like, maybe that was a result of her spending time with Destiny. Like, I literally have no idea, but I don't know. Like, to me, having a consensual sexual relationship with someone who has completely opposite politics from you, or even has political views that you find like really, really bad, and they kind of like stir negative emotions and that is such a non thing in the context of all of like Destiny's like sex stuff. That is like, I don't understand why that is even relevant. Like, I just don't care if people have sex with people with opposite political views. What is the issue with that? What is the moral judgment there? If it's casual sex, if it's not like, or even if you get in a relationship. What's his name? James Carville, who's this kind of old school, kind of legendary Democratic Party strategist, advised the Clinton campaigns, and pretty prominent voice within Democratic Party politics. I'm pretty sure his wife is a Republican. I don't understand it. Like, I definitely don't understand it. I for sure don't understand it at all. I could have, back in the day, obviously, this is how I'm framing it. I had casual sex with people who had different politics than me, not infrequently. but it's for me, I couldn't have like a relationship, like an actual like relationship or like a marriage with someone who had different politics. But James Carville's wife is a prominent political consultant for the Republican Party. And so like, I don't know how they make that work, but hey man, if that works for you, I don't have an opinion about that. Like, it's just, okay. I'm not going to be like judgmental. If it makes you happy, you know, like whatever, who cares? Like it's just such a, I just don't get this. This
by one or two friends, but how about the repeated themes of their life's work and the publicity stunts they constantly engage in? So at some point you got to ask, if Destiny is willing to fuck a Nazi, white identitarian, while still calling her out, then what's his line? Who won't he platform or collab with or engage?
What point are you making with that? Like, you can, it's almost like the concept of compartmentalizing just completely evades dead domain. Like, you can have a compartmentalized casual consensual sexual relationship over here and then also have like really differing views that like doesn't even process for this person.
With. Now, mind you, these are not just conversations or debates. This is intimacy.
I'm never having sex with a maggot, to be honest, but that's the other thing too. Like, my non-judgmentalness cuts both ways. So if you tell me that you cannot imagine having a sexual relationship with someone who is MAGA, I have the same exact reaction. Okay. I'm not going to tell you that you should. If that's where your boundary is, then fine. That's completely fine. Understandable. Sure. If that is where you draw your line, then that's fine. That's where you're at with things.
Friendship with people he's willing to publicly call Nazis. Like, here's Nick Fuentes talking about being in Destiny's Discord and talking about D&D.
I don't have the time. I don't have the time.
You were playing Dungeons of Dragons when I pulled up to your stream. You have plenty of goddamn time. You're talking about potions with 4 white dudes going, let's go, where's your potion? Watch a documentary.
If you
your fans don't even like that content. They tell me in the group chat they think it's boring when you play D&D.
Now, for a brief guide on who,
so they tell me in the group chat, was that a okay,
Destiny might consider morally equivalent for whatever reason, check out this 2025 Fresh and Fit clip where he says his enemies are the enemies of liberalism.
Like, there's a way you could be deceptive, I think. There's a way, if you want to, because it seems like the whole premise of this section is that Destiny is an opportunist, doesn't really care about the politics. It will have chummy, friendly relationships with Nazis if he thinks that it will benefit him. But then they use all these clips of them being very adversarial with each other. Surely you could have found some footage of just like benign throwaway quick asides during their conversations to try to deceptively make that point. But they don't even make the effort to do that. They just, it's almost like they're inserting, I don't get it. Like, it's almost like they're inserting clips that illustrate the opposite to be the case. And it just doesn't make any sense.
And goes on to accuse Vosh and Hassan of being as bad as Sam Hyde and Nick Fuentes, and says fighting them is equally important.
I can't speak to Vosh because I just don't know much about him, but yeah, I agree.
Destiny picking more fights with other lefties instead of watching the new Sam Nick show and attacking righties. My enemies are the enemies of liberalism.
Yeah.
And lefties, so people like Vosh and Hassan, are 100% aligned with people like
again, I don't know much about Vosh, but yeah, if your goal is to overthrow like the liberal system entirely and replace it with an authoritarian structure, then yeah, of course, like that is ideologically different from someone like Sam Hyde, but you're still at the end of the day trying to get rid of liberal democracy and replace it with something that is more like state enforced.
Sam Hyde or Nick Fuentes in terms of wanting to destroy the current liberal order. They both just envision something different coming afterwards. So I think attacking either group of those people is totally fair game, and I think is equally important.
Sam Hyde is a
there you go. There you go.
and a pedophile Nazi, by the way.
What does that have to do with what he just said? What the fuck does that have to do with what he just said?
And speaking of Nazis, let's get back to Nick Fuentes. Now, while Nick and Destiny used to be more frequent collaborators, Destiny has since stopped seemingly returning Nick's calls, or probably more so that Nick has wormed his way into the mainstream enough he doesn't need Destiny for clout anymore. And I'm sure a slew of heated and personal debates between the two didn't help matters at all.
I'm not gonna sit here and...
You didn't take notes to watch a movie?
Yes! That's how conspiracy theories work, because there's gonna be 7,000 things brought up that I've never fucking heard in my entire life. That's how these things always work.
It's a movie. Let's just watch it.
Take this. Wait, Destiny, I just can't believe that this dude really said, well, you want to debate me on
Sneeko, give me a time and a date.
I think that's a waste of time.
Give me a time and a date.
I won't debate you on 9/11.
This last video is interesting because right after yelling at each other, they schedule a debate on stream, like I talked about earlier, because Destiny needs time to research the JFK assassination, but he's already agreed to debate Nick about it.
If you want to do an organized conversation on the JFK assassination, we can do that. Would you like to set one of those up? We can schedule it right now if you want to.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
There is so much value, potential value, in terms of pulling people away from the explicitly anti-Semitic red pill space. There's so much value in doing this, and I'm just going to guess that Dead Domain doesn't even dive into that at all. Like, if you have, imagine a situation, they're all on a stream together. I don't know if they actually did this. You got, you know, Destiny's there, he's got his audience, Nick's there, he's got his audience, Nico's there. They're all live streaming at the same time. And then you have someone who is point by point unpacking all of the insane anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and you don't understand the potential value of something like that, of how many people you could pull away from that. Like, anti-Semitism is like so fucking banal and boring and stupid, and it's so easy to just pick 1,000 holes into. And I have to think that a lot of people, I don't know if it's like, you know, more than I don't know, you could pull away a lot of people from that, from the kind of Nazi space, the anti-Jew space, by just calmly addressing these insane conspiracy theories. Like, there's just so much potential value there.
Hey, hold on, Whit, give me a time and a date.
Let's do September.
This is another interesting moment.
If you understand the point of view that for them, platforming distasteful people is always bad, then you understand their POV. That does appear to be the case. But it doesn't make any sense, because they made it a point to say that they themselves had conversations with white nationalists and Nazis when they were researching another video, and they had leftists purity testing her about that. So they understand that there's potential value in those kinds of interactions, but they just don't apply that at all to this. Okay.
Because as we'll see more in the future, it shows how Destiny seemingly goes into any debate that will have him with a predetermined POV, not out of like sincere belief or knowledge, but just because it gives him a chance to argue.
Wait, the context here was an anti-Semitic, I'm surmising. It seems like it was an anti-Semitic movie about the JFK assassination, and they don't think it's a safe assumption that the movie is filled with a bunch of nonsense. Instead, they seem to be applying this label now, like, oh, it seems as though Destiny walks into these with a preconceived notion. He just likes to argue, which maybe that's true in some cases, but like, in this particular context, if it's a Nazi movie about how, you know, the Jews killed JFK or something like that, I think it's kind of safe to assume that it's going to be a bunch of nonsense, right?
And you might say, well, again, just because he doesn't agree with someone doesn't mean he can't have a polite conversation. Let's address that point. You don't need to agree with everything someone says to associate with them. That's true. We all have that one conservative coworker we're polite to and maybe even friendly with. It's not feasible to go through life being a dick to everyone who disagrees with you at every turn.
Okay.
Except Destiny's platforming goes so beyond simply debating people and seems to extend into a willingness to be chummy with anyone he perceives to help with some good old metric growth. We've already discussed Lauren Southern, but Nick Fuentes.
Can I see clips of the chumminess? Would that be too much to ask? I mean, if you're going to make the argument, if you're going to make that claim, just like, okay, just like show me the chumminess at least. I don't know what this is. I think I've talked about this particular example a lot, but there are these pictures that are kind of interesting psychological exercises where you show, you know, a group of people, like 50 people, the same picture, and you know, like maybe 20 of them see an old woman drinking a cup of tea, and then the other 30 see, you know, like a tree and a landscape. I think that's what's going on here. That's why I'm hesitant to call this bad faith. I think they genuinely saw all of those clips that they played of Destiny being adversarial with Sneeko and Nick Fuentes, and in their minds, that to them was like chumminess. But I don't understand how you could think that based on the clips that they've shown.
Fuentes is, of course, the most notable example. If you watch the early debates and interactions between Destiny and Nick, you might think of them as having something of a principled rivalry.
That what is white is a somewhat arbitrary concept. Now we go forward to today. You're talking to me. I'm half
skin color.
What? Yeah,
No, it's about skin
I'm half
color.
European,
In
half
America.
Cuban, and people consider me white. Nick Fuentes is a white nationalist. His last name is Fuentes, and he is 25% Hispanic. So it seems like the whole concept of white is just kind of
The
ridiculous.
problem is that over time it would be shown that Steven could easily be called a friend of Nick. I'm not touching.
What? What? What is the basis for that claim?
The probably fake, alleged, leaked sex tape between them, because, come on, there's plenty to critique here without reaching so far.
Why would you even bring it up then? Like, what was the point of even bringing it up? Like, what was the point?
Doesn't really matter also if Destiny and Nick hooked up or not, because Destiny has simply courted the controversy to, you guessed it.
Wait, hang on. I know this was a meme. There are no stupid questions, right? Guys, do we agree? There are no stupid questions, right? That was just a meme, right? That whole thing. What does benevolent mean? Motivated by a desire to help people was what I would guess. Motivated by a desire to like, motivated by pure good morality. Benevolent. Kind and with positive intentions. Okay, so feel pretty close to the mark there. Yep, it's just a meme. Well, they seem to think it's real.
Get more.
Is this a bit? They seem to think that it's real, that Destiny and Nick Fuentes were clapping cheeks and whatnot.
Alleged leaked sex tape between them, because, come on, there's plenty to critique here without reaching so far.
There's a kind of astonishing lack of self-awareness here. Like, I don't even think that they're aware that if they were really above, like, come on guys, let's be mature. Okay, we don't need to go down that road. Which they did it with Lauren Southern, so I don't know why it would apply to or maybe it's the like leaked angle. Maybe that's what's going on here. But like, just by bringing it up in this kind of context, you're obviously deliberately calling attention to that. So you can't just pretend like you're above it when you're actually just going out of your way to call attention to it.
It doesn't really matter also if Destiny and Nick hooked up or not, because Destiny has simply courted the controversy to, you guessed it, get more attention.
Obviously, I'm not going to do a whole deep intro or whatever on all this. I will say that I think a friend of mine's account from that I talked to like 3 or 4 years ago ended up getting compromised, and you know, sometimes you just gotta roll with the memes. It is what it is. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Okay.
Is he talking about generally what happened, or is he talking specifically about Nick here? Because that would very much change the context of this clip.
Sometimes it happens.
If he's talking about Nick, I think he's obviously joking.
Is he memeing? Is he serious? It doesn't matter. It gets people talking about him.
Well, it kind of matters. Kind of matters quite a bit, doesn't it?
And he knows that. They talk on Discord. Again, not an altogether weird thing to have.
He's talking generally? Well, then that was that feels a little deceptive.
Other content creators on Discord. But the way they talk about
because they spliced that in there as though it were in reference to Nick. So that's a little deceptive, right?
They're back and forth. And at least he knows that. They talk on Discord. Again, not an altogether weird thing to have other content creators on Discord. But the way they talk about their back and forth, at least in this clip from 2022, sure seems like there were other friendly conversations happening that weren't just scheduling debates.
What was the accusation that I made?
You said that, well, what you texted me on Discord is, it's your community, matey, and basically saying that I'm culpable.
Well, because, hold on. Did I say that?
You literally said, it's your. I said, you're blaming me for something someone else said. You said it's your community, matey. That's what you said.
Yes. So what am I saying there? Am I saying that like this is let's be a little sophisticated in our understanding. Am I saying that like you called for him to be reported, or that you led for his mass banning? Because you say that a few times in this video. You're making it sound like I'm saying that you specifically called for this. I've never levied that accusation, though.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're saying that.
That's kind of the implication I've gotten from watching. I can go back and watch clips, but it kind of feels like in the beginning of this video that you're saying that I've accused you of that several times. Because I have to pause and correct and say I've never accused Nick directly of doing it. Okay.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I don't.
Okay, that's good. I don't believe that's what you said in this video, but okay.
No, I didn't.
He knows this is a white supremacist. He knows this is someone who does tangible harm in it.
I think there's a layer of contempt that kind of cuts both ways between Nick and Destiny in these clips that they're just not picking up on at all. They seem oblivious to it, but there is a kind of contempt that makes itself known, I think, in some clips more than the others. But I watch these clips and to me, my mind does not go to the word fucking chummy.
His ideology. And when the debate lights are up, he attacks. So then ask yourself, if you're a fan of Destiny, would you say this about somebody?
Respect black people even when they disagree with me. Not even when they're useful pawns for my liberal agenda.
Nick, you literally think black people are genetically inferior. You think that black people are genetically intellectually inferior.
End up with more extremist figures like Nick Fuentes or maybe Lawrence Southern or something like that, and then eventually go down that extremist road.
And then go and hang out with someone like this? In the process of hanging out with Nick in a more casual setting, Destiny seems to be genuinely trying to reach or connect with him and engage with his ideas about conspiracies, as though there's potential for good faith.
Wait, but I don't, hang on. I feel like I would bet $200 that Destiny's attempt to unpack the conspiracy theories and stuff was not motivated by a desire or a thought that he could change Nick's mind. I feel like I would bet $200 that he was motivated by a thought that he could change people in Nick's audience minds. There's obvious.
Stop. No more
There's
bets.
obvious value.
No.
We're gonna.
No more bets.
I didn't say I'm gonna bet someone $200. I said
wants to bet me
I said
$1,000.
I said hypothetically, I would be willing. I wasn't inviting a bet, but I would bet that the goal was not to change Nick's mind. There's no way he thought he could change Nick's mind. The goal would be to like swing some of Nick's audience. And I feel a bit incredulous at the idea that Dead Domain cannot conceive of this.
He's trying to reach them where they're at, a strategy which I'm sure he and his defenders would assert is better for deconstructing people's worldview, getting them to agree to a more rational premise in an effort to push them down a path of de-radicalizing and educating themselves further. The problem is that Nick doesn't, and
look at the date. It's wrong. Oh, that's true. That is the wrong date.
Has never wanted that. He's a shameless, conniving, opportunist rat fucker, and always has been. Much of his irony-poisoned audience has been conditioned to behave the same way. Nick and Steven actually probably get along so well because they operate very similarly. They were
hold on, there's like 2 layers there. Number 1, they get along so well, and number 2, they operate the same? What?
Much of his irony-poisoned audience has been conditioned to behave the same way. Nick and Steven actually probably get along so well because they operate very similarly. They were formed in the same molten internet sludge, trolling transgressive forums and using shock tactics to get their platforms. One fun argument from an earlier debate stream we've looked at involved an anecdote Steven called Nick out on, where Nick tried to chicken shit dance his way around the real reason he was kicked out of a young Republican group. He said some racist shit, but thought he was in more trustworthy company.
So it's many things over the course of 5 years.
Was that really all you said?
Well,
you're
I
bullshitting. I can tell you're bullshitting.
Well, how am I bullshitting?
Bro, you're bullshitting, bro. Just tell us, what did you say?
I feel like I remember there being a leaked phone call and some other stuff that came out too that got you kicked out of school too, no? Was that?
Yeah, that is something
about.
Wait, is this ABBA? Is that ABBA? No. Is
Not
it?
like if a white girl dates a black person, it's the same as like fucking a dog, something
So pixelated, I can't see shit.
like that, maybe? Am I
remembering
this? Am I remembering this correctly?
Just 30 seconds.
Sure. Okay, so I just want to be clear. Like, notice how slippery he is between how he defines positions. Earlier, we were talking about how, like, you can't, like, his point earlier was that black people are black, brown people are brown, white people are white. Looking at, like, difference between black and brown people is really dumb. But now when we're talking about Africa, all of a sudden, that place where everybody's just black, well, now it's the most ethnically diverse nation on earth. How the fuck do we go from one to the other? And then secondly, earlier he's talking about, like, really diverse places, you know, cause crime. The more diversity, the more crime. But what do you hear white nationalists always say over?
Oh, that's ABBA. Oh, yeah.
Over again. What's the number one killer of black men? Other black people. It's not like we've got like race wars going on in the United States where a lot of ethnic diversity exists. It's usually people that are victimizing themselves. It's not black people running out killing white people run out killing black people. It's just crime within communities.
Okay. No.
Now, we will talk about Destiny thinking he's safe to say shit like slurs when he's in trusted company later, but more importantly than that, the primary
Oh no. Oh no, they totally misunderstood that whole situation.
Similarity between Nick and Destiny is that they will each take any opportunity they can for more attention or notoriety. The disconnect is that while Nick is sincere in his beliefs, at least in terms of offending people and sowing chaos, Destiny seemingly can't help but see the debates, positions, and beliefs as these detached, abstract game pieces. Nick has shown this again and again and again. He's navigated around the periphery of conservative politics for over a decade, quietly running his little Nazi stream like a Zoomer George Lincoln Rockwell, complete with a shitty little mustache. Just like Steven, he spends plenty of time going on random misogynistic and otherwise shit-headed podcasts that appeal to a wider and wider demographic, using his guise as a regular guy to lull people who don't know any better into thinking, hey, he's really not that bad. So when you wonder, how does Nick Fuentes, a actual white supremacist, violent, woman-hating, and very likely gay Nazi, have so many fans? Why is he everywhere? It's because every time someone has debated him or had him on their podcast, they've platformed him and helped in his overall goal to weasel his way to a larger viewer base. He's not a genuine actor, and anyone who's observed him for any amount of time could probably tell you that. Destiny could probably tell you that. I would just speculate that he probably doesn't care, because every time he's had somebody so controversial on, it did numbers, and that's what matters to him. So in the end, if someone is authentic about their beliefs, doesn't seem to enter into Steven's calculus. At least it didn't back then. In the 2024 video where Turkey Tom interviewed and spent a day with Destiny, he directly calls out Destiny for platforming Nick Fuentes.
Anybody that goes into like the kid jokes or the wife jokes, I never associate with again. Which is stupid.
That's the lie.
What?
Well, I feel like because like you hang out with a lot of people who you maybe would consider kind of, I don't know. I mean, okay.
That's usually my red line. That's why I cut off Sneeko and Zerka completely forever.
Here's one criticism I have of you.
Yeah,
real criticism.
Yeah, criticize me, baby.
Fuentes.
Whether or not he was a Nazi or wouldn't have changed him coming on my platform. I think for a while, America First was trying to get away from the crazy ultra like Jewish Nazi shit. Maybe there were still like memes and jokes, but I do think they were, especially with like AFPAC and everything, I think they were trying to move towards like a little bit more mainstream, like probably still like a little bit of the Nazi jokes and shit, but less than they were before.
To which Destiny responds that he saw, at the time, America First as trying to move away from the anti-Semitic and radical image and become more respectable and mainstream. He directly acknowledges and talks about how he thought a lot of it was just memes, as though that makes the sentiments of what's being said any less harmful. And then
doesn't it though? Like you can have a meme that is harmless. You can have a meme that is arguably like harmful. And then you can have a meme that is like there would be like a wait, hang on. What did they just say?
He directly acknowledges and talks about how he thought a lot of it was just memes, as though that makes the sentiments of what's being said any less harmful. And
any less harmful than what? Compared to what? Just earnest racism? I mean, that feels like a dubious conclusion to come to.
Then when asked why he cut Nick off, Destiny chalks it up to the Groypers basically being annoying.
Because Fuentes was on a bit of an upshoot before the Kanye shit. AFPAC was really successful. They got, what, like 2 Congress people?
Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor.
Yeah, that's a really big deal. That's more than any fucking lefty has ever done for their shit on YouTuber. When I'm criticizing his point of view, what I tell people is you should just criticize the point of view. Because the problem is that when you run into somebody, especially somebody who's like a little bit more politically adept, like Fuentes or America First, go, oh, you're a Nazi. They're gonna start bringing up like a million things that like actual Nazis believe. And they're gonna say, well, we break from Nazis here. And then you're just gonna look like an idiot. The current reason I've listened on Blacklist because he does the crazy aggressive deplatforming shit. Like the Groyper people will spam report people if they don't like you.
So his bottom line, that's when he decided to call it quits with platforming a Nazi. This is just one person.
When you say platforming a Nazi, that just feels like it is so lacking as a description for what those conversations actually looked like. If you're sharing a platform, first of all, Nick has a pretty big platform. Does Nick have a bigger platform than Destiny? Probably. Isn't Nick the one platforming Destiny in that spot? Or did they platformed each other, I guess? I don't know. If you're gonna have that, if you're gonna describe that situation, maybe you say sharing a platform, but they seem to be, yeah, again, like, okay, this person is massively contradicting themselves. Okay, because in this sentence here, they sure do seem to be suggesting that any kind of sharing a platform with a Nazi is bad. But 30 minutes ago in this video, they said that they platformed Nazis when they were doing videos on like Nazi groups or something like that. So there's I don't really.
So his bottom line, that's when he decided to call it quits with platforming a Nazi. This is just one person, Destiny. Repeat.
They platformed a Nazi by their own definition. So I don't even. Is there no context in which, quote unquote, platforming a Nazi would be advantageous or yield positive results? What is the standard here? You can't go back and forth.
Repeatedly collaborated with. Here's him chumming out with people like Sneeko, Aiden Ross, Myron Gaines, and plenty of other assholes. Even now, because of his audience and pedantic approach to life, people might still be willing to lend him that goodwill and say, well, of course he wants to get eyes on him. It's his job. Or maybe even he's tearing down those ideas. He's going into these spaces to expose them for being bad actors. Except
I mean, both of those are valid, right?
You can do all of that without engaging, let alone platforming these people personally. And also, he doesn't do that. After watching so many of these streams and debates, I have come to 2 conclusions. The first is that
they're saying he doesn't attack their ideas. What? I want like a supercut of all the clips they used to just run back to back to back to back to back. And then right after that, play the clip right here of them claiming that Destiny doesn't. I guess I'm so confused right now.
job, or maybe even he's tearing down those ideas. He's going into these spaces to expose them for being bad actors. Except you can do all of that without engaging, let alone platforming these people personally. And also, he doesn't do that.
You've shown like 50 clips of him doing that. I am so lost right now. Do they edit their own videos? Maybe there's like maybe there's an editor? No, I think they edited this video. Otherwise, they would have credited another editor, right? So I don't know how to make sense of this. This is kind of crazy to me.
After watching so many of these streams and debates, I have come to two conclusions. The first is that Aiden Ross might actually have no brain, just a hollow cavity with some kind of jello inside. I'll give it up in this stream where Steven, through basically no effort, convinces Aiden of an existence of Minecraft 2 featuring OnlyFans.
I agree. Yeah, Matthias, probably one of the worst Destiny hit pieces that this honestly might be the worst that I've ever seen, because none of it makes any sense to me. I don't know. I just like straight up don't know how to explain. Like I feel like I'm on a fucking bad acid trip, and it's just like things are just flying over my head.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Hitler said motivational things too, but I mean, I don't know what the point of that is. Like, the overall takeaway from Andrew Tate is that he's a scam artist, a sex trafficker, and a guy that's built his entire life on, now that he's fucking Muslim, he's built his whole life on haram shit, like gambling and selling sex and scamming men. It's interesting because I think there's a quote from Hitler saying OnlyFans is the second Holocaust, and he said that before he even did the first one, so I'm sure you'd agree with that at least, right?
Wait, Hitler said OnlyFans the Holocaust?
The second.
What is happening? This is a satirical video. That's the only way that I can make sense of this. This is a satirical video. Because they seem to be complaining that I guess he quote unquote like platform. Hang on, hold on. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
He doesn't do that.
We're just going to review something real quick here. Hold on.
After watching so many of these streams and debates, I have come to two conclusions. The first is that Aiden Ross might actually have no brain, just a hollow cavity with some kind of jello inside. I'll give it up in this stream where Steven, through basically no effort, convinces Aiden of an existence of Minecraft 2 featuring OnlyFans.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Hitler said motivational things too, but I mean, I don't know what the point of that is. Like, the overall takeaway from Andrew Tate is that he's a...
Surely they will acknowledge the obvious value of sharing a platform with Aiden Ross if you can farm a clip like this, which shows Aiden Ross to just be dead to rights, just like really, really dumb.
Scam artist, a sex trafficker, and a guy that's built his entire life on, now that he's fucking Muslim, he's built his whole life on haram shit, like gambling and selling sex and scamming men. It's interesting because I think there's a quote from Hitler saying OnlyFans is the second Holocaust, and he said that before he even did the first one, so I'm sure you'd agree with that at least, right?
Wait, Hitler said OnlyFans the Holocaust?
The second.
There's no way.
Holocaust.
How did Hitler know?
Yeah, I know. That's crazy, huh? Just because Hitler might have said a couple good things doesn't mean that Hitler's a good guy, right? Same thing with Aiden, or not Aiden, same thing with Andrew Tate. I'm sure that Andrew Tate has said some good things. He has, a listener says good things, but overall he's like a scam artist. I don't think he's a good guy.
Okay, show me where he said something about Hitler said OnlyFans is going to be the second Holocaust. Please show me where he said that.
It was in the second version of Mein Kampf, but I think that ISIS burned that down when they invaded Germany last.
What the fuck? There's a second Mein Kampf?
No.
Yeah, but he'd written it. There was only one version because he'd written it when he was in that fucking bunker before he killed himself.
Yeah, damn.
No notes, flawless victory. But the other conclusion I've come to, despite his fervent arguing against these ideas and wanting to attack people's ideas, not them personally, the reason Steven doesn't distance himself strongly is partially because he's grown his platform and business several times over with these tactics. But also,
that seems pretty valid, right?
Also because he doesn't seem to take people like this seriously in their ideology or threats. He seems to think that everyone else is like him.
Okay, so that's not my experience in the last year. Because my biggest thing that I've been the most pointed critique that I've had of Destiny in the last year has been that his like searing hatred, like his searing, profound, like hatred that is almost like the fire of like 1,000 suns of Republicans has led him to say some really unhinged shit. It is, in my opinion, the reality is the opposite of what this person is saying. Like, if anything, he has leaned into the fucking hatred of Republicans in this last year, probably more than his entire career. Like, it has gone to extraordinary heights in 2025. The shit that he has said in 2025 and continues to say about Republicans and what they deserve and it is so unbelievably unhinged and motivated by like just nothing but sheer contempt, like utter contempt, like a very obvious belief that he thinks that he is talking about like literally inferior people, morally inferior, intellectually inferior. And this video essayist is, what did they just say?
But also because the reason Steven doesn't distance himself strongly is partially because he's grown his platform and business several times over with these tactics, but also because he doesn't seem to take people like this seriously in their ideology or threats. He seems to think that everyone else is like him. They turn on their worldview when the cameras are rolling, and off camera, they're just totally chill, laid back people. He seems to think that just because he will make edgy jokes about people being killed, when someone else says it, they're also just joking. I cannot think of any other reason why he...
Maybe this is massive projection, which would be kind of meta, because it would be them projecting a perceived projection that Destiny is doing. But really, it's like their projection of projection, you know what I mean? There's like a meta shit to this.
Still be saying
There's
shit
layers
like
to
this in 2025, despite ostensibly cutting ties with Nick Fuentes.
You want to talk about racism?
Like 2025 is the year that Destiny, I just feel like, became a bit radicalized, even more so than before. And in fact, that radicalization, I think, has led to some slight rhetorical overlap with a lot of the radicalized lefties that I've been interacting with over the last like several years. All of a sudden he started saying, and his audience started saying some stuff that sounded eerily similar to some of the stuff that I was hearing from radicalized lefties. So this whole section is a bit that's not what I have observed at all.
Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
Let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of this camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're racist will now have heard it from your own lips.
I'm getting so tired of doing optics evaluations or rhetoric evaluations because I'd rather just debate on the facts, and you guys have gotten so obsessed with it, it's boring to talk about. But Nick set himself up with a defensible out at the beginning of this interview by saying, when I'm on stream, when I'm making jokes, like I'm being hyperbolic, I'm not, we're telling jokes here. It's not like 100% serious stuff. Like obviously it's small stream, small amount of people, these are not the messages that I would say to the entire world. So he set himself up with a good out here, but now he is biting the bullet on every single thing he said on his stream. What? Like the response when Pierce says this is like, well, no, I'm being hyperbolic, but like what I'm trying to explain to you is like, imagine the fear of an average white person when there are people getting set on fire on buses.
He is offering, I think, and this is something I've seen him do like 1,000 times, but he's offering neutral debate kind of analysis. He's offering like a neutral critique of the debate style, the debate tactics. He's not tacitly or even implicitly agreeing with Nick Fuentes' worldview. He's just kind of neutrally evaluating his performance on peers. And it seems like dead domain is misreading that.
Was that a black guy that did that? I don't remember. Or if you're that poor white Ukrainian woman that got stabbed to death by a black guy, you know, if she would have avoided black men on the bus, if she would have gotten off as soon as that crazy black dude entered, she might still be alive today. Like, these are like your more kind of like, I think, like publicly rhetorically favorable outs that I feel like he set himself up for these outs at the beginning of this interview, but then he's in like full combat mode now. I don't know why he switched.
In this clip, Nick goes over how he's essentially using his recent interview with Piers Morgan as a publicity stunt, and how those publicity stunts have given him more and more viral attention. This is while he's whining about being canceled, because of course. And from that same stream, Destiny goes over how he himself will do the same, tailoring his approach and tactics to best spread when utilizing another's platform.
He's conducting.
This is just kind of standard. I think everybody does this. Hassan certainly definitely does this. And it's just kind of smart. Like, you don't, it's not necessarily the best idea to strike the same exact tone on every platform that you go into. Like, some podcasts are just not those kind of podcasts. And so if the goal is to, you know, engage in interesting discourse, persuade people to your point of view, and yes, grow your brand, then this doesn't seem to me to be some like immoral thing to do. Within certain constraints. Like, I think hiding your power level is like okay up to like a reasonable threshold.
Like, this is a platform of equals.
It's what you did on PK. I mean, I've done that kind of my whole career to one degree or another, but yeah, I'd take a different approach with PK because, well, like, there's a number of reasons, but it's just not that kind of like blood sport kind of podcast.
Instead of, he is getting access to Piers' platform, and so he needs to market it like that. Like, when I go on Piers' platform, I view it as though I'm on Piers' platform. I'm trying to angle out kind of a little bit his audience. I'm fighting different battles here. Yeah. But I think that's what Nick needs to do, because I don't think Nick is big enough to be like, well, I can't believe you do that. You're being mean to me, which is kind of what he's done for part. I can't believe you'd attack my dad. It's like, well, you brought him up first, bro. I mean, I don't think that you can just pull out the victim argument when you're coming onto his platform. I think you have to defend it a little better.
Piers wasn't even attacking Nick's dad either. I mean, he was just responding to what Nick was saying.
If you want.
That was crazy.
But the most telling moment comes when critiquing Nick's debate performance. He muses to his audience why Nick doesn't just drop the Jew stuff.
The one thing I don't understand too,
I think they're totally misunderstanding that whole context. Like, there's no real understanding there. Burrito, thank you so much for 6 months. Thank you for being the normie man. Cheers.
Sometimes
I didn't listen again. I'm biased towards people, so I guess maybe listen, it's certainly possible that it's bad faith. Maybe it's likely that it's bad faith, but again, I think it more has to do with the dogma, the orthodoxy. That's what I think is going. Like, I think that's a powerful motivator. The instinct or the desire to stay in the in-group. That there's no stronger impulse that living beings have, generally speaking, than the desire to survive. Generally, the strongest impulse that people have, that your body is going to act in immediate ways to deal with some kind of a threat. And in the case of online leftist spaces, it's a similar kind of impulse. And so they'll never let themselves even entertain certain things, even when it's really obvious. Like, I think the best example of this is the dog collar thing. Everybody outside of Hassan's community saw that clip, saw those collections of clips, and was able to immediately put together what was happening, because it was just so obvious. But if you're inside that group, your brain is going to maybe subconsciously find a way to resist even thinking about that possibility. Even if you can just see something as plain as day, that instinct of self-preservation is that strong, and it's a similar kind of survival instinct because you're like surviving online, like you view that in the context of survival, is like being in that in-group. And I think there's a decent chance that that's what's going on here, that the person who made this video was motivated in making this video by probably like a couple different things. Well, I think they were motivated by a sense of like tapping into that in-group orthodoxy and then capitalizing on it for their own personal gain. And so maybe that kind of motivation clouds their judgment a little bit, but then there's also just like, I'm telling you, these people will not even, the thoughts won't even enter their mind. Anything that goes against that in-group kind of thing. It's like, that's a very strong impulse.
I think maybe I overthink this or overanalyze it. Cause do you have to do the Jew shit? Like, I feel like Nick would have a much higher ceiling on what his popularity could be. Or he would uncap it if you could just like drop the Jew shit. Like, do you really think, can't you? Because you can do all the same xenophobic, racist stuff around immigration or mass migration or whatever. Like, you can do all.
Obviously, it sounds very callous. It sounds very detached. But this is and maybe it's a little hard to explain to normies, but he's doing neutral debate analysis. He's not assigning a value to Nick's beliefs or his arguments. He's simply having a discussion with his audience about effectiveness in a debate format. That's just obviously what this is.
All these talking points without having to have the Jew shit. And I feel like the Jew shit can just turn off so many.
That's why being antisocial makes you more rational. Ooh, I don't think that's true. Being antisocial makes you, well, I guess that's a complicated topic. I don't know if that's true because I don't think being antisocial is rational. I think being antisocial is irrational. So that's kind of poisonous, right? I don't think you need to be antisocial in order to be more rational. You can be a social person and you can be someone who values social interaction and someone who is more sympathetic and empathetic towards individuals and still be a rational human being by just rejecting certain traps, like the in-group trap. Being neutral and analytical isn't a good look when covering actual Nazis. I mean, I don't think that really, who cares? Is it a good look? I don't really care. Do you? I'm like Melania Trump. I got I knew my jacket. I don't think, who cares? Like if I'm having how many conversations have I had with chat where if you clip those and and you just put a 5-minute clip of me on the internet of me having some of the conversations that we've had where there's obviously like a rapport that I have with chat and a understanding, there's like inside jokes or we're kind of interested in similar things. If I worried about, well, how's this going to look in a 5-minute clip? I don't think my stream would be very interesting to watch. So who cares? Like, I don't think that really matters. You're never going to be able to, you would have to sanitize yourself to such an extreme degree that there's no way that you would ever say anything interesting or compelling or challenging ever if you went by that standard. You're never going to reach that perfect sanitization. At some point, you will be devoured by that very mechanism. Like you will be devoured by the very people that you're going to. This is like the Jordan Peterson kind of thing that he said to fucking Ethan Klein that one time that ended up being kind of prescient a little bit. Pains me to say that Jordan Peterson actually was fucking very right about that whole thing. It's never going to be enough. You will be consumed at some point. Only the top alphas of that online internet in-group, they have kind of like cult leader status. And so they can just say stuff and people will kind of just like gravitate towards that perspective or whatever. But unless you're there, you're always going to be fighting to get there, and you're never going to get there. Like you're just going to fall at some point. People do have an interest in, and obviously this is the case for Destiny and his whole thing is debate, right? But like people do have a genuine interest in, how do I improve my rhetorical skills? How do I improve my ability to debate people? What are the best methods to like deconstruct an argument and poke holes in it and undermine arguments that I'm positioned against? Like people definitely have an interest in that, and that's like a separate thing than like we've already seen 10,000 clips in this video of Destiny challenging Nick's white supremacist beliefs. It's in the video. Like we already know that there's clips like that, and so to me that means like this is just bad editing in my opinion, because like by the time we get to this point where they're using this clip in a way that's, I would say, somewhat deceptive, trying to make the point that Destiny is like earnestly coaching Nick on how to be more racist or whatever, or how to be more successful in his racism. But by the time we get to this point, I've already seen like 50 clips of Destiny calling out the white supremacist bullshit stuff. So I just, that's not very effective to me in terms of like storytelling in a video.
Need the Jew shit. And like a lot of people that are turned on by the Jew shit aren't even going to be your natural allies anyway. Like Fuentes is never aligning himself heavily with like all the fucking Arabs or like the tanky lefty people.
Like it's obviously edgy, and so that's not going to be for everybody. But it's obviously like edginess here. If that's not your cup of tea, don't watch those kinds of creators, right?
Well, I don't know, but maybe he genuinely believes it. I guess maybe it might be a thing that he actually heavily believes in.
The anti-Semitic conspiracy that is a core of Nick Fuentes' worldview and has been for over a decade.
I don't think they understand that was like slight shade. Destiny was basically calling Nick a grifter. That's like the ultimate thing. He is somewhat accusing Nick of pushing things that he doesn't believe for clout and money. There's a word for that. It's called grifting. He's accusing Nick of being a grifter in that clip. He's not complimenting him.
And Destiny somehow seems it as interchangeable, like a weapon for an action figure. This is 2025. There's no room to say, well, maybe his opinions have changed, especially when it's clear that his approach to these people and associating with them has remained steadfast. I'll be generous and say what Steven is likely mistaking is that the people he argues against, like Nick, have no real standards for behaviors behind closed doors. This is particularly a well-noted phenomenon in conservative spaces where, despite being homophobic or racist or transphobic or whatever, people will constantly be accused of engaging in behaviors behind the scenes that show these beliefs to be little more than advertisement, public virtue signaling to their base.
Throughout the entire monologue, Destiny was comparing Nick to Hassan and saying Hassan was much better optically. Funny they didn't include that. Interesting.
Which is what Steven does himself. And I can't say for sure, because I don't know what's inside Steven's brain, nor do I want to, but from everything he himself...
That seems a bit contradictory. You don't want to know what's going on inside of his brain. You opened the video by saying, I want to get to know what's going on inside of Steven's brain. Like that's the whole purpose of the video, isn't it?
Himself has said, it sure does seem like he regards these incredibly harmful ideas as just tools. Things to be swapped.
Yeah, maybe they're talking about this specific topic here.
And shifted depending on what position they're arguing from and how it will help their popularity. In fact, when observing others and their convictions, he often seems bewildered when speculating at what someone genuinely believes, as if that's the only reason they could argue for it.
Yeah, I would say I cut my teeth like debating conservatives. Like I was kind of like the only lefty guy who would be like a hardcore debater, because that was like a conservative trope. And because I was the only person that did that for a long time, that was my reputation. I got a lot of left-leaning followers, and a lot of those people were like very far left, which I always thought was kind of a joke. I didn't think that was actually true. I started to realize that people in my community were like way further left than I had realized.
Relatable! Oh my goodness. You know what it was for me, you guys? I'm not even kidding. I had that exact moment. I can't give you a specific moment, just a general memory. But do you know, there was a specific thing that was joked about? Somebody guess. There was like language. It was like particular language talking about a particular like potential action that people could do that I took as a joke for probably like 2 or 3 years, and then I realized like, oh my god, wait, these people are fucking serious. It was guillotines. It was like references to the French Revolution and guillotines. And I would like joke along, and I thought it was I would say comrade. I would use the kind of like, hey, comrades, you know, I would use that language because I thought it was like an inside joke. It was like meant to be tongue in cheek, you know, like, we're progressive liberals over here, but I'm going to call you a comrade. So there's a little bit of like irony there. And then at some point, I can't tell you exactly when, at some point it became clear that number one, they were not joking about the guillotines. And number two, they were not joking about, they weren't being like ironic when they were using the word comrade. I was like, oh fuck. Shit. Well, that adds a whole new context to the last 3 years.
And I thought it was all memes and jokes and stuff, but now I'm not sure. Like Hassan goes like on these full-on rants on his stream about how like, oh, the U.S. is worse than the USSR and shit, and I'm like, whoa, hold on, homie. Like I don't know if I would like unironically say this, but then like you said, like all of a sudden I start to realize like, wait, I think it feels like there are more tankies here than I actually thought.
Yeah. You can also hear.
Yep.
How he regards his own stumbles and debates and post-argument wrap-up streams he will do, which listening to only cemented my view that it's all just some kind of game to him.
I've had a problem with what I consider to be, oh my god, militant as fuck progressives online. I hate them. I hate all these commies and socialist kids, the Chapo Trap Housers, the unironic like Marxists and stuff. They're just.
And I remember having this year, actually 2019, having conversations with Hassan on stream and having conversations with Destiny on stream, and I was trying to like broker a peace. I remember telling Destiny, gotta chill out with like Lance from the Serfs, Mike from PA, and Hassan. Gotta make this thing work, you know, left solidarity. And it was kind of half tongue in cheek, but kind of half serious. And then I would talk to Hassan and be like, you and Destiny got to work it out. There's a lot of potential here. We can get people excited about left-wing politics. And it's like, so I look back at that. I'm like, you sweet summer child. You naive, sweet summer child. You ignorant slut for thinking that that was ever on the table with those people.
Annoying to me. I don't necessarily hate their ideology. They just come at me with a whole bunch of bunk arguments. 95% of these people don't even know like labor value theory. Like they have no idea what they're talking about. But they're
technically it's labor theory of value.
So quick to throw out every single like.
I know. I can tell you about labor theory of value. Okay, so according to Marx, was it that Marx thought that like was it that Marx assigned like a literal value to like units of time, and they were called, I think, social value? Is that what it was? And then you kind of you come up with a number to like a numerical value for like, you know, what does 8 hours at the factory equal? And then you compare it to the amount of profit that the capital owner brings in, and then so like the surplus value is what goes to the capital owner when it should be going to the people. Wasn't that kind of the whole thing there? Like socially necessary labor time? Yeah. I think that's kind of the gist of it, right?
Contemporary understanding of economics to make some argument for some crazy socialist fantasy world where everything is free, nobody has to work.
And the whole point of like Marxism is like that the workers themselves, the proletariat, are entitled to that surplus value. And yeah,
other countries mess with us. All the every problem it's been frustrating me.
I don't like doing this thing where I just like criticize the left from the left for clicks. I think that there's legitimate stuff to criticize the left for, and one of those things is just like the narcissism of small differences, as it's called, where like we agree on 95% of stuff and we make the focus the 5% we disagree on to the point where we end up just like losing, and it's completely.
That's what I thought as well. I did think it was like a 5% difference, but that's not. I learned that that's not true. I learned that the differences that I had with these people, the more kind of militant fringe vocal online left, I was in there, I was in my head, I was just like, you know, we kind of agree on like the broad strokes of things, like healthcare, more healthcare, and you know, more social programs, and like that's where I was at around the same time, 2019, because I knew that these people were more left wing than I was, and I knew that these people had perspectives that I really disagreed with, but I for sure, I don't know if it was like I deluded myself or if I just didn't know enough about these people yet to understand how profound the differences actually were. But it was the Biden years that turned me around on that. The Biden years was what woke me up, because I watched that group at every step of the way take every effort they could to try to chop that presidency down. Meanwhile, I was over here looking at the Biden presidency with a completely different lens. I was like, oh my God, like I have been waiting literally my entire life for a president to come along and do the kind of stuff that Biden was doing. I was like, oh my, he's the chosen one that was prophesied. He was the promise of my aspirational youth. Here he was showing up like a prodigal son and actually delivering on an agenda that was just explicitly, unapologetically left-wing. And then when I looked at the conversations that were happening in progressive spaces, it was like he was like the worst. It was like, maybe, honestly, he might even be worse than Trump. I mean, I don't know how many people were saying that, but like, probably some. Yeah.
Counterproductive.
I'm curious to what extent you would consider yourself pro-Israel as opposed to simply being against the narrative of Palestinian oppression, wherein the Palestinian side can do no wrong. I don't know, I'm probably like 65 or 70% pro-Israel. It just depends on where you're at. If I start talking to any, like that Simcha Rockman guy or whatever, if I start talking to any crazy pro-Zionist, I'm probably going to come off as super anti-Israel. It depends on, there's multiple ways to engage with the conversation. We can either engage on the factual level, where we're going to debate the facts, or I can engage on a philosophical level. So for instance, I can try to point out a contradiction in your argument if I don't have the facts. Now that's a much scarier level to engage on, because if the other person is familiar or can maneuver the conversation well, you're going to get completely blown the fuck out. Or I can try to like focus on another point that's more philosophically related. Why do you let JP strong arm you? It's not, it's just, it's trying to figure out like, what do I want to argue on? Like, do I really want to argue if things like famine or if like, do I want to argue if these things count as like leftist? It's just, I just don't want to have this. We've already wasted an hour and we haven't talked about much. Why would I want to, it's just picking the things I want to fight with. And I'm kind of thinking here, like, do I want to fight at this point? And I don't. It's, okay, I'll give it to you, whatever.
The only conclusion I can draw from observations like maybe Nick Fuentes isn't actually racist towards Jews and isn't being edgy is that Destiny can only see opinions not from a place of empathy or understanding, but from his position, where it seems like convictions and beliefs are...
Wow. I mean, my goodness, just putting on a absolute clinic of projection here, I think.
Malleable, open to change or manipulation to suit needs. And that's the alternative to the explanation just being that Destiny is too stupid to know the difference, which I genuinely think.
Man, I just, so yeah, I don't know. My perspective is that is exactly what is going on with this creator throughout this entire video. The blinders are so intense that they can't fathom like a non-evil way to interpret the stuff that like Destiny's talking about.
Isn't the case. In treating these people as peers and their ideology as difference in opinions, his platforming of these voices and spreading of their ideas, even trying to genuinely interact with disingenuous actors.
Platforming Jordan Peterson on Jordan Peterson's podcast? Is that the inference here? Who has a bigger platform?
paints these liars and opportunists in a more reasonable, favorable light, in turn bringing in more people who might see them as just chill guys who have a difference of opinion, and serving to normalize politically radical and harmful ideas.
Now, I think I did watch the podcast he did with Jordan Peterson. That was pretty contentious. From what I recall, I'm thinking of a particular moment where that got like pretty contentious.
Destiny might just see these interactions as pushing back with the factoids he studies up with, but in failing to recognize the genuine ideological mission of bad faith actors, or simply mistaking their beliefs for being a business model, he's enabled this shit to spread for his entire career. Like I said earlier, people have been asking, why is Nick Fuentes everywhere now? I thought he was a Nazi, and he is. But the reason that he's everywhere is because people see more of him just chilling out and being
flowchart. This is like this is the second cousin of the flowchart. They're doing a kind of flowchart logic here. The people who drifted towards Nick Fuentes, they have no agency. They're just like brainless automatons. They don't have any agency whatsoever. Like, it's not their responsibility at all that they drifted towards like Groyperism and Nick Fuentes. It's actually Destiny's fault. Or people like Destiny's fault for appearing on podcasts with them, even if he's pushing back on literally 99% of the stuff that they're saying.
Being a reasonable, rational guy, then they do the actual evil shit he believes. And in a very real way, spending years collaborating.
Trump is back down on Greenland. He said, based on a very productive meeting that I have had with the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, we have formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland, and in fact, the entire Arctic region. The solution, if consummated, that is interesting language. Consummated. What is this? Prima nocta? What is this? Complete a transaction. Okay. If consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all NATO nations. Based upon this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on February 1st. Additional discussions are being held concerning the Golden Dome as it pertains to Greenland. Further information will be available as discussions progress. Vice President Vance, Secretary of State Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and various others as needed will be responsible for the negotiations. They will report directly to me. Thank you for your... So I don't read this as him backing off of Greenland. I read this as him backing off of the tariffs. I would not assume that this is him saying, I no longer want to absorb or annex Greenland. I don't know if that's really clear in that. No, he says they have a Greenland deal, but that could mean like 1,000 different things.
With someone like Destiny allowed Nick to test the waters with what rhetoric would get pushback and what would get him more attention and thus a bigger platform. And after platforming so many people, it shouldn't be surprising that Destiny has been a controversial figure for a while. Had no shortage of critics from all sides. And I want to talk about how he reacts to being criticized on all fronts, because I don't think he would have it any other way.
Scary, like how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house to kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking...
Like the argumentative strategy.
Wait. Was that Destiny doing a mea culpa there? Because it sounded like he was criticizing himself there, didn't it?
To being criticized on all fronts, because I don't think he would have it any other way.
Scary, like how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house to kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking...
Like...
It sounded like he was criticizing himself there. It sounded like he was saying that was like a fucked up time in his life, and it sounded like he was... I don't know. Yes, Destiny is talking about how bad his mental was at the time. Destiny was being DDoSed by a kid, stopping him from making money for months. Osvodanya with $5. If there are truly any checks on Trump, the most effective check seems to be the stock market. True. True. He's refusing to say that the U.S. will have ownership of Greenland.
Does it still include the United States having ownership of Greenland like you've said you wanted?
It's a long-term deal. It's the ultimate long-term deal. And I think it puts everybody in a really good position, especially as it pertains to security and minerals and everything else.
How long is it, Mr. President?
Have you already spoken to other European leaders? Yes, I have.
How long would the deal be, Mr. President?
Infinite.
Will there speak to Denmark?
There is no time limit. It's forever.
And how would you ratify the deal?
It's signed forever.
But you haven't
I don't know. I mean,
signed anything yet, right?
It's a deal that's forever.
Will there be a vote anyway, Mr. President?
I think you're right. But I think he's being careful to not come out and say that he's backed off. But I do think you're right. Probably right. This is like a classic Trump playbook, by the way. Literally create some kind of a crisis with your own rhetoric, hype it up for weeks or months, get like really minor concessions, and then claim victory. He's done this 1,000 times. It's literally 1,000 times he's done this shit. He did it with NAFTA. You guys remember that? He did that shit with NAFTA. Eliminated NAFTA and then signed a brand new trade deal that was basically just the same NAFTA. I can probably think of some other ones that he's done, but like this is just classic Trump. Swanenberg with $5. What are the odds? The deal is we're now allowed to build military bases and mines in Greenland when we're already allowed to do that. I think like 80%. I think like 80% likely that that's what's going on here. Wait, why is Nick Shirley? What the fuck?
Correct.
What makes you think that?
Well, now you're seeing, since I've posted that video, lots of other people have started to go to other locations, for instance, in Ohio or in Maine or in California. They're also seeing the similar fraud take place in other daycares, for instance, in a lot of other locations.
Yeah, I have a particular interest in California, being from that state, and we know that there's been a lot of fraud. There was $32.6 billion that's been confirmed in unemployment insurance fraud. There's 1.2 million fraudulent community college applications. Have you gotten any sense, or have you seen any signs there that sort of are similar to what aroused your suspicions in Minnesota?
Yeah, and fraud in California might be worse than the fraud in Minnesota.
What makes you say that?
Well, $24 billion went missing for homelessness. They've been trying to build this train for years, yet there's hardly anything to prove.
Yep.
For that, fires.
Yeah.
Fires? His example of fraud in California is fires. Was the fire fraudulent?
Those are good points. So
it was just AI. AI fires. They weren't real. You fucking sheep. Can't believe you fell for that.
Let's run through a couple of those. Because I mentioned the...
Dazvidani with $5. You know what? Building off my last point, I'll say it. Capitalism is going to help us fight against Trump. Fuck yeah, capitalism. It also, like, you could say created Trump. A little bit of a mixed bag there.
Areas where we have confirmed fraud, but then you also have these areas where you have so much spending, and then we look at what results from that spending, and there's nothing. So $24 billion in homelessness, and yet the homeless population went up, and a state audit found that they couldn't even figure out where the money went or what the outcomes linked to that spending were. Is that something that is kind of a red flag for you?
Yeah, it's a major red.
Okay, I don't even. Have you guys seen what happens when you sync up the instruments in Arc Raiders? It's pretty cool.
No. What a no.
More lights. All right,
Imagine turning the corner in Arc Raiders and seeing
30, we start.
Ready? 24.
I fucking love this game, bro. God, I love that game. God, it's so good. Ooh, but Marathon? Ooh, Marathon's looking fucking thick, though. Marathon is looking dummy thick, you guys.
The argumentative strategies he employs to understand how Destiny works, you have to break down everything he says and piece it back together to see how it functions for him, how the argument works, and how it benefits him. First and foremost, Destiny tries to sidestep any allegations that he has a responsibility to his base by usually just saying his job is as an entertainer.
I'm cutting a fat check from the government.
You think it'll end up like Concord? No. No. I think Marathon will do. I mean, listen, assuming... I think video games, there are a lot of industries where I'll just say it more simply. I think the video game industry is a really good example of a meritocracy. If you make a really good product, the chances are somewhat decent that you're going to do pretty well. Now, like if you have a lot more funding to market your game, or if you get lucky and a really big YouTuber plays your game, and you like, these are kind of things that you can't really control for. But if Bungie delivers like a very solid innovate, and it looks like they are, like it looks like they're genuinely innovating in the genre of extraction shooter and just pushing that genre. I mean, of course, Arc Raiders for sure innovated in some very impressive ways. But it looks like Marathon is like really pushing what you can do in an extraction shooter. And as long as they develop, there's like a few things that are really important. As long as they have like strong anti-cheat, which we're seeing Arc Raiders struggle a little bit with that right now. As long as they do a decent job like balancing the hero abilities, as long as the experience itself feels intuitive, seamless, vibrant, as long as they deliver like a good product, I think odds are pretty good that that game's going to do really well. Concord is a little bit of a different story, I think. I just don't think Concord pushed the boundaries enough to justify what the budget for that game. And yeah. New opportunities from Twitch sponsorships. You've been invited to participate in a sponsorship campaign. Accept the invitation before it expires via your creator dashboard on a desktop browser. Available for campaigns. 2xko. What is that? This is a new low for Twitch. Twitch is now offering sponsorships where the only payment is a gifted sub if your community gifts 5. What? Wait, there's no cash payment for this campaign? It's literally just matching subs? That's actually so crazy. No creator should ever take this kind of a deal. That's so predatory. I guess if you play this game for the duration that you're playing, maybe for this campaign within a set time frame, if your subs donate 5 subs, or if your audience donates 5 subs, you'll get 1 free gifted sub. And that's the payment for the campaign. I've never heard of anything like that. Like, that is... Who approved this? What is going on at Twitch where they thought that this was a good idea? They're getting savaged in the replies. Twitch will also take 30 to 50% of that gifted sub. Hold on. Bonus gift sub earnings are paid out Based on your typical net revenue share, you must opt in to participate. Well, yeah. That kind of makes sense. But the whole structure is laughable. I don't know why anybody would ever do a campaign like that. Bananas. Well, how much do you hope to make in a campaign like that? If you're big enough to actually have that many people donating subs and stuff, there's no way you would ever do this campaign. And if you're not big enough, if you do the campaign, you're only going to make like $9. You know, like maybe you'll make like $9 to $20 playing a game for 5 hours. What is that deal? That is crazy.
Man, how did you guess, dude? How did you know that?
Because you're not even interested in whether
fucking
9/11's fake or not.
Because I don't have time to research every. I'm not interested in the frogs are turning gay or not.
That's your
That's
job.
not my job. My job is to entertain people on YouTube.
See, Destiny will say that he is a well-balanced, emotionally stable person, which I think he genuinely believes.
Well, I don't know. 2025 might have challenged that a little bit, I think.
About himself.
And the types of people you go after, the type of person you are, you know, would hopefully weigh that. I would hope that when it comes to a relationship, you're not like flipping
Nico doing the Andrew Tate thing. Fucking hand thing that he's doing.
coins in terms of like, fuck, if I do this, I might be fucked. So like, yeah, I mean, like all things in life, you have to weigh the risks. Of course. Like, I know the type of person I am. I know who I sell myself as. And I know how people perceive me. Like if I have moments of vulnerability with a woman, I've never had in my life where they thought I'm a weak person, because that's not who I am. And I live my values and everything in every single facet of my life.
Okay, what did he just say about being vulnerable with women?
I would hope that when it comes to a relationship, you're not like flipping coins in terms of like, fuck, if I do this, I might be fucked. So like, yeah, I mean, like all things in life, you have to weigh the risks. Of course. Like, I know the type of person I am. I know who I sell myself as. And I know how people perceive me. Like if I have moments of vulnerability with a woman, I've never had in my life where they thought I'm a weak person, because that's not who I am.
I literally can't understand what he's saying. What did he just say?
In life, you have to weigh the risks. Of course. Like, I know the type of person I am. I know who I sell myself as. And I know how people perceive me. Like if I have moments of vulnerability with a woman, I've never had in my life where they thought I'm a weak person, because that's not.
I've never had in my life. What did he just say?
Like all things in life, you have to weigh the risks. Of course. Like, I know the type of person I am. I know who I sell myself as. And I know how people perceive me. Like if I have moments of vulnerability with a woman, I've never had in my life where they thought I'm a weak person, because
I've had moments of when they think I'm a weak person. He's saying there's a difference between vulnerable and being perceived as weak. He's saying he's vulnerable with women. They don't think he looks like a weak. Okay, gotcha. Because I thought he was saying the opposite, because it's a very confusing sentence and just sounded strange.
That's not who I am. And I live my values and everything in every single facet of my life. I'm an emotionally stable person. I have my shit together better than most other people I've ever met. If I show one moment of vulnerability to my partner and she leaves me, fuck that bitch. I'll find somebody else.
And one of the more fascinating and telling insights into Steven's personality comes when he talks about adversity and overcoming the odds. As someone who went through a period of being poor and built himself up into a successful business, I understand the sentiment, and that's something to be proud of, ostensibly. But what I think is interesting is the way in which he emphasizes the way adversity...
We love a good ostensibly. We love a good ostensibly. Sounds sophisticated.
Adversity forces him, as he puts it, to work harder. I wrote all this stuff, by the way, before I found this next clip, where he literally just outlines how he feels empowered by being beset on all sides, by having the world against him.
You hang out with crazy people all the time.
Yeah,
She's
they're
nodding.
entertaining and funny as
But it like can like f you.
No, it hasn't.
What do you mean it hasn't?
I've come out of all these situations stronger, faster, better.
I mean, yes, you come out.
I
But
do.
wouldn't you rather just avoid that entirely?
No.
Rather
Here's my
avoid-
responsibility as a content creator. What I have to do is, not only do I have to understand what's good content, I have to figure out what you want, and you don't know what you want, okay? You don't know what you want. People like this will say, like, oh yeah, that's not healthy. They only know me because
Okay, I know what I want.
They only know me because they watched those arcs. They're like, this is really bad for you. By the way, I've watched every single Mr. Girl video. Or this is the worst stuff ever, and I want to talk to you about the 482 hours of Anna content that I've seen in your stream. And I can't believe you hang out with these girls. Let me give you my opinion on the 482 different tweets that Lav has made about you, right?
Is that like good for you?
Yeah, it's good content. It's entertaining as fuck.
Is that all there is? Content?
It's like, you ever see the anime Death Note?
And that ties directly into something we're going to see a lot more of, how Destiny acknowledges controversy helps him. I mean,
Here's a difference. I would say a pretty big difference in like how I approach content, how Destiny approaches content. And I don't know if there's one that is like universally better than the other. But for me, I would never involve my personal life in the content the way that he does. That's just for me. Like for me, I have to have like very clear boundaries between the stream, the stuff we talk about on stream, stuff gets turned into videos. And it wasn't always like that. Like I was a lot more open, I think, about, which might sound funny because I talked openly about shitting my pants in a Tesla, but like, that's not real vulnerability. That's not real, you know, I'm not really like really kind of welcoming you into my, it's when it involves other people that it starts to, that it becomes more sacred. Like I knew when I got together with Esme based on previous experiences that I had, I knew that I wanted a very clear separation between like me and her and the work. Because it just gets, it can get so like messy. Like the perfect example of this was me getting impulsively eloped in Vegas. And if you were a fan or a viewer of mine back then and you were watching it, it might have looked from the outside like a fairy tale kind of story. And then they become like, I'll shorten this and just say like one of the reasons why it took me a little bit longer than it should have to leave that relationship, which was very clearly not good for either one of us. One of the reasons was because I had made it such a public spectacle and I felt dumb. Felt stupid. Like I had made this thing and I was like, I vlogged and talked about it and she was in my videos and oh my God, we just fucking on a whim moved to Santa Cruz and signed a year-long lease. And, you know, it was all in retrospect. Like I was in a hypomanic state, to be clear. I was, you know, undiagnosed bipolar doing bipolar things and, unmedicated bipolar things. And I'm not saying that like you should never get married in Vegas, but I'm just saying like for what I like, for me, it wasn't a good decision that I was making. But I had made it a part of the content. And so a part of me felt like pot committed. If you guys play poker, it's like, you can guess what that means. It's just like, I just felt like I had to like, well, I'm just going to look so dumb if I knew like 2 months into that marriage, 3 months into that marriage that it wasn't going to work. Like it was just not working. And, for really obvious reasons. And, but I had a hard time. Like, I was like, fuck, I'm gonna look so dumb. And then it was just after that, I just decided, you know what? I need that stuff. I need my own kind of personal relationships to be more private. And so I'm not saying that that's like the better strategy. Obviously, a lot of people work their personal relationships into content. I've seen it done in ways that I don't think is like problematic and bad, but you know, we've seen it kind of blow up a few times when it comes to Destiny. So if I were him, I would reevaluate that. I would be less prone to making relationship stuff into content. Would be my unsolicited advice. So like, you know, doesn't have to follow that advice, but I would strongly consider that if I was him.
Just look at some of the early debates and how they're framed on his channel.
Maybe he already has somebody, like you say he already has maybe a little bit, but yeah.
Just look at his willingness to circle himself with weirdos and no backup to argue against them. He has become dead set on the brand recognition of being the only person like him, except there are plenty of other people like him. He just goes out of his way to distance them from himself to maintain this image. For several years, he was even friends, according to himself, with people on the left like Hassan, who he takes credit for helping to launch.
Are they saying that Hassan and Destiny are alike?
The Twitch star's meteoric career as a politics streamer. Other people he's
I find that dubious.
associated with the past include Vosh and a number of streamers and creators that have each in time been left by the wayside, usually because when Steven's more incendiary or reactionary takes would rear their heads, he would double down under criticism, seemingly entirely out of spite. For example, the bizarre rant about how people should be able to mow down protesters for blocking traffic.
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop.
So he got a ban for that. I gotta maybe even be careful for TOS. Maybe should have skipped that part. He got a ban for that, and I will admit the first time I heard that, I was like, whoa, this is kind of crazy. He went on to clarify that he misspoke, and I do think he was being sincere about that. He didn't mean like peaceful protesters. He clarified that multiple times after the fact.
It needed to stop a long time ago.
When he tried to couch this in a box of working class concern over private property.
But even then, obviously, like, listen, I'm not saying... I still think that obviously that rhetoric is way too far. But that is a different context, you would agree, right?
I believe that people should have a right to defend their property. I mean, you can make those comparisons if you want, but I think that I have much better ground to stand on than...
I gotta be careful. There's a fucking slur on the screen. Jesus Christ. How did they get away with posting this stuff on? Do they monetize these videos? There's no way they monetize this, right?
Vivian, who's essentially giving you carte blanche to murder every fucking conservative in the United States.
Dude, and can I?
But to be clear, Destiny, when you made that comment about the rioters, you said they have your blessing to go out and do that. So,
the rioters?
So I don't know that.
I said that people. Yeah. I said that people whose private property is being destroyed in a video game would have my support in whatever. Yeah, wait, hold on. That is
they added the disclaimer here.
Wait, that is exactly what I said.
You said white redneck militia dudes mowing down dipshit protesters.
No.
You said they'd have your blessing.
Hold on. I'm not here to answer for a 15-second clip. If you want to go back and watch the video, it is painfully obvious what I'm talking about.
I'm only speculating, so grain of salt. But to me, it seems like Destiny thought of himself in the position of possibly losing money, something being a threat to his business, and that is where his reaction was based in. Perceived threats to livelihood are serious, and Destiny has a history of taking them violently serious, like the somewhat well-known early example of doxing a troll who continued to DDoS Steven's streams, and at one point Steven even said this.
Ripped his IP from Skype and gave it to a friend who was able to look up a whole bunch of information about him. I guess he backtraced the IP or whatever, found out where... Basically what happened was, I had a friend look up a whole bunch of shit. By the time I woke up in the morning, I had the names of like every family member, the phone number to like 3 of his brothers, the phone number to his home phone, his parents' name, his mom's name, his dad and mom's name. Like, it was pretty cool. I had a lot of information available to me.
DDoS kid. That's a guy, that's one of the people, like, legitimately, like, you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family.
It sounds to me like he's reflecting on this as though it was a bad thing. That's what it sounds like to me. I'm a little confused because I don't know. That feels like it's pretty apparent to me from this clip.
Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it, but I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for
Asian Glow with 14 months. Thank you so much.
For whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of. Oh my god. I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you have no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting interest in like owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything.
Admitting to DDoSing my line, admitting that his mom writes some fake Vicodin scripts. So, I mean, I did a little write-up on everything that happened, and I submitted the case to Judge Judy. So I'm going to see if I can get him in civil court on Judge Judy. I think that would be cool. And that's where I stand at with that right now. If I get on here, it would literally be the most exciting thing that's ever happened in my entire life. To get to see this kid in a courtroom.
There's no way he literally
would make me so happy.
Well, that feels a little bit different. That feels less like he's doing a reflection on it being like this bad thing. I don't know if he's spoken about that. Obviously, this is really fucking crazy and unhinged.
When this person was interviewed years later about his run-ins with Destiny, he also had some more things
He stands by it? Okay, well, that's a different...
to contribute that Stephen kind of leaves out of his retelling of this era.
And I was hesitant about coming forward due to my job and, you know, threats that I received from Destiny personally and from his community back then. And, I don't want to get...
This is another, like, I would say, pretty big departure that I have with Destiny. This tit for tat thing, that became really relevant in a political context in the last year. And I would say I significantly depart from him on this principle. This principle of like going nuclear in a tit for tat kind of situation. I just do not see the kind of value that he does. I think it's a bit impulsive. I think it's really destructive. I think it's asymmetrical much of the time.
get caught up or like be famous online or anything like that. So the reason you're not seeing my face.
But Destiny and his community seem to really favor that approach. Like if somebody throws shots at you, you go at them like with the full force of 10,000 Uruk-hai.
That's the reason why. So just for the people audience listening, shouldn't have done it. It was, like I said, I regret doing it.
I find the spectacle of it to be pretty destructive, to be honest.
It is wrong to do. So I recommend not doing it. But the reaction that I got from Destiny and some of his followers, I'm not going to include all of them, but a few of them went above and beyond what is an acceptable response. He was able to find me out pretty quickly. I would say within 24 hours, 24 to 48 hours. The normal reaction would be, I'm a kid still, so call my dad and be like, Mr. So-and-so, Mr. DDoS's kid's father, your son is engaging in activity that's annoying me. And
yeah, that would have been the appropriate action. That would have been the appropriate action. Call the parent, involve the parent, right?
Is illegal.
He did that. Okay, but just that. Just that. The rest of it, that's so far outside of the boundaries.
No, instead what he does is he starts calling my house phone over and over and over again.
His dad had a response? Wait, I know nothing about this. The kid went right back to doing it? Okay, then call the authorities then, right?
After we had talked to him initially, and then he's calling my house again, and he's saying, calling me.
He did that. Okay. All right. Well, yeah.
Telling me my address, telling me that he's got friends and that he's thinking about buying a gun, coming to my house, and that he knows where my sister goes to school, and that he's gonna come drive to my house. He's gonna murder me, my father, my brother, my sister, and my mother, and he's gonna rape my mother and my sister and record all of it because I'm ruining his life. And
it's technically not illegal, I think. The cops will do nothing. DDoSing? There's no way that's not illegal.
I could imagine. He was a streamer at this time making money, but 10, even if it was 10 times the amount of money.
He was unironically ruining his life. Well, there's one angle to it where it's like if you push someone to an absolute breaking point, then do you not have some responsibility in that person kind of snapping? Like, how much responsibility do you have? But you're going to be hard pressed to get me to ever agree that making threats like that against someone's family members is ever appropriate.
The lost was, let's say at max $500. It's well beyond. And he had
Not doxing, DDoSing. DDoSing. DDoSing has to be illegal. There's no way that's not illegal, right? But who do you call? Like who? Like which authority would you call like the FBI? Like who would you even? Who would enforce those laws? Zeph with $5. Destiny stands by the idea that if you're harassed to the point that it's destroying your livelihood, you're allowed to defend yourself with force. I mean, I agree with the idea that you're justified, and I think in taking extreme actions, but
had a clear
within boundaries, right? Like you wouldn't murder someone's family members to get them to stop DDoSing you.
Over motive.
During his conversation with Turkey Tom, they hit this point where they're talking about Destiny's sociopathic tendencies. And Destiny talks about how he wouldn't kill someone who did nothing to him. That would be deranged. But there are people who have wronged him who might deserve it.
Your sociopathic traits or whatever quite a bit. One of the things you talk about here is like somebody's like, so what's to stop you from becoming like a serial killer?
But also, I don't think anybody's even like a reason to kill them. Well, now actually at this point, maybe a couple people, but
well,
I still go to jail.
Isn't it wrong?
Well, maybe, yeah, that too. But I feel like if I were going to kill somebody, they must have done something to make me really want to kill them, right?
Well, I guess the implication of being a serial killer is that you're doing it for no...
Yeah, I would never kill people at random. That's deranged.
Well, yeah.
And I think that sums it all up, to be honest.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Destiny's sociopathic tendencies. And Destiny talks about how he wouldn't kill someone who did nothing to him. That would be deranged. But there are people who have wronged him who might deserve it.
Your sociopathic traits or whatever quite a bit. One of the things you talk about here is like somebody's like, so what's to stop you from becoming a serial killer?
Also, I don't think anybody's even like a reason to kill them. Well, actually at this point, maybe a couple people, but
well, I
still go to jail.
Isn't it wrong?
Well, maybe.
That felt a bit tongue-in-cheek, although you never know.
Yeah, that too. But I feel like if I'm going to kill somebody, they must have done something to make me really want to kill them.
Well, I guess the implication of being a serial killer is that you're doing it for no...
Yeah, I would never kill people at random. That's deranged.
There's an element of tongue-in-cheekiness here, is there not?
Well, yeah.
And I think that sums it all up, to be honest. It's a joke, but one that reveals an exchange for Destiny, consequences for anyone who personally wrongs him. Currently, one of his biggest actions against critics has been openly calling on his community to harass and dox witnesses and others associated with the lawsuits against him for allegations of spreading revenge porn. Now, it's not a great look for a prominent internet creator to be doxing people, but Destiny doesn't really care. He's advocated against it before. But it's one of the many blurry lines he constantly draws, erases, and redraws to suit his needs. Like using slurs, it's something that he will publicly talk about being bad, unless he can find a justification for it. So, for example, like when he, as a public figure with a massive platform, got mad about someone taking his picture at a public event, he doxed a girl and then basically bragged about it.
People are arguing over whether or not I doxed that girl, okay? I did dox that person, okay? Collecting information, even if public, for the purposes of harassing somebody, is doxing. And that is what I did. I did do it. And I would do it again. Well, isn't it blah, blah, blah? Fucking off yourselves. And don't unfollow me and leave, because I will do this.
Am I going to get TOS for this?
Over and over.
In a video game, in a video game, in a video game.
And over again. I will keep doing it. If you're deranged enough to, on an account where your information is so easily locatable, to take a fucking picture of me, post it somewhere, Destiny is here at this time, and I'll pay you money if you go and attack him, fuck you. Yeah, of course I'm gonna fucking bring down the weight of the world on you. You're fucking crazy to think that that's even remotely acceptable. Even if I...
Is that what happened? Somebody took a picture and then posted it and said, I will pay you to beat him up? Is that really what happened? That's pretty deranged.
I did advertise it. I don't know how to make you guys understand this. Like, if you really disagree with this, post an email and I'll pay people to follow you and do this. I don't know how you have some empathy for me. For me to check my phone and see that somebody has posted a fucking picture of where I'm at right now, saying, hey, somebody go egg this dude or somebody go attack this guy, like I'll fucking pay money for it. You're out of your mind to think that I would see something like that and then see your real life information attached to it and not bring the weight of the world down on you. You're out of your fucking mind for that. That is insane.
There's layers to this. There's layers to this. I have a hard time. I have a hard time. Like, I understand the grievance, obviously. That's it goes beyond harassment. That's like if somebody's doing that and taking a picture and then like saying like I'll pay someone, even if they're joking with someone like him, that I think goes beyond just like your standard issue harassment. And I would have an extreme internal response to something like that. I just have a hard time ever getting to a point where I think like massive mobilization of an audience of that size in retaliation for something like that. I don't know if I could ever get to a point where I would co-sign something like that. But I don't live in that world. I don't swim in these waters. I don't interact with these kinds of deranged people at that level with that kind of frequency. And so I don't know how I would feel in his position. Maybe I would feel differently. But just very kind of superficially from a distance, I don't think that I could ever see doing something like that as justified.
Same to me. You're way the fuck over the line at that point. It's not even close.
But I don't think it's appropriate to have this conversation without also pointing out the initial thing. Like if you're just going to focus on his reaction, I also think that that's like bad, dare I say, bad faith analysis to only focus on that. Not in the context of someone taking a picture and being like, he's at this location. That's a pretty significant threat. That's a pretty significant action that could have just as well led to real violence. So that's not nothing. I mean, that's like, I think the much bigger offense in this exchange.
So subtle message here is that when he targets somebody, he's putting them on a firing line for his audience to harass. He's not harassing them himself, you see. He's just engaging his much larger and more vitriolic fan base towards people who catch his ire, as though it's an equivalent response. But it's...
I just don't think like in a vacuum, I just don't think it's generally good or healthy behavior. Like if I'm in somebody's audience, I can never imagine being in someone's audience and let's say I follow a creator and let's just say it's this exact situation. Let's say I'm not Hutch. I'm just a random like DGG person, like a regular viewer, show up and chat every day. I'm in the Discord every day. And then I get this information and then I pick up the phone and I start calling somebody's like family to harass them. That's just like bad behavior that I would never suggest that anybody do. I don't think that that's like a healthy use of a community. And maybe I'm clutching my pearls a little bit on this one, but I feel like the people that would go to those lengths, like if you're in a community like that and you pick up the phone, you call the person's like dad or you call their work and you start doing these harassment things. I'm like, the first thought I go to in my mind is like, ooh, what's going on in your life? Like, do you have all your ducks lined up? Is everything good? Like, are you struggling? Why are you doing that? Yeah.
Not.
Just be like a normal human being. Just like be like a normal person.
People who sometimes don't even have a fan base to fall back on, like he does.
That's another good point too, is like a Hasan fan having this critique is insane. I agree. Because Destiny is far from the only creator who does this kind of thing. Like far from it. That's a long list of creators that do these kinds of, and you could argue to a certain extent that just quote posting people to highlight ideas that I think are bad or arguments that I think are dumb. It's usually like if I'm quoting someone, it's usually because I'm exasperated. I'm like, guys, look at this shit. Like, look at this shit that I'm dealing with. But then if other people come in and they start leaving bad comments or whatever, it's like, so it's not like I'm squeaky clean, but I would never, I would personally never take it to that level.
Content brained hobgoblin he is.
Mike is for sure the worst, I think. Yeah, Mike is definitely worse than Hasan. Mike is way more explicit. His whole thing is just That guy loves brigading. If you want to talk about fake bullshit psychoanalysis, I'm so convinced that my headcanon about Mike is correct. Like, I think Mike probably had a rough go of it at some point in his life, perhaps during formative years. Perhaps he felt humiliated and powerless. And now he just gleefully... Bad Empanada is a more extreme example of that, yeah. Mike is like gleefully just like fucking gets off on... Now he's got his little army. And they'll do what he asks, you know? It's all very bizarre. Like, if somebody tells me that they're like a regular Mike from PA Viewer, I'm like, ooh, probably cheaper to just pay a therapist and, you know, like work through the issues. And
Disney's preferred tactic to address more scathing critique in the past has been to make a massive show out of it. For example, one of his many public manifestos where he will write extensive...
Mike did a little segment like fucking like a year ago. Mike did this whole segment where he was telling his audience that if they see me in public, then they have the right through international law to do a citizen's arrest. He said that shit, dude. There's a clip of it somewhere. I don't know where it is, but he said that shit. Yeah. No. Really. Yeah, I'm not making that aside. It was because of I was arguing with people about Israel stuff. Because my whole thing that I was arguing with people was like, it started very early on after October 7th, because I started seeing people co-signing Hamas, like straight up co-signing Hamas. And I would constantly get into fucking back and forth with people. And I never at any point positioned myself or framed myself as some like stalwart supporter of Israel, ultra fucking Israel super fan. I have spoken in the past about the brutality and violence inflicted on Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. And so that was never in question for me, but people started, but I also recognized October 7th as this like really awful, unspeakable atrocity. And to be clear, I always put the blame on Hamas leadership. And I would even say things like, if I was like a young guy who grew up in Gaza, maybe a family member of mine was killed in a bomb or whatever. Like I always used to say, I can't tell you that I wouldn't have joined Hamas and committed atrocities. I don't know what it's like to fucking be raised in that kind of environment. So I never dehumanized like the people that were radicalized by Hamas. Never did that shit. Never claimed that Israel was like justified in everything they ever did. But that was enough. That was enough to be labeled like an ultra Zionist. And it was in that context that Mike said that I was basically, and he said this about Lonerbox as well, I think. He's like, well, in the Nuremberg trials, they put propagandists on trial. And so he was saying that they have the authority to arrest us for violating Geneva Conventions, for doing propaganda for Israel. That's fucking insane. That's a crazy thing. So I don't know, that power that Mike feels, that fucking power that he has over his audience. And it's like, to me, that's not like real power. But like, obviously it makes him feel powerful. So that's satisfying some fucking need. And so then you begin to worry, like, where does this extreme need to feel powerful come from? Like, where did that come from? And like 999 times out of 1,000, it's because of some shit that happened during their formative years. It's all a cliche, but it's fucking true. It's like always about your parents. It's always about your childhood. We're all just fucking struggling through life. because of shit that happened to us when we were like 6 years old. Just is what it is.
Takedowns on usually people he's felt slighted by personally, like one focused on Keffals in 2022. And particularly on that one, how progressive spaces needed to police bad actors more. This was after a...
Oh no, I fully acknowledge that I'm psychoanalyzing, but I think Mike is just such a... I'm just talking about likelihood, okay? I'm not saying I can't diagnose Mike with anything, but I'm just saying he very clearly has... He just demonstrates that he revels in this, in feeling powerful and like wielding an army. He fucking revels in it in a way that is very unique. Like it's such an extreme degree of revelry. Is that what you say? And so I don't think it's that outside the bounds of acceptable speculation that he's trying to fill some hole that's in his fucking soul. Okay. There's a void in there. All right. And he stuffs it. He stuffs it with his fucking, with his little army of weirdos that show up in his stream every day.
Public falling out with Keffals, and I'm going to talk about his long trend of isolating and pushing away anyone who even criticizes him. But this part to me is significant because as of 2022, Destiny was one of those people that need.
That's true. That's true. You say that it seems like kind of like a joke, but it's true. We are all trying to fill those holes. That's true. That's what it is to be a human being. Welcome to the human experience. It's just for some of us, the hole filling, surely we could come up with better phrasing than this, but let's just roll with it. For some of us, the hole filling manifests in more extreme ways, in more visible ways. For others, for many of us, it's more subtle. You know,
needed to be policed more.
Maybe it's like shopping too much. There's like, you know, there's levels to it, just like there is in everything.
His long trends in 2022, and particularly on that one, how progressive spaces needed to police bad actors more. This was after a public falling out with Keffals, and I'm going to talk about his long trend of isolating and pushing away anyone who even criticizes him. But this part to me is significant because as of 2022, Destiny was one of those people that needed to be policed more.
This is going to be a cataloging of the past year, a demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible, and what comes of the belief that there are no bad tactics, only bad targets.
Jesus. How long was the Surfshark sponsorship going for? It must have been lucrative.
This is going to be a careful documentation of lies, scams, threats, bullying, doxing, and an utter lack of accountability. Over the years, I've worried about the types of tactics endorsed by progressive communities. The uncomfortable distorting of narratives, the grotesque shape-shifting of facts, the general inability to hold themselves to a decent standard of behavioral conduct. I've been worried that the right combination of identity politics combined with a holy mandate from members of the media may empower deplorable actors to become the new representatives of our movements with no one left to put the brakes on their treachery. Rather, it is the tale of an internet bully given far too much power on a mission to seek fame and fortune by building a career through vicious conflict, born out of lies and disinformation.
To be clear, again tying into his complex of
many such cases. I mean, we were just talking about Mike. Talk about, holy shit, that applies.
Needing an enemy and seeing everything as some kind of debate, he seems almost elated when he brags about constructing these manifestos because of the opportunity it gives him to make more content. It all comes back to the numbers because that's what gets him attention, not the inherent value in doing something because it's right or because somebody else is wrong. And
okay, this fake ass altruism, that's what it implies. I guess they made this video not for the attention, not for the fame, not for the money, but because it was the right thing to do. Like, this part of the critique is probably the most boring part. Doing stuff, having a decision-making process that considers growing a brand is like the least controversial. Like, welcome to content creation. There's nothing... They're just doing this for the love of the game, you know? They're surely they're not motivated by any kind of self-interest whatsoever.
And I want to pull at the Bob 7 manifesto he did as well, where he chastises Bob 7 for being a weird freak little sex pest and also showing other people's nudes. And look, I know we're jumping around here, but again, let's go back to the peaceful protesters and this idea of what Destiny can justify for.
Okay, I take it all back. It's bad faith. I've done this 25 times now with 25 different people. I'm like, hey, well, hang on. Maybe they actually believe it. Hang on, you know, maybe they've actually convinced themselves. They just showed a clip of Destiny clarifying that they weren't talking about peaceful protesters. That he wasn't talking about that peaceful protesters in that one clip. They just showed it like 2 minutes ago.
And also showing other people's nudes. And look, I know we're jumping around here, but again, let's go back to the peaceful protesters and this idea of what Destiny can justify for himself. He's spoken at length, and we even saw an interview piece about how he's not good at empathizing. He's not good at seeing issues from other people's perspectives.
My expectations for people are very low, so it's like, yeah.
Grow your hair out, you fucking I'm gonna kill you.
My expectations are very low for people.
Why?
I don't know, this is my life.
Can you just find better people?
Yeah, but I would have really good content. Imagine if I could have done like the Mr. Girl in Lab shit while I was single. Do you know how much more crazy I could have let that get to without like a partner that was like getting stressed out and shit all the time? That could have been wild. Talk to anybody like on a personal level, so.
Really?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Not really, no.
Random aside, guys. Senator Mark Kelly tells CNN he's seriously considering a presidential run. Oh man, please. If I had to pick one person right now who I thought had the best chance in 2028, if I had to go with the safest bet without knowing anything about his policy platform, because I don't know anything about his voting record really, but just on paper, he would be our first bald president. I think he would be our first bald president. I'm pretty sure we could get some bald representation, bald genius representation, so I can finally feel seen. For once in my life, I can look at another bald genius, say, wow, there he goes. No, all jokes aside, he would be so strong, I think. Just on paper, he would be so fucking, senator from a purplish state, not super radical, but has shown fight, has shown real fight, real teeth, but not some like super radical guy that I think would be any kind of a liability. Wife of a congressperson who was famously shot in the head, survived. That's a strong candidate right there, guys. That's a strong candidate right there. Swanee Bird with $2. Mark Kelly's bald. Hassan would never endorse. Maybe. True. Yeah. That's true. I didn't even think about that. Asian Glow, did I get you for 14 months? Thank you, buddy.
That is really weird.
I understand that, yeah.
Should I talk to anyone?
John Quincy Adams. He was bald, but and John Adams I think was bald, but they would wear the wig, so they didn't embrace the baldness.
Personal level? Is there something wrong with you?
I mean, it's just hard for people to relate to me.
With streamers or just in general?
I mean, like I would usually be dating somebody.
That's an interesting way to put it. Hard for people to relate to me. If we're going to psychoanalyze, that's an interesting way to put it.
Talk to them, yeah.
Okay.
And I think that is a core problem.
Eisenhower was pretty fucking bald. Yeah, that's true. Never mind. Yeah, I take it back, yeah.
At the root of these issues and having a hard time being empathetic, he instead substitutes his own selfish worldview in which things like murdering peaceful protesters are morally acceptable measures.
Come on. What are we doing here?
To a perceived threat to income, for example. And the most telling thing to me,
they're mixing and mashing like a few different things here in ways that are kind of incoherent, but it's also just like a false statement to say that Destiny wanted to murder peaceful protesters.
During these various conversations he'd have with other progressive voices and even his own audience was how emotive he would get. I've watched dozens of hours of him sitting across from Hitler sympathizing air breathers with the placid demeanor of a background character in a Street Fighter stage. But when he's arguing
New York's 11th congressional district is unconstitutional under New York Constitution. He orders the New York Redistricting Commission to reconvene and draw a new congressional map. I don't know anything about this case. What's going on here? Is this bad, chat?
Matters of morality with his peers, his ideological peers, or he feels like he's being critiqued by his audience. Well, I'll let the footage speak for itself.
No, 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 no.
Wait,
No,
you and I. Wait. Speaking of disanalogous comparisons.
Oh, my
Wait.
God.
Oh, wait. We agree on something fundamental here.
Well, no. We're if we can't agree on this point, I don't think you're arguing in good faith. Or you're insanely sheltered. I don't know what else to say to you.
What am I supposed to take from this clip when I know nothing about what they're talking about? How could you possibly hope to make any kind of a point? I have no fucking idea what they're talking about in this clip.
Okay, I don't appreciate it that every time we have a disagreement, that disagreement seems to come down to my age or my relative level of. How many people have you murdered? I think we're equivalent in this respect.
God, I can't believe that you think that a 17-year-old being charged by a full-grown man with a
Okay, there it is. All right, fine.
with a glass bottle.
Is this the Rittenhouse stuff?
Can't see that as being deadly force.
Okay,
I don't think that you believe that. I think you're saying that because you want to win this argument.
First of all, I'd like to think that I cover things from a reasonable angle.
You do more than most, but the socialist shit, it just makes me want to fucking off myself.
What socialist
But you do better
shit?
than
This
most,
isn't a
okay?
socialist issue.
It definitely is. It definitely falls along the huge like anti-cop, anti-whatever. Like I see all that shit coming out.
The most
like, hardcore
aggressively partisan people on this issue are Kyle Kulinski types, and he's not even a proper socialist.
This is from another incident that got Destiny in hot water with more progressive voices, where he justified Kyle Rittenhouse traveling across state lines to shoot people. And from this debate with Vosh, look at...
I think like the reasonable position... like I think the most logical or natural question to ask in the context of everything that happened with Rittenhouse is like why was he there in the first place? This 17-year-old kid. But honestly, he's not exactly like a small child at that point, but honestly my brain goes to, didn't his mom drive him? The whole across state lines thing is a bit much because it's like a 25-minute drive, and so it's just like, okay, you know. But like, didn't his mom like know that he was there or enable him, and that to me? So like, my brain immediately goes to like, what a shitty mom. I can tell you, my parents. I just want to get this right. Hang on, Kyle Rittenhouse mom. Wikipedia. I remember that's what people were saying at the time, is that his mom like literally drove him. But I don't know if that was something that got fact checked and was wrong. Although it was theorized that Wendy Rittenhouse drove Kyle to the protest in Kenosha, Wisconsin, the speculation was debunked. According to Kyle's trial testimony, he drove himself to Kenosha that day, the day before the civil unrest. After working at the Recplex in nearby Pleasant Prairie, he spent the night at a friend's house. When Kyle went home after the shooting, Wendy gave him two options: turn him in or leave town. Okay, well, that obviously changes things a little bit. My initial understanding of the situation was that she had enabled this in some way. Maybe I'm wrong about that. A lot of people focus on details that are materially irrelevant. Yeah, yes, I agree. But I in my own judgment, I do think that there's no place, or there's no, listen, maybe he left without his parents' permission. Maybe he has a lot of freedom. He just does whatever he wants or whatever. But I can tell you, my parents would never, ever, 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 ever would have allowed me to do something like that. Ever. Fucking ever, man. And so my first thought to go to, like, how was he raised? You know, like what kind of rules did they have in place? Did they know about this? Did they tell him, okay, well, be careful? It was his life or the shooting. Meet Kyle Rittenhouse's mom. There's a bunch of these kinds of articles, like Wendy Rittenhouse. Here's what we know. Did you see Trump's reception in Davos earlier? There was a bunch of protesters, right? Oh, yeah. He was having a hard time like walking in a straight line. Oh, maybe it's not that bad. I do think that was like a bad decision. I don't think there's any place for a 17-year-old. Maybe reasonable people can have disagreements about that. 15-year-olds were fighting in wars 2,000 years ago or so. I don't know what, but I just that to me is bananas. That was appropriate. But I think like once more facts came out about the Rittenhouse case, it became really obvious that the initial narrative about what happened was completely wrong. And the prosecution's case, I didn't watch the entire trial, but there were things that were just embarrassing. Just objectively just like embarrassing. I remember watching a clip of, let me see if I can find it. The prosecution asking Kyle Rittenhouse if he played the video game Call of Duty. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay. This guy's getting acquitted. Like, what is this? You guys remember that clip?
Isn't it true when you would hang out with Dominic Black, you'd play Call of Duty and other first-person shooter video games?
Sometimes.
And those are games in which you use weapons like AR-15s to pretty much shoot anybody who comes at you, correct?
It's a video game where two players are playing together. I don't really understand the meaning of your question,
That's the appropriate response, by the way.
to be honest.
Isn't one of the things people do in these video games try and kill everyone else with your gun?
I was like, wait, hold up. I saw this clip. I was like, the prosecution is going back to like 1990s, like Tipper Gore kind of commentary. What? Why is that question being asked? This would have a ton of ripple effects, especially if this new map, if this is the new map, New York 11 would become blue-leaning swing district. Goldman would probably switch to running against Maliotakis in New York 11. Lander likely on glide path to New York 10. I don't know anything about New York politics, so this stuff doesn't really mean much to me. So anyways, like, I think it's fine and justified to question what the fuck he was doing there in the first place. Is that really a place that we should be sending in like 17-year-olds with an AR-15? Is that really appropriate? Is that the kind of person? But then when more details emerged, it became clear that at least in terms of the letter of the law, he very clearly had a justified case of self-defense. And then that whole thing just crumbled. But apparently there's people still hanging on to that. I thought everybody kind of understood that the facts that first emerged were not quite accurate. But apparently, are the lefties still hanging on to the Zelensky thing?
How
to the Rittenhouse thing?
All that shit coming out.
The most
like hardcore
aggressively partisan people on this issue are Kyle Kulinski types, and he's not even a proper socialist.
This is from another incident that got Destiny in hot water with more progressive voices, where he justified Kyle Rittenhouse traveling across state lines to shoot people. And from this debate with...
I mean, should he have done that? Shouldn't he have done that? I don't think he should have been there. And I don't think that situation should have happened. But if you're being pursued by like 3 people, like, you don't know these people, and one of them in particular, my understanding, is getting really aggressive. In fact, wasn't there testimony from the guy whose bicep got fucking vaporized? Didn't he testify that he pointed his gun at Rittenhouse? Wasn't he asked, like, did you ever point your gun at him? He said yes. And it was like, well, okay, well, I don't know. And at that point, it was like, how did this even... who made the decision to charge this? If like somebody was pointing their pistol at him, there's just no, that's like the most justified case of self-defense.
With Vosh, look at how intent.
Oh, so we're not allowed to point guns at people anymore? Yeah.
He gets. It's worth noting that, unlike a lot of debates where Destiny can argue against conservatives using memorized facts and logic, the conversation about Rittenhouse is a little trickier and comes down to discussions of psychology and intent. Many of the same disconnects here can be seen in the debate he did with Sam Cedar, also on the topic of Rittenhouse.
That isn't true either. He didn't kill anybody in defense of property.
Why did he show up there with a gun?
Ostensibly, as you've said, to protect property.
Okay. What do you do with a gun to protect property?
You would shoot people.
Okay.
But he didn't shoot people, protect.
This is really flimsy, if A then B kind of logic here. I think Sam might be missing the point in this moment.
Property. If I take a...
You can go somewhere armed with a gun with the intent to potentially use that gun in defense of property, but then if somebody comes up and points a gun at you and you shoot them, you have not shot them in defense of property. You have shot them because they are pointing a gun at you.
A gun with me to a bar and I go to drink and somebody tries to assault me and then
if you go to a bar to protect the bar from people coming in and you know there's people coming in and you fire at them, I mean that's what you're doing.
No. That's not analogous though, Sam.
If that was the case, but Rittenhouse wasn't shooting at people defending property. He shot at people that shot at him first and attacked him.
Yeah.
He's patrolling around with a gun.
Why is that point flying over Sam's head?
Having primarily, at least until that point, cultivated a fairly progressive audience, he was surprised at getting a lot of pushback for making excuses in favor of Rittenhouse. And when his audience is brought into it, he gets downright venomous.
Your chat doesn't care about black people. They're socialists, okay? I would never try to register your chat.
Why
It's
would
never
you,
going to work, okay?
why would you talk about my community this way? I don't talk that poorly of your community.
Because I know, boy, you talk poorly about fuck my community, okay? Half of them agree with you right now, so fuck my community, okay?
Why
No, I'm not trying to register
what is this preachy shit? We don't care about black people?
It ties into what we talked about.
There's, I mean, we can dive into that topic
earlier.
We can just say that like DSA types do not at all reflect what you see from like the median black voter. They are so far removed in their policies and their sort of like general ideology than the median black voter. There's a world of difference between the DSA and the median black voter in like Georgia.
Where in order to keep selling his image as
the one figure that I go to that I think is like the funniest thing ever is the fact that predominantly black communities are more likely to want more police. Predominantly black communities were predominantly black Americans were way less likely to support defund the police when those polls came out. This is just demonstrated by multiple polls at this point. The median black voter is certainly more socially conservative than like your average socialist / DSA types. They're more likely to be religious than the socialist DSA types. There was a census of they do like a yearly census, I think, DSA, and their numbers of like black members are consistently like well below the what am I looking, what's the term I'm looking for here? My brain's kind of turning into mush. It's like, I don't know, I'll make it up. It's like, I think black people represent 12% of the country and it's like 2% of DSA. So I think like probably that's what Destiny's referencing here.
This rational non-ideologue. He has to paint anyone more progressive than...
No, don't accuse me of making stuff up. Stop. Hang on. What percentage of America is black? It is... Why is it so hard to find just one figure here? population growth. That's not what I'm looking for. Hold on. What percentage of America is black? Why is that so difficult to find? Is it 17%? For 2024, black population in the United States was 51 million, which is about 15.2%. Is that population growing? Because I feel like the last time I looked, maybe that was like 5 years ago or 6 years ago, it was 12%. And then in terms of black people being less likely to support defund the police. Oh, I get what you're saying. Because I said I'll just make it up, 12%. Okay, all right. We're fighting about different things here. And then let me find the thing about like our because I remember looking this up at the time, because there was like kind of a debate going on. You guys remember the debate? Should we be saying defund the police? Like, is that a good phrase? Like, that was a big old debate that was going on at the time. All right, I'm going to look it up. Hold on.
Him in a completely unhinged and unreachable bad faith light. In addition to his more incendiary stances, at least for someone purportedly on the left, Destiny has garnered some criticism for the research he prides himself on. It is part of his Twitter bio. Now, I'm not going to say he only reads Wikipedia, but his approach to research is one he's talked about before and one that has some obvious failings. Failings that go hand in hand with the way he already treats people. In this brief clip from an appearance on Lex Friedman's podcast, he gives a bit of insight into his research process.
Let's say there's like a totally new topic that I'm researching. I don't know anything. And I'll do a couple of these on stream. I think they're boring, but people watch it. I might open a Wikipedia article and I'll read, and I hit something I don't know. And then I open the next Wikipedia article and I'll read and then I might have like 7 tabs open, and I'll read and I'll read and I'll read. And I'll read a ton of stuff, maybe for an hour, 2, 3, 4 hours of stuff. And then by the end, you know, someone in chat will ask me like, do you even remember like this particular thing? And I'll say, not really. No, not too much. But what happens is as long as
Census.gov says 13.7%. Tap Natus with $10. I'm a black voter from the South, and the DSA types are usually from larger non-Southern cities where they have the luxury of being more extreme in their political approach. Just my 2 cents. I mean, I've heard this a million times, just to be clear.
you've seen it once, what'll happen is like the next day or the day after, we'll read something else and we're like, oh, I remember that thing from this thing. I remember like vaguely that.
Yes, his research kind of famously begins with Wikipedia. Something shown extensively in various research streams he'll do to brush up on issues, often leading up to a debate about said issue. This is something that has led to criticism that he only gets a broad and unnuanced view of an issue because of this, which can lead to treating intensely sensitive issues with a kind of cold detachment. And honestly, I don't know if that's because of the surface level research or his regular emotional detachment. When you're debating creators like Nick Fuentes or Aiden Ross, I'm sure reading just a few words from any source is more than enough to disprove them. But what about when Destiny is, on rare occasion, confronted with a real academic? Wikipedia can be a wonderful resource and is often
okay, so just to fact check myself here and correct myself a little bit, there are some conflicting polls about black voters and their attitudes about like shifting funds to like social services. What I was thinking of was there was a Pew Research poll from 2022, and they asked black Americans if funding for police should go up in their community, should go down in their community, or stay the same. Only 23% of Americans polled in this Pew Research poll from 2022. If you want, I can link it in the chat. 23% said funding for police in their community should decrease. 39% said that funding for police in their communities should stay the same. 35% said that there should be an increase. So, quick math here. 74% of black Americans want funding for their police in their communities to either stay the same or increase, which does not seem to correspond with what you might assume if you were a part of particular group of online political people or whatever.
Extensively cited, meaning there are plenty of sources you can go and continue research for.
Das Verdani with $2. Black voters favored Eric Adams for a reason. Also, when the polls were asked is a pretty important kind of distinction, because there was a pretty significant shift towards like anti-police kind of legislation and policy in the immediate aftermath of George Floyd, but after a few months, all of that had basically evaporated. When rioting became more widespread, people generally did not like seeing chaos, violence, looting, fires, that kind of thing.
For particularly sensitive or complicated topics. For example, the ongoing genocide.
I think Counterpoint said that more police equals less crime. I think that is something that has been demonstrated many, many times as well. I'm sure there's diminishing returns at some point, but a 2020 study by the National Bureau of Economic Research found that each additional police officer could reduce approximately 0.1 homicides, with effects being twice as large for black versus white victims. So that's a study from 2020 that established a positive effect. There's a different study in 2005 on that high alert periods led to significantly less crime, suggesting that police deployment can be effective in reducing crime. There's an article from The Atlantic in 2024. Let me look into this.
In Gaza by the Israeli occupational forces. The problem is when Destiny's need for adversity, his willingness to argue any debate sight unseen, and his research, which usually consists of memorizing factoids to base position around, all combined.
It's a Princeton review written by somebody named Stephen Mello. Pretty long article here. Where's the conclusion? Hold on. In this paper, I exploit a natural experiment to circumvent the endogeneity of police hiring and estimate the causal effect of police on crime. My identification strategy relies on the fact that cops hiring grant funding in 2009 was distributed through an application process. I compared the change over time in police and crime in cities with application scores above and below the funding threshold, with the underlying premise that rejected applicants are a valid control group for accepted ones. Studying dynamics non-parametrically, I show that police and crime follow similar trends in high and low scoring cities prior to 2009, but trends diverge as high scoring cities receive hiring grant funding. Corresponding instrumental variables estimates imply that an additional officer per 10,000 residents reduces victimization cost by about $35 per capita, with an implied crime police elasticity of negative 1.17. Excuse me. The estimated magnitude suggests that expanding the police force is easily cost effective for the average city in my sample. This is just one paper. I mean, I just feel like I feel like I've seen like a lot over the years. I want to be a little bit careful because I did technically get something partially wrong. But at this point, I feel like don't we know pretty well by now that increasing police funding or increasing the police force does in fact lead to less crime rates? Prior 2009 was before the housing crash, true. I'm sure there's a lot of nuance here in terms of like, you know, well, what kind of policies are in place or whatever. But yeah.
Brings me to a fairly recent public embarrassment for Stephen when he debated Norm Finkelstein, an established historian and specialist in Holocaust history, about the Israel-Gaza occupation. Now, Norm is somebody who has a PhD from Princeton. He opens by citing the writings of several prominent scholars on the issue of the genocide in Gaza, because when people do research, they read books. In fact, all of the other debaters opened with much more knowledge than Stephen, who just comes in swinging with a Zionist playbook, accusing those Arabs of being too darn violent, basically. Where apparently...
So I did watch that entire debate, and that seems a bit of a distortion.
Asked why he doesn't read full books, he simply admits to Googling around when something sounds fishy and then taking various passages out of context, as if singular quotes are all that's in a book where none of the words are related to one another. You can tell he takes his approach in the following clips, by the way.
I never hear about the fact that the majority of the land that was acquired happened by purchases from Jewish organizations of Palestinian Arabs, of
Notice how they don't mention the fact that Benny Morris was his debate partner. Benny Morris has a doctorate, has written many books. Norm Finkelstein, I think, even referenced Benny Morris's books. Said that he had great respect for Benny Morris. I could be wrong about
the
that.
Ottoman Empire before the mandatory period in 1920 even started. Funnily enough, King Abdullah of Jordan was quoted as saying, "The Arabs are as prodigal in selling their land as they are in weeping about it." That part of the reason that is exactly
you have not
that is
read him.
what he said.
I've read him.
You've read him. You don't understand him. He sits right here.
Believe me, I'm a lot more literate than you, Mr.
It's just so telling to me that like Dead Domain, they're clearly trying to establish that Destiny got trounced in this debate. Is that a word that you would use? Mogged? That Finkelstein mogged him in this debate? And they used this clip of Destiny like diving into details. And then they cut to Norm Finkelstein. There's no other way. There's no better word to describe Norm in this exchange than belligerent. He's just belligerent throughout the entire conversation. When I watched that debate, and I'll admit, you know, most of that stuff was way over my head. I mean, I remember watching that debate and then getting interested in some of the things that they were talking about, and that prompted me to kind of, I read Benny Morris's book, or most of one of his books. What's the name of the book? I actually read this one. I didn't fucking buy the audiobook, and it dove into the history of Zionism, and that like really expanded my knowledge of that subject. I didn't know that, for example, it was like leftists, like socialists, secular Jewish people were kind of at the forefront of the Zionist movement. Benny Morris wrote a book called One State, Two States. And so like the reason I ended up reading that book was because of this whole exchange. But I remember like watching this debate, and it was like, I don't understand being impressed by this kind of debate performance, because he was just belligerent the entire as much, you know. This guy was like a little bit more composed, but Norm was just like, look at him, he's beat red too. Like he's so fucking triggered. And I can't imagine looking at this kind of debate performance and thinking like, this is so epic. That's not really impressive to me. You should get in contact with the Only Cops guys on YouTube, former cops that have discussions over body cam stuff. Only Cops. I mean, that would be interesting to bring him on the pod or something like that.
I'm gonna believe the guy that wrote the stuff.
Wikipedia said.
That's great.
I
And you don't even
Benny
speak
Morris.
Hebrew, and you call yourself an Israeli historian. We're all here on different grounds. Okay?
I just want, if I can just respond.
Well, no, I'm just saying that there were two tricks. That's fine. There were two tricks that are being played here.
It's so telling to me that they used this clip. Like, look how he owned him. It's like, well, what? Are we evaluating the merits of the debate of like, are we evaluating the merits of what is being discussed? Like, who is making a more compelling argument? And you're telling me that you think that the person who is just being belligerent and talking over people, like that person, why is that impressive?
That I think is interesting. One is you guys claim that the Leahy was trying to forge an alliance with Nazi Germany because of a shared ideology.
That's what they said.
Yeah, but hold on. No, wait. No. It's about what you said. You brought that.
Also, the other thing that I remember this at the time, and I wonder if Dead Domain is going to make the same error here. But at the time, I remember leftists totally misinterpreting Benny Morris's laughs. I remember leftists at the time commenting on the debate, saying that Benny Morris was laughing at Destiny, but that was not anybody who actually watched the debate. This was just very obviously not what was happening. That is not what happened. All you got to do is just watch the debate, and it was just very clearly not the case, and they really clung to that notion.
That up to imply that Zionism must be inexorably linked to.
I'm sorry. You're putting words in my mouth.
He starts doing his regular prodding debate shtick, chuckling and sneering, but when his conversation...
Who is the one chuckling and sneering in this clip? Are you kidding? You just showed me a clip of Norm doing that.
...is with established historians.
Adrian with $5. It's annoying to see someone complain about how Destiny researches when this person clearly doesn't do any themselves.
It's people who have respect for one another. It feels different. It's no longer engaging. It just kind of becomes embarrassing posturing to watch.
There was one person, I think, in this debate that really embarrassed themselves. This guy. This guy right here, okay? My favorite Norm Finkelstein clip ever is him going to one of the college protests, getting on the mic, telling the students that were at the encampment, the pro-Palestine encampment, that from the river to the sea is really bad optics and really bad strategy. And then a protester immediately grabs the mic and starts saying from the river to the sea. This is the funniest clip ever.
Not in a conservative sense, but in a radical sense. One has to exercise in a moment like this, if for no other reason than for the people of Gaza, one has to exercise maximum responsibility. Maximum responsibility.
He's telling them don't chant from the river to the sea, by the way.
To get out of one's navel, to crawl out of one's ego, and to always keep in mind the question, what are we trying to accomplish at this particular moment?
I mean, in a vacuum, that's really good advice, just for the record. I think generally speaking in your life, I think you should endeavor to be as intentional as possible. I think you should endeavor to always ask yourself, why am I doing this thing? What is the point of doing this thing? Is that helping me accomplish anything? Is it hurting anything? That's like good advice, right? But from him...
That's my view. From the river to the sea!
Oh, it's perfect. Perfect clip. Just frame that and put it in the Louvre. Preserve it for posterity. Future generations must know about that funny moment.
He is sitting at the big kids table, but nobody in the room seems impressed. Even the person he's arguing alongside seemed to wish he...
Frankenstein's monster, bro. Still relevant 200 years later. When did she write that? Just about 200 years. Damn, I'm fucking good, bro. That was a guess. Oof. I just guessed on that one. Felt right. Shriovora with 73 months. Thank you so much.
He would just stop talking.
That Hamas was responsible for significant atrocities, and I made sure to include the plural.
There's a lot of tricky language being employed here. Do you think of the 850?
It's called attaching value to words and not talking like a motor mouth.
You're saying from day one you believe this particular thing, and you clearly don't. You clearly don't believe this thing. You don't.
He said, listen to what he said. That's what he said right there. He said, listen to what he said. That's what he said. Listen to what he said.
You said people died. That's not controversial.
Wait, hold on. If I may.
That's not controversial.
Mr. Bonnell, I attach value to words.
Yes, you've said that. If you value them,
when
stop
I
repeating them
was,
so
yes,
much.
Mr. Brunel, please slow down the speech and attempt to listen.
Court is not asked at this present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide
It's just so funny to me that the supercut that Dead Domain is going with here is like Destiny making a specific point and referencing like something specific, and then Norm being belligerent. Like a supercut of like 4 instances of this, as if to make the point that Destiny got blown out. And it's like, show me a clip of him engaging in an actual dialogue and talking about the actual issue that they were there to discuss, instead of doing this like insulting thing.
They're not well.
Like, to me, I see this and I'm like, this makes Norm look like a, you know, kind of like a juvenile.
They're not even well founded. The court isn't. You said that plausible was a high standard. It is absolutely not. It is a misrepresentation of the strength of the case against Israel, just like the majority of the quotes they have in this case are. And also, you said it was an extremely well-founded case. They spend like one.
Didn't Norm threaten to call immigration on his neighbors? Am I making that up? Didn't Norm Finkelstein threaten to call immigration enforcement on his neighbors because he felt like they were making too much noise or something? Is that headcanon, or did that shit happen? That happened, right? It's like and he's like, isn't he like super anti-trans too? Like, all right, whatever.
1/4 of all of the quotations, some even pulled from the Goldstone report, that try to that actually deal with the intent part.
He starts talking about playing tricks and argumentative strategies to obfuscate the conversation, and it just seems to confuse those adults in the room. Why doesn't he just stay on topic? Understand.
What? How are the clips that what you just showed? How does that demonstrate the point that you just made? This is fully delusional.
Understandably, this draws a lot of emotion from Norm Finkelstein, who early on.
Understandably? What? Norm is how old? I'm gonna guess he's like 75, 72 years old. And you're making excuses for him just fully losing composure?
And like 1/4 of all of the quotations.
What Norm said to his neighbors? Bro, he sounds like BE. He said the first sentence, he sounds like BE, bro. You committed the biggest mistake of your life yesterday. I had 2 guests in my apartment, one of them a professor of criminology. They listened to the noise for 4 hours. At midnight, we all went together to the police precinct, where we all spoke to several police officers. The police are now fully informed about the situation. They urged me to call 311 the moment the noise starts again. I also contacted Child Protection Services again. I already spoke to several of your friends in the elevator on the way to your party about you. I now know your places of employment, which I will contact this week. Honestly, he kind of sounds like Destiny here. A little bit. The old Destiny strat. You kind of gotta respect it. But here's your big problem. In bold. On Tuesday, August 18th, I will contact Immigration and Naturalization Services. I will inform them of, quote, young doctor, end quote, Carol Jovellano's former, quote, job at the fake, quote, medical office next door, run by the Russian mafioso fake, quote, doctor. I know exactly what was really going on there. Faking a medical establishment in New York is a criminal offense and grounds for immediate deportation. Carol and Roberto Jovellanos' papers and your babysitter's papers. What the fuck did her babysitter do to... Why is the babysitter catching strays? Even if everything he was saying was accurate. What the fuck? How did the babysitter get involved here? Better be in order when INS pays a visit. You now have 2 days to quickly and quietly vacate the apartment. If you make any noise while moving, I will immediately contact the police again and tell them about Carol Jovellanos' past. You know who he sounds like, guys? I'm thinking of a character in pop culture more relevant in like the mid 2000s. Who am I thinking of, guys? Come on, guess. Not Larry David. No, it's a character on a show. Someone has to guess this, bro. He sounds like Dwight motherfucking Schrute. He sounds like Dwight Schrute. Unironically. This is a Dwight email right here, guys. Except it's not ironic. He's just like fully channeling his inner Dwight. I warned you in the past letter that I knew about illicit activity. You choose to carry on like animals. You will now pay the price. I warned you that you will never win against me. You should have Googled my name. Norman Finkelstein. Tell me he does not. You should have Googled my name. Dwight Schrute. Like, tell me that doesn't just flow or gone to YouTube and entered my name. Now it's too late. I presume this is a future email. The noise stopped for 3 days, so I didn't call INS, but now it is starting again. If you don't stop the noise, I am calling the police. This will be the last call to the police. You will end up either deported or arrested or without your child. You decide. Like, that to me, that is a deeply, profoundly unwell individual. And he's 72 years old. That is bananas, okay?
Some even pulled from the Goldstone report that try to that actually deal with the intent part.
He starts talking about playing tricks and argumentative strategies to obfuscate the conversation, and it just seems to confuse those adults in the room. Why doesn't he just stay on topic? Understandably, this draws a lot of emotion from Norm Finkelstein, who...
What is this analysis? What is this? What? He starts talking about obfuscating and changing the topic. Like, where are they pulling out? Like, what? New Economist poll. 365 days into Donald Trump's term, the president's net approval is negative 19%, down 2 points since last week. 37% approve, 56% disapprove, 5% not sure. Yikes. Yikes. We've looked at Economist polls for Trump approval recently, and they are for sure outliers. I just want to say that, but they are showing a trend. They're showing like the same trend that every other pollster is showing, but they're just a little bit lower than the mean or the median. Like every aggregate and every individual poll, I mean, they're all showing the same thing. It's just like down, down, down. That's G. Elliott Morris's aggregate, so it's a similar story here, but a little bit lower. Actually, wait, hold on. Where did they have it at now? Oh, wait, they're actually not that far. 39.7% versus 37%. Is that what it was? Yeah, that's not that far up. Just a couple points below. Not a massive outlier, to be honest.
Early on, realizes Destiny is treating this gravely severe issue with the tact and respect of his regular pedantic internet debates.
I understand.
It's Norm that's doing that. Like, Norm is literally, they reverse the roles here.
Understand the state of mind, but and for genocide, it's called dolo specialis. It's a highly special intent. Did you read the case?
Yeah.
It is
Mr.
a highly
Farrelly,
special intent.
I'm
going to
ask you again.
Genocide. Yes.
Please stop displaying your imbecility.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think the declaration of the judge is imbecile.
Don't put on public display that you're a moron. At least have the...
This clip got passed around like, oh my God, what a sick burn. It's like, this is at the time, I guess he was a 69-year-old man, 7-year-old man, just behaving like, Very immature.
Self-possession to shut up. Did I
I'm
read the
comfortable putting
case?
my display on camera if you're comfortable putting yours in
Mr.
books.
Borelli,
Okay?
I read the case around 4 times. I read all of the majority opinion, the declarations. I read Aaron Barak's declaration.
Then why are you lying and saying plausible is a high standard?
Because I said, even reaching the benchmark of plausibility is a very high standard in the world. It's the equivalent of a regional player qualifying for an Olympics. It's still 2 steps removed. You may not be on the team and you may not get a medal, but to get qualified, which in this context is the equivalent of plausible, you must be doing something pretty horrible.
After this spectacular display of being out of one's depth, I was curious what his reaction and wrap-up stream would focus on, and it became very clear that he instead felt more slighted by Norm than anything else.
No fucking shit. You wouldn't have been?
I don't think I bring up any of that in this debate. When you start looking at his other political opinions, you start to
That's because he was slighted.
see like, oh, or like every single opinion just becomes so obvious and predictable, and it's all just like super partisan, like anti-Western bullshit, basically. How much of this is academic gatekeeping? He tried to gatekeep, but it's not academic. Whatever he does is far outside of the world of academia. I don't know. It's just I would just call it trolling.
Now, he might say that he bases all of his views on facts and opinions, but his views on Gaza have not been inspired to become more nuanced. He hasn't really reflected. In this stream highlight from August 2025, he labels Pali protesters as being broadly anti-Semitic, seeing Israeli Jews and American Jews as the same, and also calls the story of Israel's founding inspiring as a justification for why so many Americans care. So he just, like, I don't know, bought the Zionist line or whatever.
Israeli Jews and American Jews are very different people. I know that anti-Semites like to lump them all together, and people like to lump them together for some dumb reason. And I have the pro-Pali crowd. Well, what's the difference between them and anti-Semites? But old people in America just...
I mean, I don't love that term. I've seen that term in my chat from time to time, and I see it and I go, oh, I don't like that.
Love Israel. It's just a very historical thing. They just very much love, they just all grew up loving Israel. It's, like I said before, Israel had a really inspiring story. It's like pre-90s or whatever. So, I mean, it's pretty natural.
So, again, we see the flattening of everybody to the left of him as just being completely unreasonable and unreachable bad faith actors. Like,
no, maybe not everybody, but we can forgive a little hyperbole, right?
People on the left have said it. So
pro-Pali. I don't know. I don't like that term personally.
Many people on the left have said that you can be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic. It's a very well-held position. It just kind of seemed like lying at this point. And of course, this is after the infamous stream where he went to Israel and joked with IDF soldiers that they shouldn't take videos of war crimes because it's impacting their popularity and public image, which he would later claim was just an obvious joke.
I think Israel has unique issues. There's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the IDF, okay? Leave your fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos, okay? Because everybody's fucking you with them, okay? And if you see...
Not great. Not great. Let's be honest.
If you see a soldier, okay, going through a fucking drawer, and listen, if you want to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it, okay? Jesus.
While that may serve Stephen as a method of distancing himself...
Not great. I found those videos to be pretty fucking disgusting and dehumanizing. Yeah, not great.
From a morally reprehensible thing to say, it reveals how seriously he took the very idea of Israel perpetuating genocide to begin with. It was always a joke to him, apparently. It's worth noting that one of the sticking...
I don't think that's a fair characterization.
...points of the Finkelstein conversation had to do with whether the IDF had intentionally broken rules of engagement, which Stephen kept saying there was no way to determine, but, oh, would you believe that the historians and people who actually study history turned out to be right? This need for confirmation from sources also extended to his position on if people in Gaza were dying on malnutrition.
This need for confirmation of sources. Seems like a pretty good need.
Would you believe that the historians and people who actually study history turned out to be right? This need for confirmation from sources also extended to his position on if people in Gaza
I'm just kind of floored by that one. Okay. All right. Okay.
were dying
All
on
right.
malnutrition, which he seemed to think wasn't happening, even as shortly after it was verified this was happening. Things like this.
Wait, hang on. Hang on a minute.
Also extended to his position on if people in Gaza were dying on malnutrition, which he seemed to think wasn't happening, even as shortly after.
Of the 74 malnutrition related deaths in 2025, 63 occurred in July, including 24 children under 5, a child over 5, and 38 adults. Most of these people were declared dead on arrival at health facilities or died shortly after, their bodies showing clear signs of severe wasting. This was in the immediate aftermath of the 11-week blockade of aid going into Israel, which was a significant escalation of the humanitarian crisis with respect to like food going into Gaza. They were starved of aid for 11 weeks, starting in March, April, May, June, July. So this would have been actually a couple months after that. Are they taking Stephen's claims about malnutrition like from before this event? And then like this feels like a really flimsy point. Do you guys understand where I'm going with this?
Confirmation from sources also extended to his position on if
there was a moment and it's like, in a sense, it's good to be vigilant about making sure that aid gets into Israel. So that's not wrong. To constantly be warning about the possibility of a mass kind of starvation event due to a lack of aid. Like that's actually good. You need people to be advocating for these kinds of things. But I think I could be mistaken. I'm just kind of going off of what I remember is there was kind of like a constant. Like it's one thing to stress the importance of aid getting into the region. It's one thing to stress the danger of not allowing aid to go in there. It's one thing to highlight individual instances or maybe there's like a shorter period of time where not enough aid is getting in, and so the risk of malnutrition deaths go way up and in those kind of moments, but people were going well beyond that at that point, and people were making these definitive claims that just weren't true. Now that didn't mean like you don't care about people getting aid into Gaza. By pushing back against some of those kind of inaccurate claims, you're not invalidating the need for aid to get into Gaza. And obviously, like nobody is literally clairvoyant, so nobody can tell you what's going to happen like exactly in the future. But this feels a bit dishonest. This was at this point, and mind you, this was after Donald Trump won, by the way, because he didn't give a fuck about pressing Israel to make sure that aid got into Gaza. Literally did not give a fuck. I don't think, has the State Department, has Rubio, has the Trump administration put any public pressure on Israel to allow aid into the country a single time? Starvation was happening before 2025. There was a risk of starvation, but we're talking about the specific claim is mass deaths due to malnutrition is what
people
they
in
just
Gaza
said.
Determined, but would you believe that the historians of the Finkelstein conversation had to do with whether the IDF had intentionally broken rules of engagement? With Stephen kept saying there was no way to determine, but would you believe that the historians and people who actually study history turned out to be right?
There's like so much to unpack with all of these fucking
This
headlines.
need for confirmation from sources also extended to his position on if people in Gaza were dying on malnutrition, which he seemed to think wasn't happening, even as shortly after it was verified. This is
what they're saying is just incorrect. Like they're framing this event, which was a unique escalation of malnutrition deaths, as though it was confirmation of the thing Destiny was pushing back against in the past. But this is like a new event, a newer event. Now I could be wrong. Maybe there's clips of Destiny talking about how malnutrition wasn't happening in July of 2025, but this was a significant escalation of the crisis of getting aid into Gaza here.
This was happening. Things like this, you might not find if you Google around every question you have. They're more what you find through actual research and, more importantly, scholarship. If you engage with these highly nuanced topics in a deep and lasting way, not just treating sensitive issues like stat points.
Are they saying that if you spend a lot of time Googling things and clicking on different articles, that this is like this is an ineffective way to research things in 2026? We can't do meaningful research by Googling things and reading articles and reading academic. You can find academic papers in Google results. This is kind of bizarre framing here.
And loadouts, you can switch between argument matches. Now, why did someone like Stephen Phelan need to enter this incredibly fraught arena that he previously had very little stake or interest in? Because he does debate. That's what he does. It doesn't matter or not if he's an expert, he will simply try to play one. This current affairs article gives another summary of Destiny's debate performances, this time in a one-on-one with the article writer, and I encourage everyone to read through this piece to see how
did I miss this one? The Nathan guy and Destiny had a conversation. This was an article. Is there audio of this?
Often easily pushback Destiny can be in his debates, where once a writer has the ability to remove them.
The current affairs guy, Nathan, what's his name? Robinson. He's like a Brianna Joy Gray kind of lefty kind of guy.
Themselves from his constant haranguing and fact check and source their arguments, many of his assertions can be picked apart. And this goes for anybody in a debate, by the way. Nobody's a perfect debater. And that's not to say it's true of all topics he argues, but of the Gaza genocide, it certainly is. And his continued insistence on weighing in on the issue, despite his lack of care, perfectly illustrates his defiant streak, where simply because people continue to inform him he's advocating for genocide, he will spitefully mock dead Gazan civilians, the suffering of real people, the ongoing cultural destruction.
I don't know. To me, invoking dead Palestinians in an attack like this, which is pretty insane to say that Destiny was advocating for genocide, like that to me, I think is like pretty obscene. You would invoke dead Palestinians to accuse someone of advocating for genocide. Obviously this is like relevant because it's happened like 1,000 times, you know. It's like the go-to thing. If you have a difference of opinion on, say, Hamas, that was like the biggest sticking point. If you have like a strong opinion against Hamas, or if you differ with people in that kind of way, or if you don't feel comfortable maybe using like specific language, then they just spin that into like, well, you're just advocating genocide.
And wholesale slaughter of civilians. For him, it comes down to.
But if you're doing this kind of like disingenuous attack, then who's the one exploiting dead Palestinians in this spot? Like, who's the one that's doing that?
He jokes so he can make his critics mad. It also shows through his ignorance of the weight of these issues how little these positions matter to him, aside from being able to soak up a new spotlight. Just like he doesn't really seem to see his alt-right opponents as people with genuine convictions and feelings, Destiny very much doesn't seem to see people dying in a genocide, or even peaceful protesters, as very real people anyway.
That's a very okay.
Seem to exist as abstracted pieces in a game that he can simply use to further his arguments. Does this seem like someone who understands the gravity of a genocide? Watch this 2024 reaction when he watches a Palestinian protester get shot.
No. Pallywood doesn't mean that it's necessarily fake.
What do they show on the screen here?
Kind of. What Pallywood means is that you're capturing intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. So Pallywood might be, this, right? So the idea is that like 4 innocent civilians are like walking up, and you just want like a clip here of the IDF shooting them for no reason because they're civilians with white flags, and you kind of ignore the fact that like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like that's like Pallywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action, and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing. It's like a setup. It's not fake. But how do you respond by Alex saying they should have given another warning? Well, I mean, what do you say? Like, let's say they do one warning shot and the guys pause a little bit and then they keep walking. Then what do you say? Well, they should give a second warning shot? But you know that when you're crossing a neighbor's yard, yeah, if he catches us, he's gonna shot. We're gonna get in fucking trouble, so you don't get caught. But that's the.
We know for a fact that both sides of this conflict were engaged in their own forms of pretty overt, explicit, deceptive propaganda. We observed it happen from Hamas. We observed it happen from IDF. Blatantly, a number of times. Like the most clear example of this that I can think of was the bombing at the hospital. There was like the Al Ahli, is that how you say that? There was a hospital that was bombed. The initial reports suggested that the entire hospital was destroyed. 400 people were killed. Then we find out that the rockets detonated in the parking lot, and it was closer to, I think, like 25 to 40 people that were killed. I think it was like 25 people that were killed. Then we find out that there's serious questions about where those rockets came from in the first place. But what we saw in terms of what was filmed at the hospital, Hamas showed up with cameras, and they literally staged a fucking photo op situation where you had like 4 men in the front of a podium holding like a dead child. And they were pushing this like lie, this like very obvious lie about what had happened. Like that is what you might call, you can say dehumanizing language, but like that's what you might call Hollywood. We do know that this happens. We can just call this propaganda. It's not controversial to say this. It's not dehumanizing to say this. To point this out, everybody knows that countries do this, or various like controlling entities do this in conflicts. It's just a part of war. It's just a part of these kind of conflicts. And that's not the only time where there have been like obvious propaganda efforts by Hamas that we like went over on this stream like a number of times. Oh, I thought I missed something. Nope. I don't know about this particular incident. I can't speak to this, but
expectation. You would never go to a neighbor's yard and get caught and be like, well, you weren't out there telling us we weren't allowed to be here. You weren't out here shouting at us. You didn't say blah, blah, blah. You know you're fucking up, right? You know that. But something happened over the past, like, I don't know, what, 10 or 20 years where people feel like every wrong thing they do, it's not actually wrong. It's actually fully justified. Actually, let me tell you the 52 reasons why pirating is actually based. And at the end of the day, it actually helps companies. And actually, it's all digital at the end of the day. So there's no real thieving because they still have the original thing. And actually, I should be able to say and do whatever I want to a cop, but I need 50 million warnings. And why did he break my window after shouting at me twice and he didn't even pepper spray? Why didn't he blah, blah, blah? Like, no, what the fuck? Like, I feel like sometimes people would do wrong things. They knew they'd do wrong things, but you wouldn't justify. You know you're doing some wrong shit. You get caught, you're fucked. That's it.
If you're wondering where he stands on Israel-Palestine, here's him saying conservatives are like Hamas after the recent shooting.
Don't let the virtue signaling MAGA demons deceive you. They operate just like Hamas did in Gaza. They love dead civilians, dead soldiers, dead cops, whatever they can watch die, because they will always try to angle it in a way to grow their power or control. You can always tell by the way they talk. None of them seem to call for peace or call for both sides to lower their swords. Instead, they are constantly rallying their troops, praying more violence follows so they can stoke enough outrage to induce enough conflict to expand their power.
Shootings of wrong things.
Totally accurate, by the way.
You wouldn't justify. You know you're doing some wrong shit. You get caught, you're fucked. That's it.
If you're wondering where he stands on Israel-Palestine, here's him saying conservatives are like Hamas after...
I don't understand. Like, if you were looking for a single tweet to summarize or characterize Destiny's views on Israel-Gaza, why would you pick this one? Where the point of the tweet is like not even about the conflict. It's just it's more of a commentary about Republicans. Of all the tweets, like, why is this one illustrative? Like, I don't feel like I get much from that in terms of, well, I don't know. Like, I don't think you couldn't, if I knew nothing about Destiny's commentary and you showed me this tweet, I'd be like, well, I can't really do much with that. I need a little bit more than that. Like, this doesn't even touch on the conflict, really. This is only a commentary on like Hamas and Republicans.
After the recent shootings of 2 National Guard members. So historically literate as always. This is, by the way, right after his public appearances after Charlie Kirk's assassination, saying this.
You said if you wanted Charlie Kirk.
Ooh, we've already been down this road. You guys know how I feel about the post-Kirk commentary.
To be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for a second term. Why would you say that, and what did you mean by that?
Because I think Donald Trump is constantly using the most violent and the most extreme rhetoric possible. I don't understand how you can continually support somebody who, laughs about people dying in boats in Venezuela.
This is another confusing editorial decision by the Dead Domain, because in this clip, he's actually doing the nuanced take and not reducing things to like a little pithy tweet. I don't really have an issue with this at all. But he had to say this like controversial thing to prompt somebody to ask the question, and then he gets into the details. If he would have just like led with the details, then I wouldn't have had an issue. But I wonder what Dead Domain has a problem with in terms of this response.
Who laughs about bombing Iran, even though we're supposed to be the country of no new wars. A guy who, at every opportunity he has to take a different path, he continues to make statements basically encouraging violence. On Fox and Friends, they asked him twice if he would disavow violence, and he can't do it without blaming the left.
And on the subject of genocide, I want to call...
What problem did Dead Domain have with that clip? Did they even disagree? Did they mean to put that clip in? I don't even understand what this is. This video is one of the most confusing videos I have ever seen. The only way to explain it is that it's satire, or I don't know. I wanted to, it's some kind of subversive, supposed to be thought-provoking. I have no idea.
Seemingly celebrate political violence, like the recent Charlie Kirk things, but also quotes like after the attempted assassination of Trump in 2024.
Fuck it, fuck the dude, the firefighter guy, fuck Trump, fuck the people that support him. I just want you to know, okay? Just in case you're confused or it seems like I'm, whatever. If one of you were in the crowd and you're a conservative fan of mine and you end up, getting blown away or whatever the fuck, I'm making fun of you the next day on Twitter.
And you may be saying, well, wait, I thought he didn't like political violence. I thought he was against all the rioting and performative virtue signaling. Well, yes, but then think back to Stephen's guiding principles. Is it convenient for him? Does it benefit him? And when you see how even he knows all the controversies benefit him, the model makes sense. There's no such thing as bad press. Destiny has been around the online left enough to know that people much further to the left than him can also make edgy jokes, don't deal in identity politics as their whole identity, are more qualified than a stereotype of a campus leftist. He's debated people like that, has interacted with people like that, but it's easier for him to simply pretend that brand of the left doesn't exist because it allows him to look like a more reasonable, liberal alternative. Again, it's marketing. He's selling the image, the sizzle. When asked why he doesn't feature or debate them, he will simply say they can't be reached.
Also, remember, when you read messages like this, Destiny's for the status quo. He's a poor boy at heart who's been...
This speaks to how jaded I am on like the online left, but can I get some names? Like, who are some names of, semi-prominent to prominent leftist online creators that have reasonable, pragmatic, nuanced takes and are not completely lost in the sauce? I mean, would we say ContraPoints? Would she even identify the same way anymore? It's all this like cultural, it all goes to that whole thing that I was talking about before about like in-group, out-group situation. Whether or not it was a conscious decision to establish that community as being governed by like a really rigid set of standards of acceptable rhetoric or acceptable thought, acceptable speech, whether I don't know if that was a conscious kind of way that they constructed the online environment, but it is as it is. And so anybody that is in that space is necessarily bound by that same dogma and orthodoxy. And so you can't avoid having completely unreasonable takes if you adhere to that dogmatic, rigid structure. So I can't think of like far lefties that are semi-prominent to prominent off the top of my head that I would consider reasonable at this point. I don't know enough about Matt Brunig. I did listen to him have a conversation with Econoboy. I think that was like a couple years ago, maybe. And that sounded fine, but I don't know enough about Matt Brunig to comment. But as far as I'm concerned, like all of them are extremely problematic. Emma, Sam, Crystal, Kyle, Hassan. What little I do know about Vosh, I've seen enough clips of him to, I think he's like a little bit more nuanced than most of the people in that space, but Brianna Joy Gray, Chapo Trap House, Denims, Mike. Who are the other like big ones, you know? I just, you know, to me, well, Econoboy was like, we had disagreements. I mean, I really disagreed with, we had a conversation about his proposed, like, sort of government purchasing of shares of government, which ended up happening under Donald Trump. He was just too early with his prescription, I guess. We had some disagreements there. We had some disagreements on strategy, but I found him to be like very reasonable. Vosh has gone full anti-electoral lefty these days. Okay, great. All roads lead to Rome, I guess. Yeah. It was always going to be that way. People tell me now, like, oh, Kyle's like way more base and Crystal's like way more base. Here's a video where she's like apologizing to liberals or resistance libs. I'm like, okay, but like talk to me in November. Okay? Because if it's not blue no matter who, then it's all just noise. It doesn't mean anything. Josiah asked Kyle like privately in a text message, if Joe Manchin was literally the nominee in 2028, would you vote for him? Kyle said yes. It's like, okay, I'm not going to take that at face value. We can revisit that when we get to 2028, because I don't think that there's a strong likelihood that principle will hold. I just, you know, by that point, they're going to be like, well, you can't use the Trump excuse anymore because he's not on the ticket. So, you know, as such, I can't justify endorsing Gavin Newsom. You know, if Gavin Newsom becomes the nominee, guys, do you really think they're going to hold to that principle? You're out of your mind. Out of your mind, okay? They will move the goalpost and they will land at the same place that they end up every election cycle, which is some form of my conscience will not allow me to blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera.
Benefiting from the system now, so of course he wants to support it. This is exclusively said by white people who grew up rich in this country and are just repeating shit that they heard from other radicalized classmates at whatever private university that their parents are paying for. Every single time, it is always these people. It is
again. So he's obviously being hyperbolic here, but we can just see like what the trend lines say. We can just see. It's something about Trump brought this out of academia, because like the recent trend lines indicate that the further along somebody is in their academic career, their academic pursuits, their academic degrees rather, the more left-wing politics that they will have. The people that are overeducated with doctorates and they have high incomes, these people are more likely to support more left-wing policies. And then you get closer to like working class, and then those people end up getting like on balance. I'm talking about the median. They're typically more like, especially like socially conservative. But yeah.
It's never anybody with an ounce of actual political.
You know what? I'll give you Mehdi Hassan, but he's, in my opinion, Mehdi Hassan is not without. I will give you that one. I feel like Mehdi Hassan is like probably the least problematic. You also have like Jon Stewart, but I have very mixed views of Jon Stewart. He's very hit and miss for me, but like when he hits, he hits. And when he misses, he misses. So he's a bit of a frustrating character for me. I would say like Mehdi is probably like slightly less problematic, but even Mehdi has moments where I'm like, oh, kind of plays into the populist brain rot stuff.
Experience anywhere ever. It's always people who have zero political goals in mind and they just want to make as much noise as possible because they farm epic likes on their Instagram feeds and everything.
So he goes to talk to the illiterate misogynists who believe in race realism instead, I guess. And that's his appeal.
I guess it's not relevant to push back against race realism.
Here's someone who won't tell you not to say edgy jokes, but also thinks being bisexual and poly is pretty cool. He sells The Politics of Convenience, a tidy worldview uncomplicated by genuine fervor or ideology. It's a framework uniquely suited to someone like Steven, rich with established business interests and very little in the way of personal.
My mind doesn't go to convenience when I think of like Destiny and his brand. It's not the first word I would come up with, is convenience.
Personal risk. He's a walking billboard for the status quo because it has been very good to him, so why should he ever change? I've talked about his private slurs already, but Destiny defends using things like the N-word as long as it's in private among friends.
But my problem with this entire conversation has been that, like, you talking about it in public, don't you feel like that kind of undermines your entire point of view about...
Okay, so my response to this, because this argument has been repeated a million times, I think that...
Bastiat! This beautiful man. Where the fuck did he go? We need him now more than ever. He needs to rise like a phoenix from the ashes. His calling has never been so strong than this exact moment.
there is a measurable difference between saying I use jokes in private that I wouldn't be comfortable saying in public versus saying the actual jokes I say in private in public. I think there is a measurable difference in that. So, like, for example, I'll go back to the sex answer, right? Like it would be uncomfortable, but like I would be okay like telling like my girlfriend's dad like, yeah, we have sex or we sleep together. I wouldn't be comfortable like graphically describing the acts because I think that there is a measurable difference there.
Yeah, no, I think there's a difference there, certainly. But the reason why you felt the need to elaborate on it or talk about it, and obviously...
He sounds so... I can't judge because I sound very different, but man, he sounds so different back then.
There's been a lot of backlash since you did this. The reason why you felt the need to elaborate was probably because you were worried that if someone leaked it, because you do use it in private, that it might compromise your position, right? Is that incorrect?
I'm not worried at all. The only thing that happens is that anytime some particular group of people get mad at me, they dig through stuff or they act like stuff has changed. This is literally the stance I've had on language for the past 7 years.
This same podcast would feature Hassan, then an up-and-coming streamer, calling Destiny out as well. Coincidentally, I'm sure after the popularity surge of people like Vosh and Hassan and being criticized for positions like this in Rittenhouse, Destiny began an anti-leftist arc. And when I started writing this, I was perplexed as to why Steven hated leftists so much. He certainly has more
I don't think if you actually researched, they claim to have watched dozens of hours of Destiny content. Okay. I find that a bit difficult to unpack and believe because he's not exactly shy about detailing the fine points of the problems that he has. Certainly I have. Excuse me, I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. Certainly I have. I bet you a lot of like regular viewers, you guys could type out like a paragraph of like to describe like the issues that I have. But he's not exactly shy about talking about the problems with the online left.
Public vitriol towards them than literal white supremacists. As I learned more about him, it clicked into place. It's because Steven loves his status quo, and the left wants it reformed.
Oh my God.
He sees the left as some of the...
How? How does that actually work in theory? How are the left wielding, like, how is the left currently, the online left, like this particular group of people, the populist left, the Hassan left, whatever you want to call them, how are they amassing political power? And then how are they using political power to challenge the status quo? How is that actually working in principle or in practice rather? Like how does a principled opposition to Kamala or an opposition to endorsing Kamala or voting for Kamala, how is that challenging the status quo? I mean, technically on paper, I guess. That makes sense. Hey, chill, buddy. Chill. What are you doing? No, we don't do that around these parts. I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, Trump definitely challenged the status quo. I mean, I guess that's, I would say that that's not a great thing. Maybe it's not universally good to just generally challenge the status quo or break the status quo. Maybe there are good ways to do that and bad ways to do that. It's pretty, a pretty self-serving kind of like explanation. You know what? I figured it out. It's because the left challenges the status quo and he wants to uphold the status quo. Consequently, this is like word for word, just the exact kind of insult or observation they make about like anybody to their right. Anybody that's not fully on board with their politics and their policy prescriptions and their kind of underlying ideology, they just dismiss them as being in service to the status quo in one way or another.
The only people who have ever successfully hurt his bottom line with things like the Twitch ban that he will not stop talking about. And also some of the only people who haven't accepted his shifting positions out of convenience. And those two things, his money and taking criticism, are maybe the worst things to confront him about. Like, we're getting to it, but even in lawsuits about sexual coercion and abuse, he doesn't take shit half as seriously. And it's probably because those things aren't happening to him personally, but being criticized by people he thought were friends, that's cause for war. Destiny hasn't met a controversy he didn't willingly engage with because it's all content, it's all entertainment, so it's all good. And the aforementioned N-word stance is a perfect example of how he delineates the professional stances he takes as a debater in public, but how he will compromise those purported values.
The N-word discourse of this just might break me. Just might break my spirit. I may have to tap out at some point. That is why they hate liberals. The liberals work in the system to make changes. The left wants to destroy the system to make drastic changes. I think in a very kind of crude sense that's correct, yeah.
Private and justify those lapses to his audience. And then when other people call his bullshit out for what it is, he doesn't reflect, he doesn't empathize. Something he has trouble with, remember. I want to add to the empathy clip a more recent clip where he talks about how he doesn't even really get the part of the brain that cares or gets defensive about family.
When I'm fighting online and people bring up my son, I typically don't bring my son out in public to show off or to talk about or whatever. So I feel like it's weird when people attack me on like what Nathan thinks or whatever. He's 14, he's doing his own life, figuring his shit out, fucking, he says retarded shit right now. Hopefully in a year or two he's less retarded, but he's a 14-year-old, right? Unironically, I have no fucking, whatever part exists in the brain for like last name and family and all that, I don't have that at all in my brain. So let me intellectualize this. I'm sorry, because I have to come back here because I was just responding off for what I feel. I guess for an ordinary person, you actually might feel emotionally attacked if somebody were to attack the reputation or whatever of your dad. That actually could have been a genuine response that Fuentes felt, actually. That could have been, sure. Actually, that's totally possible. It's probably pretty normal, actually.
And then
I don't think the point that Destiny was making was that he doesn't care about his family. I think the point he was making was in this hyper-specific context. It's not going to be something that necessarily triggers him if somebody brings up something irrelevant like, you know, his family. I don't think that was him saying, like, I don't have an attachment to my family, but I could be wrong about that.
This clip is probably also good to just show about his understanding or lack thereof of why people might care about things.
Have we ever talked about like the sex offender registry?
We haven't, no.
Why the fuck does that exist? Like, if I was moving into a neighborhood, I would much rather know, like, who's been, you know, convicted of arson, robbery, murder. I would have a much higher interest on this than, like, who is on.
I'd take both.
The sex offender registry.
With the sex offender registry, it's pretty easy to chart the path of, we want to make sure we know where people are that have committed sex crimes because those are really bad, and we want to protect our children from them. If we know who those people are that are going to prey on children, it'll make it easier for us to do it. So we should have a sex offender list, right?
Why not just the same answer that you just gave for arson? You can always look up people's criminal records, no?
You could, but there is, I think that the interest in protecting property from being burned down is lower than protecting children from sexual assault. Whereas with arson, there's just not that.
IRI is literally talking to Congress people on stream. He's got those connections, man. You know what? He's good at he is good at networking.
On Russia for their energy, it turned out to be a mistake. Obviously, you can't blame them for trying.
Talking with Rep Dan Goldman around 7 p.m. Eastern. Nice.
That big. There's just not that.
I don't want my house. I don't want my shit to get burned down, but okay.
In response for being called out for saying the N-word to a point where it drove a wedge between Destiny and a friend he was doing a podcast with at the time, he wrote the N-word manifesto, the first in a long line of written arguments he presents on stream, some of which we've already mentioned.
Imagine, like most people are not this online. Like imagine hearing that with no context, just having zero context. Just hearing the words, the N-word manifesto. What would the normie brain do with that? Like, the what? What the fuck are we talking about?
We need to have this conversation rather than the possibility that you could just say, Steven, you know what? Yeah, it's kind of messed up. I'll try to not do that anymore. Why is that so hard for you?
Why is it so hard for you to just fuck out of my private conversations and then we never have to talk about it? Look how easy that is.
I have nothing to do with your private conversation.
Oh, well then great. Then we don't have anything to talk about.
Well, as a matter of fact, we do. Because
okay, so you do care about my private conversations. Don't say you don't.
The reason why we're having this.
This was fucking impossible to navigate at the time. Am I making this up in my mind? I think I even had a ton of pushback from my audience because for some reason I thought it was a good idea to cover this and talk about this. It was a fucking landmine in 2019 or 2020, whenever this was. And I think my own experiences of being way edgier in 2009 and 2010 in such a visible way just made me just immediately kind of receptive to the logic, because I think the logic is like really obvious. There is a world of difference between somebody walking down the street and using racial slurs in an actually racist way, motivated by earnest racism. There is an enormous difference between that and two friends using edgy humor with each other in private. There are such obvious differences there. And the idea that we should put these two things on the same moral plane is pretty ridiculous. But like at the time, that was very difficult to navigate. Like in the peak kind of 2019, 2020, like anti-Trump era of the internet, everyone was so reflexive. And I guess I guess you can understand why people were sensitive at the time. And I don't mean that to be demeaning, like sensitive. I'm not saying that it's like bad to be sensitive to things in the context of Trump and all the crazy shit he was doing and all the anti-immigrant stuff and George Floyd. I don't know if this was before or after that. And I don't know if people were pretending to not understand the difference or if they actually convinced themselves that these were no different. And I also think there's like nuance too, because it's like, you know, are you throwing that word around like every fucking 5 minutes in private and being like that kind of edgy and like, that could lead to some bad behavior and bad thinking, I think. But saying edgy jokes in private, like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I have said some really fucked up shit to Esme sometimes. Like, it's not very often, but sometimes you tap into this fucking 2008 internet brain shit and just say the most outrageous thing. And the whole point is to just catch her off guard. She's not seeing it coming. That's what makes it funny. It's like, it's so out of the blue. It's so random. And she knows me too. Like, obviously Esme knows that I'm not like racist. I hope my Hispanic lover understands that I'm not racist. But I'll do that from time to time. Like, at no point am I thinking, oh, is this problematic? Like, if I'm in the privacy of my apartment, nobody else can hear me talking. It's just an exchange between me and her, and I say some really fucked up shit just to like throw her off guard. Like, Is that morally wrong? Like, come on. Like, what are we? I won't get into specifics about the fucked up shit that I say. It's not something that I do every day or even like every week or even every month. It's just every once in a while I just throw some shit out there. I understand not everybody does that. And if you don't do that, then maybe it's hard for you to understand how in any context it could be funny. Why would you do that to her? Because she fucking laughs. Like, because it's funny. I don't know how to explain it, but it's just like, if she doesn't see it coming, it just comes out of nowhere and you just say, like, you know who's the best at this? And I don't even have to say, but it's Sark. Like, Sark is unbelievable. Like, you cannot, like, here would be such a good challenge. Like, I would want everybody who was making the claim that this is inherently problematic or it necessarily means that you're racist or you have problematic or regressive kind of racist attitudes. Okay, I'm going to lock that person in a room with Sark and just let him do his thing. And then the challenge is, how long can that person make it without laughing their fucking ass off? Okay? Because I will bet you 99% of them wouldn't make it 2 minutes before he had them dying of laughter. And so if I believe, and you guys don't even know, okay, like, listen, some of you guys in YouTube are saying who's Sark, and so maybe you don't know like my gaming past and my like machinima past, so you're just way out of your depth here. Sark was a co-host. I did an internet show with him, and he's just like, he's very edgy, okay? Said the most fucked up shit you could possibly imagine, all right? And we did this shit, and we would just record ourselves doing this shit. A lot of it was like fucking improvised, and we would just put it on the internet, and it was super edgy. And let me tell you guys, what you guys got on Respawn, that was about 10% of Sark's power level. You actually have no idea, and maybe he's more open about it like on his stream now. Maybe he's like leaned into it. I don't know. I don't keep up with his stream. He's a night owl. He does his streams at night, and so I'd love to watch his streams, but he streams at like fucking 2 a.m. Texas time. So I've been sleeping for fucking 7 hours at that point. You guys got 10% of Sark's power level. He had us dying on lunch breaks because he would just hit you with the most deadpan, straight. Like, he would play it so straight, and he would deliver the most fucked up thing and you could not, like, your jaw would hit the floor. It was a you were involuntarily just like laughing your ass off. And he was saying really racist shit, just like regularly. Not just racist. He did not limit his dark humor to race. It was, And if I believe that this kind of behavior necessarily made you racist, then I would have to believe that Sark was maybe the most racist person who has ever existed, which I obviously don't. And so, but I think we can have that conversation now, and it's not as hard. But back then, you guys got to put yourself in the mind of like 2019, 2020. I mean, that was like a different time. Okay. And when you were trying to unpack and I don't even think this is a particularly nuanced take. Like, this is not complicated. Like, it shouldn't need to be explained. Context can change any word. Any word. Context can wildly change the intent of that word or the meaning of that word when it was said in any given time. This is not complicated. Everybody understands this. Everybody understands this, but there was a moment where people just lost their fucking minds about stupid shit. And it just became stressful to try to unpack this stuff. I'm getting PTSD flashbacks right now.
it's pretty obvious, right? It's throughout your.
Nobody knows I've said the N word. They only know that I've said that I say it.
Hold up.
Okay, but that's the whole point. The reason why we're having this conversation is because you, at some point or at multiple points throughout your.
The only reason we're having this conversation right now is because you guys wanted to talk about it.
I know, but isn't it? Look,
wouldn't it be easier for you to just not worry about my private conversations? Wouldn't that be?
How about easier if you were just like, I don't say it anymore. Just like.
You want me to lie about it? You want to make you feel better?
His first line of defense to address this issue, that he says the N-word in private conversations and basically thinks it's okay, is to burn bridges with anybody who criticized him, then say that two of the podcast members, both black men who took issue with Destiny saying the N-word, according to Destiny, don't care about black people.
If you're a black person and you talk to me and you say, Destiny, what do you feel about the N-word? Destiny, how do you feel about reparations? Destiny, why do you think black people have the problems in the US? The answer that I give you is going to be the same as I give anybody, anytime, on any platform, and in any environment.
Wait, I know this clip.
Always going to be the same.
This is familiar.
Nothing I do is performative. So I'm not going to,
He said the thing. What a liar, dude. Still lying. What a Weasley little liar, dude.
Instance, I'll use Hassan as an example.
Ow. Ow. My hand's sore from firing that fucking revolver.
If you really had access.
Nope. We are not watching that. Why would you link that? I know exactly what that clip is. What is wrong with you, Smodge? Why would you do that? Ow, I just hurt the shit out of my hand. What happened? Why am I in so much pain right now? Ow. My hand is like, my dad told me, he's like, your hand might be sore. We're firing a 44 Magnum. I'm like, I'm fine. Nothing. Oh, that shit makes your hand sore, bro. That's a real thing.
I'm not going to talk to a black person like Trihex and say, hey, the N-word, it's always bad, brother. Brothers for life, dude. The very first line is,
like, are the new, are Zoomers and Gen Alpha, like, how aware are they of, like, old stand-up? Like George Carlin, Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy? Are they even like a little aware of the kind of comedy that used to happen like pretty regularly? Because that shit would not fly today. Oh my God. That shit would not fly. I mean, Carlin was talking about the hard R in his comedy specials, you know, and that man was a white man.
TLDR, fuck Quarantine and Cole, fuck the...
For those of us who have jobs and couldn't watch this for 6 hours, LOL, what are your general thoughts on this video so far? I mean, it's not, it's like the least surprising video. Like if you would have told me that, like, I don't know about anything about this person's politics. Like, is it safe to say that, what is their name again? Dead. I closed the video. Dead Domain. Is it safe to say that this person is, like, leftist, like super far lefty? Think that's kind of safe to assume. It's just not, it's not new behavior. It's not limited to lefties, but once they decide something, then that thing is just accepted as the truth, and it's not really challenged. And so this person was making some wild, like, I guess the thing that stuck out to me the most about this video was I felt like pretty consistently throughout the video, they were using clips that either were completely irrelevant to the point that was being made, or clips that were disproving the premise that they were trying to establish. The clips that they showed, like 80 to 90% of the time, kind of directly contradicted what they were trying to say. And they seemed, what's worse is they seemed completely oblivious to that fact. So, for example, doing a whole, what felt like 30-minute segment talking about trying to establish a premise that Destiny was like friendly or chummy with Nick Fuentes. They used literally like 25 to 30 clips of Destiny like pretty aggressively confronting Nick to make the point, which was dubious. Like if there are, maybe there's, I have not watched a lot of like Destiny Nick content, so maybe there are clips of them being really chummy. And they also seemed oblivious to like, they tried to use some clips where to me it was pretty obvious that Destiny was, even though the conversation and the tone sounded chill, there were some clips where to me it seemed obvious that he was like dripping with contempt, speaking directly to Nick, like just speaking very condescendingly. And it seemed as though Dead Domain took that as earnest chumminess and just completely missed the contempt part of it. Also, in the context of the last year, I don't know how you could ever in the context of 2025, when you just, even if you just loosely paid attention, and I'll be honest, I did not closely follow Destiny's stuff. Like whenever stuff would pop up on my feed, it would be like the most kind of outrageous stuff. And sometimes that was like once a week in a month. And then there were other months that passed where I didn't really hear anything. You know, Destiny has gone, he has leaned so far into like a visceral, like and I read it as genuine, like a genuine visceral hatred of not just Trump and his cronies, but like the entire conservative movement. You could not watch his content in 2025 and walk away with any other conclusion. And yet they're trying to establish that he's like enabling. I don't know if they ever came out and said that this was what he was doing, but it seemed like that was the kind of the point that that Destiny was empowering and enabling fascists. Which I don't know how you could say that after like 2025, hearing the shit that he said. I don't know how you could say that. And it's also so funny because like the people that oftentimes make that accusation the most are not going to have great answers a lot of the times if you ask them, you know, who did you vote for in 2024? And are you committed to voting for every Democrat on your ticket in 2026 and 2028? Like the people that are making the accusation, because I get accused of this, like Vadim thinks that I'm like helping fascists by punching left and focusing on Hassan too much and blah, blah, blah. Like he'll accuse me of like working with fascists. Like you're on the same side as Asmongold, bro. Like that kind of stuff. And yet, if I ask like his network of creator friends, each individually, who did you vote for in 2024? Are you committed to voting for every Democrat on the ticket in 2026 and 2028? Very few of them are going to have an answer to that question that I think is acceptable. Therefore, I think it's comical that these people are the ones that are lobbing these hand grenades and accusing liberals of enabling fascism when they can't even be bothered to take electoral politics seriously in any meaningful sense. If you're abstaining, you're not taking it seriously. If you're voting for Jill Stein, you're not taking it seriously. You're not actually being serious about fighting these people. The thing that drives me insane more than anything else are the people that say, well, take your local elections seriously. Definitely take those seriously. It's like, okay, in a vacuum, totally fine. Yes, you should. You know, I vote on local issues. Okay. You know, I vote in every election. I'm very good at that now. I will never make that mistake ever again. I'm always going to vote. I'm always going to vote for the Democrat every fucking time. Basically every, very few things I can imagine where it wouldn't be the case. So in a vacuum, good advice, you know, stay engaged, focus on, don't sleep on issues that affect you at a local level. Okay, great. That's good. But why is that? Why would you, how could you say, but you know, when it comes to national politics, not that important. Yeah. How could you, after we've all seen the aftermath, the consequences of a 6-3 conservative majority Supreme Court. Okay. We've seen this, we've seen so many rulings come down. We've seen what happens when Republicans are allowed power. We've seen what they do with that power. We've now watched for the last year plus now, this Republican-led Congress stand back and do fucking nothing as Trump is basically in his, we'll call it his Nero phase of his life. He's about 2 steps removed from appointing a horse to be his successor. It's crazy. And this stuff would not be if the Democrats had control of the Congress, we would make his life so miserable. Say what you will, they're feckless and they're toothless, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. I don't if they controlled the Congress, we would be harassing them every fucking week with subcommittee hearings, subpoenas, impeachment proceedings. And they would have to spend time and energy and resources addressing those things. And that's time and energy and resources that could be spent on, harassing Minneapolis with 3,000 ICE agents and doing all the things that they're doing, these awful things. We could have slowed them down and significantly hampered their agenda if the Democrats had control of Congress. We know that they're going to do that if we give them control. We did it the last time. We were going to do it again. National politics are so significant. They are so fucking significant. The difference between a Trump presidency and a Biden presidency. Why do I need to explain this? I was having a conversation with somebody the other, I don't want to pull it up on my screen because I don't want you guys to harass people. It's fucking unbelievable. You know what? Fuck it. I'll put it on the screen, but don't do, you guys know my policy. Okay. Don't do it. Let me just show you. This is I can't even, I'm going to show you an exchange that I had on Twitter. And let me just preface this by saying this. I've had 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 exchanges like this on Twitter. Okay. This is a widespread problem in the online left space. This, what I'm about to show you guys here. I talk about the Greenland situation. I say, vote blue no matter who, be serious, grow up or whatever. They say, what if the blue option, and this is I'll just read it. What if the blue option has no desire or plan to prosecute these guys for what they've done? What's the good in that? What if the blue option is Fetterman 2.0? You know what? I don't even need to read the rest of this. You can just imagine where the conversation goes. It's fucking insane. We can just stop right there, okay? If you're asking me, what was the value of electing John Fetterman? If you cannot understand the difference between a Senate being the Senate majority party and the Senate minority party, if you can't steelman my argument, if you can't answer, why are you asking me that question? Whatever issue you have with Fetterman, that's not the point. If you're a constituent in Pennsylvania and, Fetterman, let's say Fetterman survives a primary, okay? Let's just say, I don't think he will. I think he's going to get crushed in a primary. But let's create a hypothetical where he survives a primary, okay? And he's the guy. He's the Democrat that's on your ticket. And as a voter in Pennsylvania, voting in that election, Fetterman, exactly as he is now, okay, super pro-Israel and blah, blah, all that, okay? Him versus a Republican how could you possibly ask the question of like, why would I vote for him? Because it's not about just him. It's not about just him. It's about the difference between a majority and a minority, which is a universe of difference. This is like the consequence of one party over the other controlling the Senate is the difference between 200 plus liberal and progressive judges being confirmed to the bench versus 0. It's the difference between a 6-3 conservative majority Supreme Court or a 5-4 liberal majority. It's the difference between the ARP and the IRA and the CHIPS Act and the Infrastructure Bill and the Gun Reform Bill and all. It's all of that passing and none of it passing. You're not just voting about like, you're not voting for your best friend. You're not voting for somebody because you want to get a beer with them or be social with them. You're not voting for them because they perfectly represent your values. You should vote for Fetterman 2.0 in that spot, and it shouldn't even weigh on your conscience. Your morals should dictate that you vote for Fetterman 2.0. How could they not? Like, because you feel like you have to plug your nose and vote for somebody that you don't like, whose politics you don't like, who they don't represent your values at all. But it's the difference between having a Senate majority and not having a Senate. How are your morals consistent if you would take any action that could possibly enable the Republicans to control the Senate? How is that moral? It's such a stupid fucking question. And the fact that people are asking the question drives me insane, because that makes me think that they literally just don't know government. They don't understand like what government, like the American system, the legislative branch, the judicial branch, bicameral Congress, the executive. That makes me think that they literally just don't know like what the government is and what it does and how it does things and the power dynamics and how we delegate power. That makes me think that they just don't know that. And like, that's fine. But if that's the case, like, just read a book, like do something to remedy that. Like, learn, use Wikipedia, watch YouTube videos. There's a lot of YouTube videos. Like, I'm not going to judge you. Just get all of your information from YouTube videos. I don't care. There's like so many explainers that you can find online. What is the filibuster? That's a great place to start. You know, like, what did the Senate do versus like, what does the House do? What is impeachment? How do judges get confirmed? What bills were passed when Biden was president? Would any of that been possible if they didn't have a majority? Like, just basic stuff. And it drives me insane because, like, at least with like MAGA, you have a conversation with MAGA and it's like, for me, when I have conversations with MAGA, I'm at the point where I have just checked the fuck out. Like, I used to get so triggered with MAGA and I'd be like, well, don't you know that this and this and this and that and this and that? And I did that for like fucking 6 years, just nonstop. And I got to a point where I'm like, you know what? I can't figure out the value of having a conversation with someone who's like, you know, they're passing chemtrails laws. Chemtrails. The state legislature in Florida passed a bill cracking down on chemtrails, okay? Like, they're over there like talking about fluoride in the water making people autistic, or cloud structures potentially being like the product of a Chinese bioweapon. There's like no room there for me. Like, I can't even see like even a hints of a path to get to anywhere productive. And so I'm in a phase of my life where I'm just like fucking ignoring MAGA, because what's the point? But at least with lefty people, it's like, you can tell they're capable of understanding things. You can tell they're capable of like having principles and having like an ideology, and you can tell they're at least somewhat curious, you know, to like dive into stuff. But for some reason, they just stop at like basic government 101. They just, for some reason, they just stop there. And they're like, so you're telling me it was a good thing that Kirsten Sinema won her race? Yeah, of course I'm fucking saying that. That should be fucking obvious. How much worse do things need to get before you understand the difference between Republicans controlling the Senate and the Democrats? What else needs to happen? I've just run out of fucking patience with these people. Stop playing dumb, man. Like, why, is this a serious question? That's what I'm asking myself, because I'm like, there's no way you don't know the government. There's no way you don't know how government works. There's no fucking way, there's no actual way that you don't know, like, government. Basic government, okay? There's no way. There's absolutely no way. A lot of these people are in college, they're undergrads. You're telling me by the time you got to like freshman, sophomore year at your state university, you haven't at any point taken a class on civics and government and politics? So are you really asking me, is it a good thing that the Democrats had a Senate majority? The fuck do you think? They say stuff like, well, there's only marginal differences. Marginal? What universe do you live on? I know what's happening. Basically all Hassan's fault. That's what's happening. Because he spends fucking 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, telling his audience this stupid shit, telling his audience that there's marginal differences. And then they're like, yeah, I want to be like him. Marginal. I'm going to start using the word marginal. I'm going to start talking about material conditions. God damn it, it's so stupid. I just get so frustrated. Don't ask me these stupid questions. Should I vote for the Democrat, even if they're like John Fetterman? Yes. Yes. And you should do it. Like, it shouldn't even, there shouldn't even be an internal debate. The answer to that question should be so obvious that the question itself would never even occur to any rational person. You wouldn't question it. It would just be this clear, obvious choice. You live in West Virginia and Joe Manchin's on your ticket? Enthusiastically vote for Joe Manchin, and don't just vote for him and be happy in that spot. I would. Bad Company with $5. Hassan and Betty Johnson both shitting on Newsom today as Trump rambles in Davos. Tells you everything you need to know about the online lefty politics. I'm telling you guys, if and there's a decent chance it's going to happen, but if Gavin's the guy, they're going to do the same thing. They did not learn their lesson. They will not learn their lesson. They are too indoctrinated by their own self-imposed dogma. They've all radicalized themselves in each other, and it's just, they are hopeless. They're not going to change. Clinton's held in contempt of Congress. They then further spoke about Bondi. It looks like they won't vote on her. Clinton's held in contempt after skipping Jeffrey Epstein depositions. That feels like it's missing context, because they actually said that they would testify if it was televised, if it was public. Feels a bit deceptive to leave that out. Are you going to watch Soy Pill versus the World on Wick TV tonight? No, we've been going for about 7.5 hours. I definitely have to tap out of that video. What time is it? We don't even really have time to like do a proper ARC session, so I think we're going to end it there. Thanks for letting me know about the Soy Pill situation. We will watch that on the stream tomorrow. Bad Company with $5. I already got you 3D Max, 3DS Max with $5. Can you make that rant into a clip or a video? How long was that rant? How long was I going for, guys? I kind of blacked out. Long enough to monetize? We can make that into a video. Excuse me. We killed it with 87 months. We killed it. Love you, buddy. DMO Gaming with 107 months. Sark is indeed the GOAT. Oh, he's great. Sark's great. Did you know that Sebastian Stan is playing Harvey Dent in The Batman Part 2? I did. Did you know that they're courting Brad Pitt to play his dad? Heavily rumored that they're doing the Court of Owls, which I know nothing about. But apparently his dad was involved with all that. David Elric released his top 25 of 2025. Is this like the best movies or whatever? Is the best video? Does he agree with me? Is it he does, yeah. One battle after another. Let's go.
That's what community is today.
That's the only correct answer, I think. One battle after another. And there were a lot of good movies in 2025, but that movie for sure. All right, guys, I gotta do a couple chores. I'm gonna take a walk real quick, get outside, get some fresh air, eat a little food, listen to my Marvel Movie Rumor YouTube channels, and I'll be on tomorrow at the regular time. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Appreciate it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.